What's good, everybody? What is good? Whew, we're running through some technical difficulties early, but welcome to Opinionated. I am your host, Resla. Today, I hope that you're having a good day today. A couple of things happened. Was on a whole back conversation. Was really enjoying what was going on. Ran a little bit late, which is why I'm a little bit off kilter when coming off the thing today. I know you guys have been getting the notification a little bit late. I'm hitting my freaking mic. I know you guys have gotten the notification a little bit late today because I was too busy trying to set up a whole bunch of stuff. Life. I wasn't in early today, so I wasn't able to have a whole bunch of stuff set up early to get prepared for the stream. But I do know what the stream is about, and we're gonna get a little bit into it. Um, so first and foremost, I hope that you guys are having a good day. Hopefully YouTube will actually push out a bunch of stuff so that we know that everybody's getting notifications. I kind of did it on the back end. But once again, welcome everybody for an episode of Opinionated, where yours truly. Today's topic is we're gonna shuffle on a couple of things that might get a couple of people in their fifties. Might be. But honestly, that's kind of what we're here for anyway, right? We really have to have those conversations that are gonna be very paramount for a lot of people. And the question on the table is, should you hate? I should really say dislike, but hate the boomers. Let's switch up the glasses a little bit. This is not gonna be one of those. So it's gonna be we're gonna go with friendly wrestlers today. We're going friendly wrestler for the stream right now. Should we hate the boomers? I know, I know. It could be a spicy one, especially if you're someone who's sitting in the camp of the age range of someone who might be sitting as a boomer, right? Sorry for getting a notification a little bit out there. I'm late. I'm late. I walked in the door. I did a whole bunch of stuff, had a great conversation, but I was a little late on getting prepared for the stream. But anyway, we're gonna move forward. Boomers, right? Boomers. Should they be blamed for everything? The housing market's collapsed. Climate change, if you're a believer, climate change, student debt, even the so-called death of fun altogether. Younger generations say that they had it easy, and yet they're left with misery now because of the boomers. And the boomers have left us with all of their messes. X have said it, millennials, I'm millennial, and even Zennials who come out and even call people like me, who still outperform them, me, an old head, say that boomers have ruined it for them. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Does hating boomers actually accomplish anything? Or is it just a way to avoid facing one's own responsibilities? What happens when our turn pretty much comes up? Hmm? What happens when it's our turn to drag by the heels Gen Z, Gen Alpha, or whatever the hell they may call themselves in the freaking 2040s? What the hell that what does it mean when that time comes? Hmm? This is going to be a long one, folks. So I hope that you guys settle in. Maybe it's a good thing that I kind of started this a little bit late because we're gonna be breaking this down in every single angle. We're gonna be breaking this down in an economic fashion, in an environmental fashion, in a family dynamics fashion, and more. By the end of this, maybe we'll have an answer. Or maybe we'll just have more questions. Either way, I think it's something that we can get into, right? And I got a question I want to bring forth early for the engagement for the chat. For the chat is, are you team okay boomers? And when I say okay boomers, I don't mean you okay with the boomers. I mean like okay boomer, as we got as a meme for so long. Or or do you think the hate has gone too far when it comes to boomer? Let me know in the chat. But while we're at it and we talk about the chat, I know I kind of started off things a little bit late. My fault, guys. Was having a really, really big conversation. Um, Time kind of got loose with me, and of course, I want to engage. I'm going to engage everybody who's also here in the chat. So the first and foremost, I want to be able to thank Aussie Manda, who's up in the building, said, "Let's go." Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Listen, Dominic says, "Why are they called boomers? What's in the name?" Hmm? Boom. The people born approximately, given the actual years of 1946 to 1964, have been dubbed baby boomers because of the sharp increase in birth rates after World War II. But you know what came right before the boomers, right? They were called the shh, the silent, the motherfuckers who just said, if you ask me, based on what a lot of people say, if you ask me, they were the people who created the bootstraps that a lot of people say today we need to pull ourselves up by. It's not the boomers, it's the silent, it's the motherfuckers who did they shit that the boomers got into, and that saying from the silence who said, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, got pulled into the boomers who loudly said, pull yourselves up. Do it. They are actually the ones I think that are most responsible for this whole Nike ad when it says just do it. Pulling yourself up by your bootstraps is one of the most famous lines that I hear on the internet, probably more than any other that I can think of. Next to the Nikes, just do it. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps is more, I would say, is just as known, if not more, than Nike's promotion of just do it. When we are here online, pull yourself up by your bootstraps had made it to mainstream media, has been online just as much as Nike's just do it. Are they more influential than we care to believe? Just want to say. Ozzy says, I call my mom a boomer. Is she though? Is your mom a boomer? I don't know how old you are. Maybe your mom is a boomer. I don't know. And if she still had you, I don't know. If she still managed to have a very healthy and growing Ozymandia, she's still responsible for you being able to have an opinion today as a boomer, right? No chases in here with the yes. What's good, Resla? I appreciate you, my guy. Wait, what you said? I am in as a boomer. What is that? Try that again. What the hell? Hey, by the way, Crazy Mama in here said the good old blame game. Well, that's the reason why we're having the conversation. It's about the blame game. I've had conversations kind of like this before, but I realized that I haven't really had it here on this particular platform. So we need to have a conversation, but most of all in my opinionated fashion. So I feel like we need to do a little bit about this Crazy Mama. Kingdom Mind Kingdom Minded, I feel like you have not been on the channel for a while. I see you a lot on the porch, but I do not see you a lot here on the channel for quite some time. So everybody, stop the show, stop the show. Everybody, do me a favor, give a wholehearted, warm welcome to Kingdom Minded in the building. She has been a long time supporter of not just myself, but also everybody on the porch crew. So shout outs to Kingdom Minded. He said, big Slug. What's up, my guy? Carpenter's journey up in here. And speaking of another guy who's up in here, it is John the Baptiste up in here. Appreciate you, my guy, for being up in here. It says 35, I'm sorry, 50, 53 to 56, dad and mom. I got people's stuff going off because I got, apparently, if you haven't seen him already, you should go check out the Cellulite podcast. Look, he's about to go live as well. But if you haven't actually subscribed to the Cellulite podcast, you're doing yourself a disservice, especially for those who are interested in a lot of the dynamics that happen between male and female, especially with a whole bunch of stuff that's happening in the most provocative spaces. Be sure to actually subscribe to the Cellulite podcast. That is my guy Will over there, and of course the lovely Raw G right now, formerly the Raw Brief Privilege. Be sure to check them out. They're actually great content creators as well. And you said dad born in 1953 and mom 1956. Oh, okay. That's what's up. That was up. So, the conversations I'm kind of having right now, right? And let's just kick this off a little bit. Let's kick this off a little bit. Make sure my audio track is not up. Um, let's kick this off with the actual receipts that we know. Boomers get a lot of flack, especially when it comes to being online. But where exactly does the accusations come from? And I think that's something that we need to think about breaking it down. When you said the silent generation, you said silent generation came to mind, and you said stop. What do you mean stop? Stop. What do you mean stop? Uh, when I think about the things that are being brought forth for the accusations that's been brought forth to a lot of the boomer generation, right? I think first of the things that get brought up, and that's how they ruined the economy, the economy. Do we understand that not all boomers are responsible for how the economy has turned out? In fact, most people don't even know this, but a lot of boomers, even to today, are homeless. Homeless boomers. Not recent homeless boomers, been homeless for quite some time. They are ending their lives as human beings being homeless. Not because they spent all their wealth, but sometimes it might be because of even their offsprings. Just saying. Just saying. Mull on that one for a moment. Sometimes they would have been doing better off if it wasn't for the people that they brought in to the world. That's not to say all boomers, but there are some boomers that feel that way. Now, when it comes to the economy, right, they came of an age during economic booms, which is why they're looked at as the baby boomers, with affordable housing, low student debt. So lucky on that one. And of course, steady job markets. But now, if we look at now, today, housing costs are more than the sum of a small country. Student loans are crushing people, crushing. And good luck to even getting yourself a pension. Pensions used to be almost a dime a dozen for a lot of factories. And as we lessen factories and we moved into the whole 401, pensions have gone away. Unless you're working for a big government agency, or if you are working at like some, not all, but some labor industries, pensions are pretty much gone. An example would be to compare a house in 1970 versus, well, we're in 2025, 2024. In 1970, the median home price was about, get rid of the hold on seats, folks. Get rid of the hold on seats. $23,000 adjusted for inflation. So if adjusted for inflation, it was around 160,000, 160K, folks, for medium home price in 1970. Now, now, try 4 to 500K plus. Because there are some places that are selling for a million. A million, folks. A million. The industrialization of boomers that boomed during their market under their watch. Plastic was everywhere. Cars that guzzled like it was free were everywhere. And now we're stuck with what people could even call the melting ice caps. I guess I shouldn't be so mean though. Let's look at some counterpoints. Boomers. Boomers also kicked off an environmental movement. Because without boomers, we wouldn't have Earth Day, the EPA, and the Clear Air Act. It's true. Without boomers, we wouldn't have that. And as far as social attitudes go when it comes to boomers, some, not all, but some boomers cling to outdated values. Outdated values which created generational conflicts on a lot of topics like the LGBTQ plus rights. They also created a little bit of generational conflict when it came to racial equity and gender norms. Not all, but some. But is this really about boomers as a whole? Or is it just about the loud ones? Calls into question, doesn't it? Is this about all of them or is this about the ones that are loud? Because if you guys have been paying attention to the channel for quite some time, I've always said that it is the minority that gets to be the loudest that sets the rules for the majority. Tell me what you think about that. Drop your thoughts within the chat or within the comment section if you catch us on the back end. Are these fair criticisms or is it just piling on? Just a thought. And what about the whole concept of the boomers versus everyone? I recently just had a conversation a couple of days, not a few days back, with a great individual. I know he gets a little bit off to a Spurg session, but a good individual has a decent mind by the guy, Angry Casper, and he said something that was in reference to boomers, right? When bringing forth the fact that boomers fucked up everything, which, as tired as I was, woke me up to say, what the fuck are we doing here? And this was on Glenn Lawrence platform. I'd probably have to look back to see a little bit about all the conversation, but I remember a good bulk of it, so I don't want to spread any mishap or any slander on what was being said. But if I have to think about things in terms of how people look at boomers versus everything, I think we should talk about getting to the nitty gritty. Is the boomers is the boomer hate justified? Or is it just us pretty much passing the buck? I'm wondering, folks, is it really justified to hate boomers? Or are we, as the further along generation, just passing the buck? and just throwing this hate at them? Or let's just look at the other way around. Are they, as boomers, just passing the buck from the generation that came before them? Calls into question because most people don't want to think that far. Hmm? DT says born versus birth. You'll have to explain that one. That's an interesting thought. Please explain that one. Because I don't understand how what born versus birth is. I mean, you would have to be birthed to be born as a human being, or I don't, unless you're a test tube baby, whatever the case may be. I don't know. You have to explain that one a little bit decent, a little bit of context, so I can get a little bit more what's going on here. Yeah, yeah, I'm trying to understand the point too. JTB, I'm trying to understand that as well. I didn't quite get it. And Kingdom, you say quiet as kept. See, my mom never married and has lived in HUD housing since I was born. My husband tries to go. He would have been alive. What it feels like, depending on Uncle Sam. She's a damn. Um. So here's another thing. Because we do this a lot as well. I don't have. I will say this. Not everybody agrees, by the way, but I will say this. I don't. I don't slander. I don't denigrate. I don't hold people as the people who are responsible just because they are Democrat or Republican. I have met Democrats who, believe it or not, despite the fact of party views, have behaved in a more Republican fashion than most Democrats that I run across. And I have met Democrats that I run across. What the hell? But I've also run across Democrats who have been very sensible in understanding so many sides when it comes to being quote conservative. Um, I don't think it's easy. I think it's easy rather to get caught up in us versus them than what has a particular person done. For instance, I, even within people who I've been close with on the internet, have quote dubbed me as a liberal simply because I live in a liberal city. Not because I have proven to be liberal or not that I've ever claimed to be liberal myself. It is what it is. But I also know people who have voted for liberals but think very conservatively. Just like I've met conservatives who have voted for liberal policies. People are people at the end of the day. I'm sorry, you're not able to just chalk it up to a party line. This is no dig at you, kingdom minded. I'm just saying that people are very complicated. People are not as simple to just say that it's an us versus them, and that's just it. I'm not saying that you're even making that case, but I run into this when I deal with a lot of different people online, a lot of people online, and they say, these Democrats, and I go, well, what Democrats? These people in New York City, and I go, I'm from New York City, and then they go, oh, not you, Resla. And I'm like, what do you mean? You just said New York City. I'm born and raised in New York City. If not me, then who? So like that's the point that I'm making. I don't want people to believe that just because you come from a blue state that everybody from that state is blue, and not that because you're from a red state that everybody in that state is red. People themselves are very nuanced and very complicated because even those who are of different factions are also in different classes. And classes will also open you up to different perspectives and possibilities based on particular set classes. That's what I've come to notice about human beings in general. And you can harp this all the way back to the Roman Empire. There were so many different people based in so many different classes that behaved in different ways, which is why when I have this conversation about the economy, did boomers even have it easier? Because boomers grew up during the quote golden age, not the technological age, not that, But they grew up during a golden age of economy and opportunity. They had affordable college, they had thriving industries, they didn't have the internet, but they also had something called job stability. Counterpoints for a lot of the boomers. Many boomers worked hard as hours. They worked hard for what they had. And let's not forget the recession, folks. Boomers went through the recessions, which I believe was in the 1980s. They had a 1980s crash. So it's not like boomers have never experienced an actual economic crash the same way how we've also experienced an economic crash as a millennial. As a millennial, most generations at some point have dealt with economic crashes. I guess a discussion point I'll have to bring for you guys is if boomers benefit from an easier system, does that make them responsible for fixing it for us? I want to repeat that again. If boomers benefit from an easier system, does that make them responsible for fixing it for us? Or, or is it our turn to step up? Part of the disagreement that I had with Angry Casper, great guy, by the way, great guy, is that there was an initial conflict talking about how the boomers have fucked us up. He's also a millennial, by the way, millennial. And I should probably go look it up so you can get a little bit of what I was saying so that you can understand just a little bit of context of what we were talking about. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I haven't looked in a while. I haven't been on Glenn, so that means in a little bit. So that means I probably have it clipped. Where do I look? Where do I look for that? Let me put this on. Let me put this on mute before I start getting a whole bunch of texts. Either content creators or freaking work. Let me put that on mute. Let me look real quick, and I can show you better than I can tell you. Um, what was being said. It's probably in this drive over here. Just gotta let that load up because I got a lot of content up in my drives. In the meantime, keep in mind that you were talking to John the Baptist, Grand Rising King. Oh, Rude Mud Crab, what's going on? What's going on, man? Said, where you where? I guess that means were you the first or the fifth man in the love triangle? Um, I was the first man. I was the first man to get it done. Believe me, if Resto was born by me, it's only because he got the best. That's it. Let's just say, even if I was the second man in the triangle, my genes still beat out the first man. Because you know what? Here's the funny part about all that, Crab. I don't care about being the first choice as long as I'm the best choice. I said what I said. I said what I said. End of the day. Said what I said. End of the day. I'm still the best choice. Said it's our. I agree. It's our turn. Okay, cool. It's a. Said no. It's not the responsibility, but they do have to stop acting like they have made it. So I made it just gets easier. I agree. I agree. I might have to talk a little bit about that, to be honest with you, because the way how our current system looks like is they have a hand in that. Um, that's actually a good a good way of looking at that. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Let's see. Let's see if I can find this quick. Yep, I do have it. video of it. Okay. Uh, all right. So let me, because I'm pausing to look at this. I'm gonna have to catch up the same way how you were looking at this. Let me do this real quick. Let me put this up, and then maybe you'll see what I was looking at. I have not looked at this since I freaking my stuff clips me when I'm looking at some things. So some things I have to throw away, and other things come through. This was me on Glenn Lawrence. As you can see, the date. I'd say the 13th. So damn, it was yesterday. I feel like it was like days ago. Jesus Christ. I'd be up. I'd be up. I'd be tired. I didn't even know this was like yesterday. Um, I do remember that Angry Casper, gentleman over here, great guy by the way. Love his talking points. Love things that had some. Well, not love all talking points. I don't really agree with everything that everybody says. Um, but he was making a point that I had to really challenge that came up, and it made me think about it because you know me, I'm about personal responsibility versus that gets brought from other people. Let me actually change this view right here. Let me change this view real quick. Cool, that feels better for me. Um, and then we'll see what was being said. Let me know if you hear this because my mixer's been playing with me. So let me know if you hear this.
But like right now, what are we telling young boys? Oh, you're not suffering enough. Like I suffered more.
So
It's
let
like
me ask you a
fuck you,
question.
boomer. You bought a house. My
Let me ask
generation did.
let me ask you
Oh,
a
sorry,
question. Let
go
me ask
ahead.
you a question. By the way, the premise is that boomers have screwed up shit for us. And again, we had an even conversation even afterwards. Angry Casper and I, um, we're pretty much on the agreement for a lot of different stuff. But the premise that came up was that basically boomers have screwed us up, and I was really trying to go back and forth as to how far do we keep blaming boomers for the things that we have to take control of. Crab, you say rest of the stream volume sounds low. Anyone else? That's probably because I'm working up for my mixer. I have not added on the filters that so the problem with my mixer, my current mixer, is that I just haven't figured it out. I'm not an audio guy. Is that my mixer sounds best when it's natural, just like this. I can get louder, but it's only when I put on echo cancellation. But the problem is that the way how I speak, the way how I enunciate, the way I use my grammar and everything, it kind of cuts out some of the things that I'm saying in my words. So it doesn't get expressed properly, but it does boost up my volume. So I can show you right now. This is me talking when you get everything that I'm saying, everything that I spit out my mouth, and then this is what the echo cancellation. So while it's so loud, there are some words that for some reason the echo cancellation seems to cut out when I'm looking at the restream. I do look back at my streams, and it doesn't always sound as great. I don't think I sound as great. I sound loud. You guys can hear me for sure, but you don't always get everything I have. It's also one of the reasons why I don't really play music during my streams because for some reason echo cancellation distorts distorts the music so you don't hear it as an entirety as you should, and that's really not a stream thing like YouTube. That is a stream thing, as in StreamYard screws up my sound. um so that's the only reason why I sound a little low. Crap. I've been trying to really boost up on my mixer side so that we can be more in sync. I just don't want to do anything without being over the top of my mixer. That's all. Um, but thank you for pointing it out. I just thought I wanted to be able to actually just express why I sound low and why I keep switching shit up, or when I open the panel and I forget and people pop up, why all of a sudden I sound low when they sound high. It's a lot to remember in real time to have to do. I feel like I need a whole goddamn checklist. That's really it is what it is. Do
Go
you
ahead.
believe that the generation that you came up with is better than the generation that's coming up now?
No.
No, you
If you
don't
talk
think
about suffering, I don't think I suffered as much.
you don't think that the generation that you came up in is better than the generation that's coming up after you?
They're getting coddled more, so they're getting more of their tools removed. They're getting
But
lied to
that
more.
was
Like this awakening is recent.
that wasn't the question I asked you.
Okay, please talk to me like I'm five. I don't get it. When you say better, what do you mean?
What generation you came up in?
1982. That's when I
Okay,
was born.
so you're a millennial.
Yeah,
Do you believe that us as millennials, because I'm also a millennial, that
yeah.
we
I
have a
figured.
better understanding and we have more to take advantage of than the generation Z that's coming up after, and even God forbid what's going to happen with Alpha.
Why am I having trouble understanding? It's so vague.
Not gonna lie, I thought he was trolling me. I was trying to I was trying to be good faith. I thought he was trolling me, but I had to realize that maybe he wasn't. I thought I was being very clear in my understanding, but I realized like maybe there needs to be a little bit more context. This is no dig at you, Angry Casper. Like I said, you and I are good. I really thought at that point, like, he gotta be trolling me because I really made that simple. But I had to harp it down a little bit simpler. Uh,
No,
do you think that our generation is better than Generation Z? Which is why it came off as harsh as it did. That's what it was. That's as simple as
yes,
I can put it.
yes, yes,
And
That's
guess
pretty
yes.
what?
simple.
And guess what?
No,
What you
no,
just
no,
did,
no,
what
no.
you just did is what every generation does.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that my generation is better than the World War II generation. I'd say my generation is better. Like there's a few generations of them.
Appreciate you, Angry Casper. That's why when I was having the whole conversation, I was like, I thought I was breaking it down, and like I said, great conversation, great questioning from your point. But I'm putting it to the point of boomers because this is a conversation that got brought to me for a while. And the first person who actually brought this conversation with me was two people actually that brought this conversation to me, and it was Mama, and actually, I was gonna say Angry Casper, Mayo Monkey. So they wanted me to have this kind of conversation, and I wanted to bring it forth. Now, I wish I had really done everything properly to like notify them so they can know when to show up, whatever. But it didn't really happen out that way. I just got really busy today, but it was so funny that yesterday, even for a stream I was planning for way later, which happened to be today, would be about boomers, and you and I got into a conversation about boomers. So it's no dig at you or anything. But I think it's something that we should bring forth into a conversation about boomers that's happening today in reference to a whole lot of things that I'm talking about. So when people, because I run across a lot of people, in fact, Zoomer, No Chaser, who's up here, John the Baptist, um, Kingdom Minded, you guys know about Sway, who loves to bash older people, which means that also boomers are on this list. It's all the old heads that are fucking up everything, whatever. And I love and I appreciate Sway. But even Sway, who was a younger person, turned around and talk about, oh, the old heads that fucked up everything, y'all motherfuckers, da 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 da. So the question is, are they the ones really responsible, or should we, as the generations that have more time, more effort, who are in position, should be the ones that are actually taking forth in that? And that's why I wanted to bring forth the conversation that Angry Casper and I were actually having towards this actual conversation. And then you guys actually make your determinations on that, and we can have a conversation on it. So this is not about a me versus Angry Casper, but it's a really big debate about the conversation as to people who are both millennials versus those who are actually boomers, and how exactly do we navigate this playing field when it comes to how the world is currently turned out? Because the truth of the matter is that there are a lot of boomers who own a lot of the real estate, who have tanked the market for quite some time. There are a lot of boomers also who are also never had power, who have been homeless for a good part. There are also a lot of Xers and even millennials who have taken advantage of boomers who gave birth to them and totally screwed them out of everything that was left out for them. What exactly do we do when it comes to boomers? Is it all boomers' fault? Do we take some responsibility? Where exactly do we fit in the game? We've seen how they are economically. We've seen how they are environmentally. And I think this was a really good conversation that came up out of the blue. I thought this was like a couple of days ago. Apparently, it was just yesterday. This is what happens because your boy drinks a lot. But I didn't know it was a day or so ago. And I'm happy that Anchor Casper's in here. I want to go through a little bit of this conversation, and then after a bit, we'll open it up to the panel.
Sound better than.
I hate to tell you this, X did it to us.
Yeah. Yeah, but we were kind of the
You
same.
just
To be
repeated the same
honest.
thing that every generation
I
did.
get it. I get it. I know. Blame the father. I know the song. I can sing. I get the meme, right? But like I'm referring to when you said that like we can't do that to the younger generation. I'm actually recognizing the fact that we fucked them in the ass. You get what I mean? Like we set them up for failure. That's the reason why I hesitated to answer your question. Because every generation gets X amount of tools. Okay. So they get like, here's what the generation before you actually left to you. Right? And right now, boomers ain't leaving shit
And guess
economically. And
what?
there's this
And
whole
you should
and I
stop
understand.
relying on
Hear me
them.
out.
You should stop
Okay,
waiting for
sorry,
them to
go.
change. They're
I
gonna
never
go.
get
You
to
should start
plan my
relating.
plans.
Would you like them to do something, or do you think at the end of their
Yeah,
life
that's
right
what
now
I'm
they're
trying
gonna
to
fall on
do
the
right
sword?
now. Yeah, we're having these
Wait,
conversations.
but this is the problem that we have in society, that we want someone else to do the job for us.
That's not what I'm doing. I'm saying the society's
You're
fucking us in
complaining.
the ass.
You're giving the complaint of the fact that the boomers fucked this up. Okay, cool. So what is you as the actual generation that is going to take over shit gonna make things better? Instead of complaining about what they did, what are you gonna do since you have the strength?
I'm here trying to have these conversations personally.
You said this is where you effed. Where? Wait, you say I'm Glenn's mate. You've been on Glenn's platform more than I have. You're more of Glenn's mate than I am. This is probably my third, if not fourth time actually on Glenn's panel. He's actually recommended you, Angry Casper. So that's not a fair assessment to say. And again, not a dig against you. We're having a conversation. So don't say like, well, the reason why it was Glenn's mate. First of all, if you did not see, you were up there with me. It was a long stream. Glenn was actually starting to fall asleep, the same way how Glenn called me out earlier for getting ready to fall asleep. So, quite frankly, you've been up on Glenn's platform. In fact, I think one of my first, if not my second streams up there, you were up there. You've known Glenn for a lot longer than I have. So don't be like that. You're Glenn's mate. No, you've been up there. You've been rocking with Glenn way longer than I have. Way longer than I've actually known that Glenn existed. I've only been on YouTube for a year, and I haven't even been in the quote panel verse for a year. I was mainly stuck in the black sector before I decided to move out. No, I wasn't blaming you on boomers. You were blaming boomers from the way how we're fucked up. My case that I've even made here, that I will continue to make in that particular live, if you were paying attention, my particular stance was, what does it matter if the boomers screw shit up? Because the truth of the matter when it comes to life in general is that it doesn't matter what happens to you, it's how you respond. This is why I said, you know what? Better that I can show you, that I can better tell you. Because maybe you don't remember the entire conversation the way I did. We can both hear it right now in real time.
Are you asking me personally or what should the society do?
Oh, yes. As a millennial,
Okay.
as a millennial,
Okay, so one of the
in
first
charge when they go away, what do you plan on
you're
doing?
projecting a little bit, man, and I'm being
Did?
polite. I don't
Well,
want to have a yelling match. It's
No,
fucking.
the truth. Here's the truth of the matter.
You're not letting me land my planes, brother.
As human beings, we do too much time
Okay.
of pointing the finger instead
So
of saying,
can I
what if we
answer
do
for
better?
myself?
Yes,
Okay.
answer.
Sure. The first thing I told Glenn is I want to fix the birth rates because that is a direct fucking correlation to the happiness of the population. Is how many kids are they having? How much are they fucking? What is the orgasm per capita? As Aaron Clary would say. So that's the conversation I try to concentrate. It's like, why are we not fucking? Why do I go outside and every mother I see is 35?
By the way, Casper, I didn't get to land my plane. You're landing your plane, and it's all about fucking. Which, of course, boomers are not responsible for you fucking. You're landing your plane, by the way. You see me standing very quiet, letting you talk? Because you said play it. Because you can see I never get to land my plane. You're landing your plane. You were there with me. I wasn't lit. I wasn't high. I wasn't anything. I was listening to you. Full stop. To count my full stops. Whatever your full stop is. Because I've also watched you online. Sometimes you don't know when to stop. So I'm watching you. And I let you talk. You're still going to talk.
Okay, so I've identified the pain point, and you can ask Glenn. The first message I ever sent to him before I even jumped on me is like, I want. When I decided to work out why am I single, why is the world insane, I thought, well, I'm going to pick a stat that I can concentrate on, and it was that. And all my everything that I base my arguments on goes on that, and I never lose because the birth rates are fucked. I don't mind telling people this because I want to be.
And I never lose because the birth rates are fucked, which is the point that I listen to very carefully, because it also makes it seem like the boomers should be responsible for birth rates. I don't care about your stats. Your stats does not say that the way that the world moves forward, that the way it gets better is if boomers start fucking. That's for our job to do, not the boomers. The boomers give up their nuts. Unless you want a whole bunch of retards out there because the seeds that are coming out of boomers are so old, it's up for us as the healthy nuts to lay those shits down. Not for the boomers. It's for us. We make the world better. The boomers will not. The boomers will die. The boomers will pass. You cannot turn around and say, oh, it's because of the boomers that we're in this way. When the boomers die, where will we be? Who was the ones responsible? Who are the ones in charge? And you and I had this conversation. It's not a matter, it's not an argument. It's a conversation. And people don't seem to understand the difference between an argument, a debate, and a conversation. The conversation is, yes, they're old. Yes, they did their shit. What are we going to do when they're gone? Instead of us saying that we will never be able to be something because they did this. Well, it doesn't matter if you didn't have any children. It doesn't matter if you didn't have any parents. It didn't matter if you only had one parent. It didn't matter if you were in the foster system. It didn't matter if the world treated you like dog shit. What do you plan to do about it? Woe is me is not the attitude that human beings should be adopting. It's I got dealt a raw deal, and that's what it was. What do I plan to do to fix it? And pointing the fingers at people when instead of looking at myself first is not the way to go. That was the entire purpose of my premise. Listen to me as I go through it. We still got more to video.
That's my worldview. That's how black belt I am.
Cool. Then that worldview is something that you can only talk about with the generation right after us,
Yep.
which is X, and our generation, which means there should be no more talking about boomers because they're gonna because boomers are not the ones responsible for repopulating. Which is why exactly what you said is
the walk me into a jail cell and then blame me for it. That's stupid, dude. Because you asked me like the whole generation being like. You think you're the best generation? I never said I'm the best. We're the forgotten generation.
You're the one that brought them up. They're not going to be the ones who populate. You're the one who brought them up. I need you to excuse Glenn. It was a long stream. He called me out early because I was falling asleep. I need you to give him some grace. He was falling asleep. He had a long stream well before I came on. Give Glenn some grace.
Yeah,
the problem, the issue that we have is that we do this thing where we talk about what somebody else did to us. Things happen to people all the time.
Like
the world does not owe you or me understanding. Things will always happen to you, but what do you plan to do about it? Instead of complaining about what they did, it's more important to take that responsibility onto yourself. And that's it. Yeah, but so don't even bother worrying about boomers. Don't even bother worrying about them.
But they have to play the ball too. So do I. Everyone has to play ball. Now I'm being pedantic because you were.
They're dying.
Yeah,
you're living.
Yeah, shit.
I love that you said, no, I have to be combative because you were. I love that, by the way. I just started laughing at it.
Happens. Like, okay.
So why are we worried about those on death's door? You know what you
do you want to talk about the greatest? I guess. Do you want to talk about the
have over them,
bro?
Sir?
You're not letting me land one plane. I'm gonna mute myself,
sir. All you've been doing is You've been landing planes, by the way. I let you do so. You just don't like when you're interrupted, but you have no problem interrupting. I just want to put it out there.
Okay, I'm
Randy
muting
on
you.
it.
Let me know when you're done.
You have one thing over them: time. Time. The most important commodity. Time. Don't worry about their time running out. You have more time than them. That's the only thing you should be focusing on. It doesn't matter what they did. What matters is what you do, and that's it. It's that simple. I stand by that.
You
I
think it's
stand.
that simple? I don't
I
think it's
do.
that simple.
I do. It's that simple.
I think the human nation is.
And I'm gonna go back 10 seconds. Here's the reason why I say that. Time is the most important commodity that every human being has on this planet. Every human being has on this planet. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing that you have done that did not sacrifice time. You literally go to work for a living to bring up some other company, to put money in somebody else's pocket, to bring up the shareholdings of somebody else. Well, whether you want to plow your favorite girl, whether you want to ride your favorite guy, whether you want to finesse someone, whether you want to do whatever, you know what it required? Time. Time is the biggest commodity in the world. And the truth of the matter is, folks, you don't know how much time you got. It is a coin purse that has been given to you the moment you were able to get slapped on the ass and breathe fresh air for the first time. And you were not told how many coins of time that you have in it. You weren't told. You weren't told if you hit the lottery of having a strong coin purse of time. It doesn't matter if older people who are running out of those coins of time decide to do whatever. How did you spend your coins? That's the point I look at. uh, it's the same conversation that I see out here with the red pillars and everything else. All these bitches and all these hoes and who does this and the sexual dynamics and that. It doesn't matter how many hoes is out there. Even we have had the conversation. Kingdom, you are in here. John the Baptist, you in here. Zoomer, you're in here. We've had the conversations. Even hoes are getting married. Even hoes are becoming housewives. The question is, do you have enough coins and are you do or have enough diligence in what you do to be able to say that when you articulate to that hoe that you will not have enough coins, time in the world, when you leave, do you want to be known for being better or worse than when I found you? I have been in a lot of relationships, ladies and gentlemen. But I can tell you this, there is no woman that I have been with that have not been better off than when I found her. May have been a little poorer, maybe not off as good, but every woman that I've run across has been better off due to running across me. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Not saying I'm the best, but I have been consistent. And the idea that we're up here in the world talking about what somebody else did, what somebody else did will keep you trapped. What somebody else did will keep you in bondage. Do you wish to live your life in bondage? Hey, look, Casper. Yeah, I'm not saying any Chad's ex. Stop thinking about Chad's. If you're not one, cool. Don't worry about Chad's, just worry about you. Do not worry about any other man's dick and what they did. Don't worry about it. We should worry about your dick and what you're doing with it. Plain and simple. You said, all those sweet things Chad stole from me. They didn't steal it. It wasn't yours. It was not yours. While I studied, bettered myself, it was not yours. Nothing is guaranteed to you. The world, I said it earlier in this video, let me say it to you in real time. The world does not owe you or me understanding. There are hoes today who are housewives, and there are housewives today who will become hoes. And that is not your doing, that is their doing. You can do everything right and still get shitted on. And here's another thing. I need you to do this as well, Angry Casper. I need you to get away from the pill philosophy. Because you have subscribed. You have subscribed not to black, not to red, not to blue, not to pink, not to purple, not to green, not to, but you have subscribed to a pill philosophy. That just because people move a particular way, that you have an antiquated way of holding them to a standard by labeling as a pill. You need to walk away from the pills. You need to walk away. You need to stop being a part of the ideology of a pill philosophy. There are no pills in life. There are no pills. There are no pills. There are people. You say you don't need help, but you keep subscribing to philosophies because what comes out of your mouth are these philosophies. They're ideologies, pills, pillars. Those are philosophies. Those are ideologies prescribed through other people. You didn't come up with that. Other people came up with that, and you subjugated yourself to it. So now that it's become a normal part of your language. And again, not shitting on you, but I'm pointing out observation through study because I also know about the black pillars, the red pillars, the purple pillars, the pink pillars. And I say they're all human. Many people go through the same thing. That doesn't mean that they subscribe to an ideology. There are many people who believe in religion. That doesn't mean that they are a pillar of a particular religion. Agnostics who have agreed that there is some sort of deity, but have not prescribed to say that they are of this particular deity are not a pillar. Literally, it's the idea of being called agnostic. But you would say that is a point of being agnostic, whether they are agnostic red pillar, agnostic MGTOW. You subscribe to the pill ideology, to the quote manosphere. Let's just be honest. When it comes to outside pink pill, manosphere terminologies. Whether they are doomers, whether they want to go their own way, whether they say fuck women, whether they say it's okay with women, whether they say well, you the playboy, whatever, you need to walk away from it. I think you need to pick out your own lifestyle that is not a part of a pill. If I say I wish to be with my lady, that doesn't make me a blue pillar because I've also dog women out. So how can I be a blue pillar and a red pillar at the same time? Stop it. You need to get away from ideologies. You need to just figure out what's best for your life. And that's okay. You don't need to be part of a cult. That's okay. It's okay for you to be you. Just be you. Just I said it earlier. I'll say it to a gentleman. I'll say it again. You know, it's one of the best slogans and the best brands that put people out there today. Nike. Just do it. Just do it is not a part of a shoe brand. It's not a sweatshirt. It's not a t-shirt. It's nothing that. It subscribes to the very brand of any individual who is willing to put in the effort. the effort and the adversity to make something of themselves. It's a subscription to themselves, not a subscription to ideologies. It is a promise to themselves, not a promise to ideologies. It is the promise that we as individuals make to ourselves to do the best for ourselves, to ourselves. And by benefit of that, hopefully, hopefully, we influence other people along the way. The pillar philosophy means that we subscribe to other people's viewpoints of the world, not our own. We are a prisoner within other people's viewpoints of the world. And I need you, I implore you to walk away from that, to find your viewpoint of the world and not subscribe, not to make yourself subservient to other people's viewpoints of the world. When I walk my lifestyle, not the lifestyle of some popular person who said that they are a part of a popular ideology. I guarantee you that, Casper. Where I walk alone. What I do alone. It doesn't belong to anyone else. It belongs to me. I guarantee you that. It's not a part of a Fresh and Fit or a Rolo Tomasi or whoever the fuck else is out here on the internet. They don't mean nothing to me. They mean this much to me. Goose egg, donuts, zilch, zero, zippity doodah. That's what they mean to me. Smart individuals in their own right, but they mean nothing for the development and the betterment of my own life. They don't. I don't subscribe to others. However, I do ask people to subscribe to me because if you like good content like this, you should definitely be subscribing to my channel. Because right now, we are doing this thing when it comes to opinionated, but I do plan on expanding the brand. I should probably make something of this. But if in case you didn't know, in case you were uninformed, I do this show. Let me make myself full screen real quick. I do this show with OG Do Dirty, and it's called the Drop By Discussions. We do it once a week. Sometimes it's on a Tuesday, sometimes it's on a Thursday, where we co-host a particular show where we get into a whole bunch of different conversations where people drop by. Sometimes it's about fuckery, sometimes it's about catching up on what other people have done. It's a lot of stuff. It is not my channel, it is our particular discussion. I do know a lot of people do show up who like to support a lot of things that goes on from my side of the space, but OG is an absolute great content creator in his own right. He definitely does his own thing. He's in a whole other different sector than I am, which is why I guess a lot of people get to know who I am, not necessarily who he is. But he's a great content creator. I think that he is absolutely overlooked. And that's why I support him, because I think he's a really great guy. But again, we do the drop by discussions. And by the way, if you didn't know, because of some of you new up in here, I do this on a weekly basis. I do weekly content. Normally it's been about 5 days a week. Whew. I don't know how I do 5 days a week in addition to working. Gotta cut that down because I need a little bit more time for family and friends. But I do that thing. And I do it because I enjoy it. I do it not because I just have nothing better to do. Believe me, if I can cut this shit up tomorrow, it won't make much of a difference to me. In fact, I would get more time for it. But I love having conversation with people. And because I am more hybrid in my job right now, I get to do a lot of it. I get to have more time to talk to people about things that's outside of work. So that's why I love doing with you guys. In addition to that, I would love to collaborate with a lot of other people. So that also means that when you see me in other spaces, say what's up to your boy when he pops up in the chat. Yo, you ain't even gotta thank me, man. Salute to you. Salute to you for coming up with the idea for the DBD. OG OG Do Dirty is the one who's responsible for the DBD. He's the mastermind behind it. I supported him because I thought his vision was going to be really good. And it has been really good. We've had some lows in the channel, we've had some highs in the channel. And I appreciate every time that we get to go live in that day because, quite frankly, he always opened me up to something I have not seen. So if you have not seen him already, if you have not subscribed to OG Do Dirty, you're doing yourself you're not doing yourself a due diligence. You're actually doing yourself a disservice. Do yourself a favor right now. Go to the YouTube search bar. Be sure to come back and type in @OG Do Dirty into your search bar because I think you're missing out. He had an awesome stream that was happening earlier today. But guess what? You guys didn't know about it. Actually, from time to time, when I can remember it, because I get busy, I'm not always home. I'm always outside in the street as well. But quite frankly, I also put his stuff in the community page. In fact, if you go to one of probably my last, if not before that, the last community post I put in there, he also had a stream that was up. Be sure to check that one out. And if not, you can always click into that one to be able to subscribe to his channel. Because quite frankly, OG is underrated. He really is. The same way how I come up in this space and a lot of you guys get to meet me now, because a lot of people actually took a look at my page to also say that I was also underrated. James, what's going on, my guy? He says, "Hi, everyone." James with James Life Talk. What's going on, man? I actually had a small conversation about you earlier today. Believe it or not, I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. Like, you actually got brought up in a conversation today. That was pretty interesting. I was just saying how much I rock with you. I think you're really good. You're a really good guy. Another content creator putting his ethos out there in the world, who should also be celebrated. Just saying. I'm just saying. There are a lot of good content creators that you guys have never seen, that have never met, and you'd be surprised just by being here in the channel. You'd be surprised. One of you, just like I was, one of you in the chat will also become a content creator in the future. Just saying, you never know. I was just like one of you. I used to be in the chat. So one day I decided to be from the chat to be on the panel. And then one day from being on the panel to starting his own channel. And that could also be you one day. As the saying goes, nothing to it but to do it. Chris Lestrange is also up in here. I appreciate you for being up here. The Clue channel is also up in here. Appreciate you, my guys, for being up in here. And again, I want to get a little bit more to what Angry Casper and I were saying, not to go up against what Angry Casper and I were saying, but to really have a conversation as to what the particular topic is that we're going into today. Is that should we hate boomers? It just so happens that Angry Casper and I had this conversation, but literally, this conversation, this particular topic was inspired by Mama and Mayo Monkey last year in December. I think it's going to be a really, really good conversation. But I want to hold on to some of this before we start moving on a little bit more. So let's get a little bit into it, and then we can go from there.
You think it's that simple? I don't think it's that simple.
It's that simple.
I think the human nation is just our nature just makes it not that simple.
Us complaining about people who are not going to do anything because they're not in a position to change anything.
Yeah.
They're literally going over the cliff. So that means you need to worry about the people who are not going over the cliff yet.
Well, yeah.
Sorry, folks. Sorry, boomers. You are going over the cliff. You're the first few lemmings now. You're literally dying. I know. Sounds nasty to say, but you know this already. No hard feelings. I'm just saying you're going over the cliff.
Yeah, we should be focusing on the future and now. I mean, but see, here's the thing. I present that question a lot. Like, if people are tired of seeing like broken families, broken homes, why aren't they doing anything to demand reform into right, because you know what they say, they won't experience any of the good results. They'll just be wasting their time for something that they either may never experience or may never see in existence.
And here's where I fall with Casper and saying, and we're the ones who have to change that, because what's the result of that attitude? We see it from Z.
Yes, we see it right now.
But we can't look at boomers to change it for us. They're
Mhm.
already going over the cliff, which means it's up to us. If we want to see better from. By the way, this is me after I've been drinking for a bit. Ever since me drinking for a bit, I'm listening to myself. I'm like, damn, I'm cooking. Damn, this is how you know you when you get me, you get me. Because I don't see me being nasty. This is still Resla. It's not Tesla. It's Resla, which means that you're still getting the thoughts. This is me after I've been drinking for a little bit. I'm just saying. He said that saucy Resla. It ain't. You ain't get Tesla yet. You ain't get Tesla. I was drinking for a little bit, but I ain't go over the cliff. But some of y'all who seen Tesla, y'all see me go over the cliff. This ain't me over the cliff. See, we have to be the example. It cannot be the boomers. They're already going over the cliff.
Well, it's almost like you know what, we had to stop. We have to stop blaming the boomers, because although they may have started this, we have allowed it and we have continued it. It's almost like blaming your mom, for where you grew up at when you're a kid. When you're a kid, you can't have no control over what you were exposed to. But as an adult, you have the opportunity to change what you're exposed to.
Exactly.
And if you choose to stay in that environment, that's not your mom's fault. Stop blaming her. You haven't done anything about the change in this since you became an adult and were able to do so. So yeah, if we see society the way that it is, part of that's on us because we play a role into that society.
Can I?
To better answer your question, Jess, I'm not leaving out Gen X. But believe it or not, Gen X is in the same position as millennials. Gen X ain't got no power. If you're a millennial like I am, we can easily steal it. We can steal that shit from Gen X. Gen X and Gen Y are pretty much neck and neck right now because we both came up during the information age. We both came up during the internet. They are neck and neck with us. It is disgusting how close Gen X is to us. The only difference that we as millennials have over Gen X is a few years in time, is one generation in time. They can still do damage. And here's the only reason why they can take advantage of that damage. Because it's the boomers that gave birth to them. If a boomer feels, I need to give this to my daughter, not granddaughter, daughter, they can take advantage of it. The biggest problem right now, that I see when it comes to boomers and they leaving their finances, their houses, all that other stuff, it's coming at the expense of who they wish to leave it by. And in fact, so some of the boomers that I've spoken to, they don't want to leave it to their children. They want to leave it to their grandchildren because they can't trust their children. I'm one man. I don't know all the boomers. For the boomers I did run across, they don't want to leave it to their kids. For the majority, they want to leave it to their grandchildren. They don't want to leave it to their kids. They know that they fucked up with X. So they're hoping that millennials will be better. They're hoping that millennials will be better. Shout out to LA Wilkes who says, hit the like button. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for those who actually have hit the like button. That is your price of admission. If you want to, you can feel free to actually donate to the platform because everything that goes into the platform goes to upgrading this bitch. I've been thinking about a few things that need to be done in here to give you a better aesthetic. I've been thinking about it for the last few months. I just don't really have it in the budget to do so. But it is what it is. But maybe I need to just chill a little bit because maybe y'all like this. Maybe y'all like just what the setup is. Maybe y'all don't want something to change since I did get, most creative streamer. Y'all like the background and everything. So maybe I won't change it, but I had a whole bunch of new shit. I actually got three layouts in my mind. as to how to change in my office. It just needs to take me a weekend to do so. But yeah, I can't do that on my current budget right now. So that means I would need your support in order to get a whole bunch of things together. New wood paneling, couple of paints. I've been actually thinking about a secondary camera. There's a whole bunch of things that are coming to mind that I would like to have to actually the stream coming through. But then again, let's not jump ahead of ourselves, folks. It is the beginning of 2025. It is the first quarter. And right now we are doing first quarter livings. I know you guys are getting yourself set up for a come up when it comes to your careers and what you want to have for that great bonus coming at the end of the year. So we come up together. That's it. I would never want to strain your pockets because I know how important it is for you to take care of you and your families. But as far as this conversation goes, as far as it goes for boomers, wait, what? What? You are wrong. And I'm saying in the same breath, not a different breath. Listen, I can say that boomers are not leaving shit for their kids. You know why? Because the ones that I spoke to said, guess what? They're not leaving their shit. They're not leaving shit for their kids. They're literally saying, if I had a quarter, I'd swallow it. The words of a boomer. If I had my last quarter, I would swallow it. I care more for my grandchildren than I do for my actual children, because to them, their children are spoiled, but their grandchildren are the ones who are going to be the beneficiaries of it. When people, in fact, boomers, by the way, angry Casper, boomers are the first people that I know of who have actually, because I work in the financial industry, boomers are the first people that I actually know that start setting up trust, not for their children, but for their grandchildren. Not children. They set up trust for their grandchildren to be able to benefit off of. So how am I saying in my other breath that you're wrong? Maybe, perhaps, you don't speak to enough boomers. I have actually benefited from volunteering at nursing homes, have actually had boomers in my freaking household, have actually spoken to boomers, not on this just online shit, but in real motherfucking life. I've actually been trained by boomers. I've actually sat at their feet and been mentored by boomers. Metaphorically, I haven't been at the feet of fucking boomers, but in the fucking boardroom, being trained by boomers. So maybe I know what the fuck I'm talking about. No, I had a mentor, but guess what? My mentor was not a boomer. Not a boomer. Not a boomer. My mentor was X, not a boomer. I've gone out my way to speak to boomers. Let me say this again, folks, full screen. I've gone out my way to speak to boomers. No, it's not nepotism, not DEI or any of that shit. I've gone out my way because you say DEI or nepotism. No, because you know why? You know who's giving me the most opportunities? White people. Not my own. White people. Older white people. I'm going to let that sink in. Older white people. I also want to thank Kingdom Minded. I did not get the notification because I turned off my phone earlier in the stream. Thank you, Kingdom Minded, for the 5 Cash App. I appreciate it. I really should get a notification that pops up on screen. I haven't found a good program for it yet. I can already hear Glenn slapping me in the back of the head because I know Glenn told me. But Glenn, that shit cost. That shit cost. Thank you for the $5 cash app. Keep in mind it. But literally, I volunteered on my own to be under the feet of fucking boomers. It wasn't a mentor. I've had many people have been around. Can you say that in your youth that you actually volunteered? Not voluntold, volunteered to be at an old folks' home, holding hands, smelling that old Bengay, seeing how, helping them the bathrooms, wiping their ass. That wasn't your family. That was not your family. Not blood related. That did not look like you. Can you say that? Most people, most cannot. And I did that in my early 20s. Early. I couldn't see myself doing it in my 30s. I was just way too grown for that. My early 20s. We gonna sit here and try to pretend like who's better than who? And I get this is not a conversation about me being better than you. This is about saying experience. I'm not talking shit. I'm talking about experience. Experience. And on top of that, I grew up. For most of you who do not know, I didn't grow up under my mom. I didn't start, you know what? Fair game for people who didn't know this real life shit happening right now. I didn't start living with my actual biological mother until I was almost 17. I had been living under my grandmother who needed assistance. I had been living with my grandmother until 16 when she passed, almost 17, who needed assistance, who was popping in and out of hospitals. So I took care of a lot of shit. Then in addition to that, being in my 20s, volunteering at nursing homes. Volunteered, not voluntold. Wasn't getting extra credits for anything. You don't think you sit there and you deal with all those other people and you don't walk away with stories? You don't think you get to see how family members treat the elderly? Let's just keep it a buck. We don't think that's a thing? Hmm? We don't think that we walk out with a particular perspective in life, seeing, keep it a buck, seeing what could happen to us in our future years. You know, I think about the X-Men movie, Days of Future Past. You don't think that can be in line for us? But you'll look at me here on my own platform that I try to keep very open, and I understand it's a very much in terms of people's opinions, but you think I'm talking shit? Like I'm just sitting there pulling it out of my ass? I have, I get it. People lie. Where's that? I need a house clip. Everybody lies. Because a lot of people lie. What reason do I have to pull that out my ass? Unless you want to be hyperbolic. I mean, you can be hyperbolic. What? Black people don't do volunteer service? Yeah. I was just thinking about it myself. What? Black people don't do volunteer service? Hmm? And black people just only selfish? Hmm? I keep telling you, don't fuck up and just start looking at phenotypes. Y'all don't know what the fuck I've been doing. Y'all don't know what I've been doing in the background. Y'all don't know what I do in real life. Even though I try to be very honest about what the fuck I do in real life. Sure, you want to test me on this? I got very little reason to have to lie, but at the same time, I don't have a reason to have to fucking tell you anything. Sure, you want to test me on this? Because I think when anyone tried to test me on what I do and what I don't know, they have been sorely disappointed on how much shit I know and how much they've been caught in a fucking cage. A lot of people have been caught in the cage thinking that I'm sitting here bullshitting and they get caught up because the people who are actually experts will turn around and say, he know what he's talking about. Don't do this. A lot of y'all are not trained. I talk about what I'm trained on. Sure, you want to do this with me? I do this shit and I do this shit pretty damn well because what I talk about is real life shit. What I tell you this, and I keep in mind, that's why I open it up to opinionated. I don't tell you I have certifications. I don't tell you I have degrees. I don't tell you about none of that shit. You don't need to know what I got. You just need to know what I'm telling you. And at any time, any place that you want to challenge that, we can have the one-on-one. Prior to the fact that I ran late for this stream, guess what I was doing, folks? Having a one-on-one. You don't need to know who I was having a one-on-one with, but I was having a one-on-one. And by the time I looked at the time, I said, oh shit, I'm about to be late. Hey, I need to clear this up real quick. I need to clear this up. It's like, oh, you know what you're going to talk about today? I said, I don't know what I'm going to talk about today. But I do know I have other topics on the back burner. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? You don't think that when I have these conversations, I'm not speaking from experience or from here? Where it comes from here, where it comes from? What I got to reason to finesse? I can tell you, especially for those who have been following me, because I've been doing this for a year and I still haven't broken 1,000 subscribers. I've been doing this with you guys and I still have not broken 1,000 subscribers, which should let you know, folks, that I don't do this to clout chase. I don't try to finesse you. I don't say whatever it is and go wherever it is to try to build up a huge subscriber rate because I just want to be looked at as sensational, as controversial, because I know everybody will be around for fuck shit. I've taken the slow growth. Would you still question the integrity that I've tried to bring to the channel? Would you still try to do that? Think about what I just said to you. And for those who have been around long enough, am I really doing that? Think about it. I am a black man in a panelverse. One of the few black men here in the panelverse. One of the, let me say it again, few black men, beautiful black man, by the way, in the panelverse, and has not tried to finesse his way to the top. How many other black men you know in the panelverse that if I wanted to, I could have just finessed my way. If I wanted to, I could just hit the gym and just be the next Derek Jackson. Because there's a lot of appetizing white women in this space, right? You don't see me go on my way flirting with chicks, trying to get their number, none of that shit. You just see me chilling. I just do my own thing. I'm not worried about nobody else. This is the internet, folks. But that doesn't mean that I'm not willing to treat people with respect. Respect. And I've always held to the key factor of the 3 things. When? Show me documentation. When did I literally call you an incel? I'm going to tell you what we say on the porch. You're a liar and a nigger. Never happened. That comment better be for somebody else. That's never came out of my mouth. That word, oh, not you, Chino. Yeah, that better not be me. That does not come out of my mouth because I don't subscribe to that bullshit. That better not be like what? I don't do that. I'm not gonna lie, folks. In a lot of spaces that you in, you probably found one of the most relatable channels that you can actually be honest in. And I could be honest. I'll even be honest in saying, but for the most part, when I do this with you guys, handling all you guys at once, I'm not an expert.
I'm figuring this shit out as I go along. Most of my interactions are speaking to a crowd or speaking one-on-one, not handling everybody and their little opinions all at once. And me having to take the time to handle opinions at once. Most of the time, I'm figuring it out as I go along. And the reason why I do it is because I'm actually intrigued. I'm intrigued. I like knowing why you do what you do. I like knowing why people say what they say. But most of all, I want to know that the shit that's flying out of your mouth are your real thoughts and not some shit that you have gotten because you have been on so-and-so's platform for too fucking long. You have been long stroking it on so-and-so's platform for too fucking long. I need to know that when you talk to me, what's coming out of your mouth is really your ideals and not the ideals of someone that you are parroting. Because when I ask you for information, when I ask you to clarify your point, I need documentation. I need explanations. And if you tell me, well, it's because of YouTube, but it's the internet. You know what we call that here? Checkmate. Checkmate. You don't want to be checkmated, especially not on my platform. You do not want to be checkmated because you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to clip you. And you know what, everybody else here? If you catch me checkmate a person, clip them. I could use some highlights for 2025. You have my sole solemn permission to clip a motherfucker who's been checkmated. Just make sure it's an official checkmate. Official. If they had been checkmated and then send me that shit, I will put it in the short. If you catch an official checkmate that I've done on somebody, let me know. Send that shit to me. I will put it as a fucking short. 2025, catch any time that I checkmate somebody, I will put that shit in a clip that shit. Clip that shit. Clip it. Learn to clip. Clip that shit. I will clip it for 2025. I'm just saying. Clip it. A straight up checkmate. If I say something and you stuck, or you say, I don't even know how to respond to that. If I catch you stuck, clip it, please. People, please clip it. Because 2024 was a year of accountability. 2025 is a year's action. I caught a lot of people in accountability last year. A lot. This year is the year of action, which means I caught you saying a lot of shit that I caught you on, and you be like, Now, if you say that bullshit again to me and I catch you, I need you guys to clip that motherfucker. I need you to say, yo, Resla, just want to send you this shit. Resla opinionated at gmail.com. Oh, one word. Hey, I caught this shit, motherfucker was slipping. Use this for your short. And I'm not even gonna lie to you folks. At the end of the year, we will do a whole video of everybody who got checkmated, whether it's here on this channel or on anyone else's channel that I visit. Checkmated. We will do a year of checkmates. I've also called you a black man. Just letting you know. Do you have an expiration date on your black card, by the way? I don't think anyone ever sanctioned it to have an expiration date. And you got to renew or something. I don't know. Because people be acting up. This shit is crazy. I got about a minute left in this video. Y'all let me know what's going on. Tell me where I'm going crazy.
Like, There's a whole
Action.
bunch of
Action. Go ahead, Casper.
God damn,
Action.
I don't know. Fucking. I'm gonna repeat myself. Every time you bring a black pill around, everyone gets excited. I'm sorry. Okay, now I'm done. So when I'm
Fucking black pill. The fucking black pill.
Okay, never mind. Leaving it alone.
when it's
Then stop talking about black pills.
there is no such a thing. It's just information.
I swear I have not rewatched this video. This is the first time watching it with you. God damn. Even I said it in real time. Jesus Christ. I was drinking. I had a whole bunch of Heinekens, folks. I had like fucking 12 Heinekens. Jesus Christ. I didn't even know I said that shit.
That's all it is. There's no such thing as a black pill. Everything is just information. And some sections talk about some
Well,
information, and some sections say that the
one
other
perceives
section
it.
does. That's it. So when somebody tells me like stop worrying about black pills, it's like telling me don't get informed. But I'm just chilling, bro. It's a chill stream. Like no, that my everyone needs to change. And right now you have half agenda that's pretending
Agreed.
the problem doesn't exist. You have like a quarter of the other gender saying get your bootstraps on, try harder, bro. And you have
Agreed.
a whole bunch of dudes who have no idea what's going on. And then you have
Agreed.
a whole bunch of dudes who saw it coming. And if you zoom out enough, you can like what we were talking about was just a layer, which is generations, but it's so much more fucked than that. It's a lattice. It's like a 3D thing. And then you add time. It's a constant moving thing. And then you can work out why no one can fucking run a study that can hold its breath.
Well, we don't care about this. See,
Yeah,
the
but
more and
like,
more
you
I
know,
read, the more and more I look into studies, the more and more I find these flaws.
Same.
And like,
So apparently that was the end of what I clipped. And the point that I was putting it out there is a point that we need to look past what the past has done. Motherfuckers, they dying. They going off the cliff. They going off the cliff. The future starts now. It doesn't matter what the fuck they did. What matters is that we kicked them out. We watched them wither away in the sun, and we decide what's new. Salute. Salute to you. Salute, Hornet. It doesn't matter what they did. Their time is done. Do you think I sit here and complain about what my grandmother or my great grandmother did? No, I don't. What matters is what we do. Because here's the truth of the matter, folks. Whether you are an Xer today, whether you are still a boomer today, whether you are still a millennial today, do you know who's judging you right now? Z and the coming up generation of Alpha. Those motherfuckers outside of X, because those are the ones you're really competing with. You're competing with them when it comes to Social Security. You're competing them when it comes to housing. Because boomers have a lot of the housing demographics, folks. They own a lot. And keep in mind, there's a lot of boomers that don't have shit. A lot of boomers are homeless. A lot of boomers have been living minimum wage the same way how we have. Same way how we have. So it's not all of them. But for those motherfuckers at the top, they're leaving it to someone. Motherfuckers, let's look at it this way. Let's look at it this way, folks. Let's look at it this way. When, not if, when Warren Buffett dies, who is he leaving his wealth to? Think about that for a moment. Think about that for a moment. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. When Warren Buffett dies, who is he leaving his wealth to? I need you to think about this. That's a very important question. Is he leaving it to family? Is he leaving it to an organization?
Is he leaving? Who in his family is he giving it to? Is it his children, his great grandchildren? Is he leaving it to a ward? Is he leaving it to someone who's a figurehead of a company that he has? Who is Warren Buffett leaving his wealth to? Y'all are so busy in the game of pointing, it's your fault that I'm not rich. It's your fault that I'm not rich. It's your fault that I'm not eating a Wagyu steak. It's your fault that I only get to eat New York strips. It's your fault that I got to eat on ramen every night. It's your fault that I have to keep slurping it up spam. And you're not paying attention to the opportunities that are ahead of you. Y'all seen the movie The Pursuit of Happiness? Keep in mind that very important. Pursuit. You're not guaranteed a fucking thing. You're not owed anything. What are you doing to prepare yourself for the future? How many of you have already said that I'm not doing that well? And I see this old person who said that they ain't got no family members, they ain't got nothing. And then just saying, look at this old bitch. Look at this old bitch. She old bitch, she ain't got nobody. Old bitch. And yet she's just saying, I just wish that somebody would at least give me the name of their children and I would leave everything to their children. I'd be fucking, you know what I would say? If I knew some old bitch, some old boomer who didn't have no family members and she made a shit ton of money, you know what I would say? Crazy mama. You want to make a kid? You want to make a kid? I know a crazy old bitch. Boomer bitch, she about to die any day. She got a shit ton of wealth. All we gotta do is name a whatever the fuck her name is. You want to make a baby? That bitch got a shit ton of money. She got a shit ton of money. All we gotta do, we'll change the name later. We're the parents. We'll change the name later. We'll change the name after the bitch is buried. We'll change the name later. You want to fuck right now? We'll fuck right now. Sign me up. We'll fuck right. Yo, CJ already beat me to it. So sign me up. We'll fuck right now. She said she leave everything? Everything. Just to have the name for the kid, we'll change it later. You don't think that's worth it? You ain't see this bitch's portfolio? The fuck if I'm not nothing? You think I'm not? I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna be looking at you. I'll be bust every night gonna sound like a crazy mama. And then looking at her like toe tapping the ground. You pregnant yet? You pregnant yet? You pregnant yet? I be getting mad. I be mad with her in the bathroom looking at the stick. The fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Why aren't you pregnant yet? I be throwing this stick across the fucking room. The fuck are we doing here? Why aren't you pregnant? You did not see this heifer's portfolio? Are you shitting me? Boomers they're going. And when they do, the only people who are looking at what's going to be left behind are millennials and X. And too many of you guys who are already millennials are blaming how the world looks now because of boomers and not how good the world will be if you can capitalize off of what they are about to leave. That's the point I'm making. Y'all missing the opportunity. You're missing it. You're missing it. You are missing it. You're missing it. And the one benefit, and I said this to Casper, I said this on that stream, the one thing that you have as a benefit over them is the one thing they had over you. Time. Time, folks. This has been a long one. You guys let me know what you think. I've been cooking for a long time. Link in the chat.
pin to the top of the chat. And I'm gonna do a quick break, but in the meantime, I haven't done an update yet to my system. I definitely need to update for a couple of things that are going on. I'm going to hit a quick promo, which is an old promo, but let me know those who want to join up. Hit that link, and I'll be with you in a moment.
Is Resto Chesto?
Crystal made this shit.
OG, do dirty, flipping banks in the back, stuffing the blunt, fat sack, jet black Cadillac, stacks in the mattress, cash cow status, walk in the streets, heat talk, no practice, blood blazing, smoke hazing, OGs in the attic, crispy clean kids, ain't nothing static, southern nights, trap dreams, raw matic, light it up, inhale the magic, erratic, down south, making moves, 808s, hit raw, sip the lean, slow the scene, outlaws on call, counting bills, run the grills, trap house ball, switches in the air, grandiose alcohol, dirty dope dreams, crew so mean, like some movie scene, trap king, royally king, purple haze phase, hazy days, cash in the streams, hit the streets, beast mode, blitzy juice schemes, OG too dirty, leaning like the tower, got the power, hour after hour, living fast, mile high, never sour, came up from the grid, dirty money flower, blood blazing, smoke hazing, OGs in the attic, crispy clean kicks, ain't nothing static, southern nights, trap dreams, raw matic, light it up, inhale the magic, erratic. OG too dirty, leaning like the tower, got the power, hour after hour, living fast, mile high, never sour, came up from the grid, dirty money flower, blood blazing, smoke hazing, OGs in the attic, crispy clean kicks, ain't nothing static, southern nights, trap dreams, raw matic, light it up, inhale the magic, erratic.
You, what's going on? Okay, we back. We in it. Whew. Yeah, I went for a long. I had to cook on this one for a little bit. But this is also what happens when I have stuff to review because I used to do reviews and stuff on the channel, whatever. Usually I just kind of cut back because we were a channel that did a lot of different reviews and different stuff that happened all over the internet. But instead, I opted out for it to really give you guys more salient conversations of what was going on, giving my perspective on different things. And that's usually why you guys are not really used to it. Crazy Mama said, we went a whole ass hour. I used to do this a lot, Crazy Mama, before you got acclimated to the channel. I used to do a whole bunch of different reviews. I used to do a whole shit that would get me going for a while before I open up the panel. So I can do this. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I need people, you know. I used to cook for a while before doing anything else. But with that being said, let's open it up to the guys that we got going over here in the channel. I got people that's over in the back. I got James, like talk up in here, and I also got CJ. What's up, my guys? What's going on?
What's up, bro? Dude, that was good, dude. Dirty. I didn't know you did rapping. That's good. Good rapping. I don't know if you know the inside joke, but it's funny to me.
Yeah, I mean, I listen. I'm not new to a lot of this. Like I've been on the internet longer than most people realize. So yes, I did a lot of stuff that you guys don't see, but there's a lot of stuff that I did well before the layout that you have now. I know that for a lot of people, like, you know, I need people in order to, you know, to be able to do my channel. No, I could cook. I've literally had streams where I've cooked for about 2 to 3 hours by myself. I didn't open up the panel, but no fucking body. I can talk. Listen, nobody's giving me better advice than myself. I can talk to myself. like,
I've heard all geniuses talk to themselves.
listen.
Oh man, I'm a
OG
genius.
is listen. OG is my guy. A lot of people have it misconstrued, misconstrued. I've been doing my thing for a little bit. I've been trying to open up a lot of different stuff. OG has been one of my biggest advocates for me doing my thing, and I like to promote those who I believe are wholeheartedly my friends. So I think a lot of people are not paying attention to OG, and I get it. He doesn't.
I mean, more power to him is all I was saying. It sounded good to me.
He doesn't go live a lot, but when he does have something to say, he has a lot of shit. A lot of people don't understand a lot of the shit that we got up earlier in the DVD. That was all his idea. He literally came to me to pitch the idea for the DVD. Before we even came up with the idea, he was like, "Hey, do you want to do this? Do you want to do that? Whatever." And I was sitting there like, "Oh, what do we do with this? What do we do with that?" And when he pitched the idea as to what the show would be about, he's like, it's a lot like what you do, what we talk about, but at the same time, we can get into fuckery, we can do into serious shit, we can do the things that people are not really talking about. And I was like, I like that because you know what it kind of remind me of? If you guys haven't seen it, it kind of remind me of a mix between what we used to do in the old days of like some of the Black Sphere, Manosphere kind of thing, but at the same time, it kind of remind me of, if you ever seen Brett Cooper, the comment section, it reminded me of that. So she used to be part of the Daily Wire. She left, but it kind of reminded me a little bit of in between that. And when he sold me on it, I said, absolutely. He said, we just need a name. And we went through it for a while. And that's how we came up with the Drop By Discussions, the DVD. And that's how we got started. And now we're OG, what are we like 30 episodes in now? Damn. I can't believe it's like already been like close to 30 episodes.
Well, yeah, I know who Brett Cooper is. Yep.
Yeah, but that's kind of how the art that's kind of how it all got started. So yeah, he's the mastermind behind that. I just try to make sure that I'm up for it. But like most of the time he comes in, like we get started, he's like, you got anything today? And I'm like, fuck, I ain't got shit. He's like, oh, you know, I got this, I got that, I'm like, fuck, man. All right, let me know. Which is why like he'll drop a lot of stuff that we got to review, and I try to take a look at it ahead of time to know what we're about to talk about. And then I know a lot of people are used to me on a platform, so they come in, and then I try to navigate the conversation as best as I can to let them have free range, because it's not held to the same constraints as Opinionated. The DBD, the Drop By Discussions, is not the same as Opinionated.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not. We allow a lot of shit to fly through. Now, keep in mind, OG and I share the stream, so we're both doing our own different streams, collabing together, which means that even though it's more open to people expounding their thoughts, that doesn't mean that we're not both subjected to shit going wrong. Like we both take accountability for that stuff. So that means we do monitor how far a stream goes. But OG's my guy. Yeah, OG is my guy. With that being said, enough for the break. I'll be cooking for a little bit. Tell me, James, CJ, what are your thoughts on this aspect of should we hate the boomers? Because I've given a strong case, and there's a whole lot more there's a whole lot more I can get into if I want to, because I've been talking about this for quite some time. Believe me, I know. For those who know I talked to people who are boomers. I talk to people who are boomers today. What are your thoughts on it?
Well, based on your case, I'm looking at the people that are below the boomers now. I'm going to judge them now and see what they up to. Means they're going to be my next leaders. You know.
I mean, well, I look at it this way.
Cause I'm Gen Z.
Yeah, I'll say to both of you. Oh, you said you're Gen. Wait. How old are you?
I thought you were a millennial, bro.
27. I'm 27.
Okay.
I'm the beginning of Gen Z.
Yeah, you are. Yeah,
I'm the very beginning.
Yeah. So I would say to now, and I ask a question to CJ and myself, and even to you. I'll say it to that, James. If you were, let's just say you're way later. I know as we're younger, especially in our 20s, we don't really see ourselves that much older. And as CJ, I know you and I, as we get old, we never think of ourselves that way.
I want to hate them. I just don't know that it's justified. You know, I really want to though.
Yeah, we want to hate it. Like when we look at people, we go, "You fucking old," and then one day we wake up in the mirror, and we go, "The fuck is that?" And then we realize that, yeah, exactly, you know exactly. And then we go, "What the fuck is that?" And then we realize
second boat, nothing for the kid. Okay.
And then we realize that we're on our way as well. You know. So the idea is that if you're almost at that age where you know that, any day might be your last, any year could be your last. When you look back and you say, what the fuck have I done? Has it been any better? Not just for your family, but just society in general. It makes you wonder. Now, you may not be thinking about this at your age now, James. I know I didn't when I was at your age.
I don't know. I am.
And well, I didn't. I would say for me, I didn't at your age. It didn't happen for me until I was like maybe 36, where I really started thinking about it. Because so much, like you couldn't pay me to be in my 20s again. You couldn't. 30s were not bad. 40s have really opened my mind to, like, I never really thought about what I didn't have until I started being in my 40s. In my 20s, I thought about everything I could have.
Yeah.
In my 30s, is everything I should have. And everything in my 40s made me think about everything I didn't have. That's just me, though.
Yeah, in some ways, I think about the things that I should already have.
The conversation for a lot of adults. The conversation for a lot of adults that we find in sentiments is this. When we are young, we know nothing. When we are teenagers, we think we know everything. When we are in our 20s, we know everything. When we are in our 30s, we know that we know nothing. And when we're in our 40s, we're trying to get everything that we didn't have before.
I know nothing.
I'm
an idiot.
Well, there are plenty of people in their 20s that believe that they know everything because in their 20s, you couldn't tell them shit. I mean, in their teens, they couldn't tell them shit. So in their 20s, they feel like they definitely know everything. When they're in their 30s, they'll realize they don't know nothing at all. And then your 40s will be your 30s or going up to your 40s will be you trying to catch up. The Khan's trying to say it's a matter perspective. Absolutely. Some people are just we're not all built the same. We're not all supposed to be built the same. I said it the same way in life. Like some people are born ahead in the race of life. Some people are born behind as a race of life. That doesn't mean that's where you're stuck. Most people are born in the middle, which means that somewhere along life, you can be a person who can be behind in the race and run all the way up to middle, or even run past middle all the way to the front. There are people who are ahead of life who fall behind into middle. And then some who are just not really doing well and they fall behind in the path. Where you start is not where you finish, is the point that I'm making. So life is literally what you make it, but it all depending on how you pay attention to life. And I think a lot of people don't go about paying attention to life the way they should.
I might
Why
not be a good
why is
example
Nightbot
of a good.
spamming like 3 times in my freaking chat? Let me clip some of this because that's kind of
I was just
irritating.
gonna say I agree with you, although I might not be a shining example of agreeing with that. But like, you have to have that kind of mindset, or you're definitely never gonna make anything of yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like life is what you make it. Because we talk about people who were born into money, who didn't understand adversity, and they fell behind. And we've also seen the people who had nothing, who have been able to build themselves the wealth. And to be honest, if you want to talk about the people who really don't get it, who are really disenfranchised, it's those who sit in the middle. Because there are people who have been born to comfort, who don't know hardships, who don't know wealth, and they don't know what it's like to fall below, but they also don't know what it's like to rise above. And I think that's the majority of people. Most people
I've seen both.
are coasting.
And I promise you, you don't want to learn it late.
You
I've
don't want
seen
to learn
both.
it late. You don't. You're
On
absolutely correct.
It's
You
harder.
don't want to learn that. You're
I've
absolutely
I've
correct.
seen I've seen it both, going through the rough times and also going through comfortable times.
Yeah.
I've seen both.
I always think about the poem. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. You do not, and most people don't even realize it. But when you're going through life, most of your times are worse than it is better. I think about it in terms of the Olympics. Most people go through backbreaking efforts to perfect their craft, going through injuries and everything else for a few moments of success. And do you know what they call it? Awesomeness.
Awesomeness.
Nothing made you go through years of backbreaking. Like think about
That
think about
analogy
gymnasts.
makes a lot of sense,
Yeah,
actually.
think about gymnasts. They break their backs doing death defying twirls and flips and everything to make it to the Olympics. And then when they win the gold, it's literally a few minutes. It's less than a half hour of being on the stage to get the
Yeah, and a
gold.
week later, nobody remembers, or 2 weeks later, or whatever it is. You know, what I mean,
And
maybe they do.
they
Ones,
spend the
but
bulk of their life just to get it. I'm just saying. That's not to say that they can't build anything off of that in the future or leverage their position because they were an Olympic gymnast. But when you think about the totality of what they were willing to sacrifice, and that's the key point of life, you know, sacrifice. And the sacrifice comes with something that we don't really think about. How much I gave. I gave my body. I gave
well,
my
that's one
my
of
my
the
skills.
things I'm in opposition with to the boomers. I think because the boomers are like, "I'll pull yourself up by your bootstraps," and it's just like, I think the era has changed to a point where it's like we've heard that enough almost. But I mean, I'm not saying I'm right about that. It's just
Well, let's just be honest. Even those in this day and age who still now would say Gen X, maybe even some millennials who turn around and say the whole pull up your bootstraps, they learned that concept from someone else.
The boom.
They learned the phrasing from someone else, but they haven't learned what it actually means. You know, let's just be honest. If I'm sitting here busting my ass doing whatever, but I hear like let's just say a politician, like let's just say AOC, and then she came to me and said, Wrestler, pull yourself up with a bootstrap. First of all, I say, fuck you.
well, hey, the other angle it could be they're telling me to read communication books. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's what they're trying to tell me, and I'm not hearing. I don't know.
Well, it depends on what they're saying. But let's be honest, most people who turn around and say you pull up with your bootstraps are pretty much just telling you in hindsight. Stop being a pussy. Which, let's be honest, like for a lot of fathers growing up, for those who have fathers, especially for older ones, they say, "Stop being a pussy. You're being a little bitch," which really doesn't say anything to you except for just calling you a slur. You understand what it's supposed to mean. You stop and if you took it literal, then you were literally lost. Yeah, if you took it literal, you were literally lost. Stop being a vagina. Huh? Dad, that don't make no fucking sense. How could I be a vagina? I can never be a vagina. Like, you know what I mean, pussy? I can't be a pussy. Dad, what the fuck are you saying? Dad, you don't make any sense. And for them, you're the weird one. You're weird for not understanding their analogies, their metaphors. When the truth of the matter is, they just say, stop being weak. And it's like, how am I being weak if no one's really testing me? You know, versus the fathers that I have witnessed, not that I've gone through it, but I've witnessed who say that they chastise their sons because they don't want them to be weak. And I'm just like, so let me understand this. In order for your kids to take care of bullying in school, you bully them at home, and that makes sense. Okay, sure. Doesn't make sense, but okay. But I can say doesn't make sense because I can say I am a kid that did not grow up with a father. I can say that as someone who didn't grow up with a father. But I can also tell you that I grew up being able to be someone who who understands discipline and be able to discipline himself and be able to also discipline other young men without having a father. You know, there are plenty of men out here who turn around and say, because of their father and their father's father and their father's father, I didn't make it anywhere as well because I was still always craving a father figure. And I'm just going like, I didn't grow up without a father, and I didn't crave a father figure because with the kind of responsibility, with the kind of love that I had in my life, it didn't require him. I was literally taught not to require. You want to call this indoctrination to his indoctrination. I was literally taught not to require a father. How does that happen? Having enough family members, having enough women, having enough men, more men than women, by the way, who said you didn't need a father, you have us. And most of those uncles or whatever weren't around. And you being trained not to ask about your father. That's me.
Dang,
I was trained not to ask about my father.
that's cold.
I was literally trained. But imagine this, James. Mommy, who's my daddy? Why do you need to know about your daddy? Aren't you not loved? Aren't you not taken care of? Do I not
That's
provide
just
enough for
cold.
you? Aren't you able to eat? Don't you sleep in a warm bed? Aren't you have clothes? Don't you get Christmas presents? Why do you need to worry about your father? And you're sitting there going, you're right.
But shouldn't every man
Why
know
am I
his
asking
father?
about him? I have all these great things. Good luck. That's your starting of indoctrination.
Yeah,
But
that's
shouldn't every man know his father though?
Wait. That's how I was brought up.
I just find that cold.
That's how I was brought up. So do you know, check this out. I am 42 years old. Do you want to know when I found out what my father's name was? My actual father's name was?
Probably
Spoiler
not
alert.
after
Spoiler alert. 42 years old.
just now. Dang.
I was conditioned not to ask. And it happened during a time when I was drinking and chilling with my mother, and we were having a conversation. And she was like, wait, you never asked. And I said, yeah, I was conditioned not to ask. And she was like, do I want to tell you? And I was like, I don't care. I'm 40 fucking two. And we had the conversation. And then because of that, blew my mind to a whole other shit that I didn't know about my own family. Because I had already distanced myself from so many family members. But knowing what I know now, even more to addition to all other stuff that I didn't know, made me think that what I did was the right choice. This is why I don't like family secrets. I don't like family secrets. By the way, folks, for the 14.2 people that's probably here, you heard some real shit about my life. I say 14.2 because I gotta leave it up to my midgets. All right, I'll be honest with you. 14.4. I gotta leave it to my small people. I really don't like family secrets. Midgets add up. Exactly. I like midgets. Y'all shape my life. Best sex ever. Top 5. Top 5. One of the best. Simply the best. Better than all the rest. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Shout out to Tina. Family secrets suck. Absolutely. Family secrets are what made me realize that I wasn't family at all. Family secrets are what made me realize why I never belonged. Made me realize why I felt different. I would have, not for nothing, this is what I say to those who watch, for those who watch or read the Harry Potter books. He was better off. Let me say why he was better off. He was better off being under the steps. He was better off being accepted into Hogwarts because at least from the beginning he knew he didn't belong because he knew the people that he stayed with wasn't for him. Imagine you being stuck in a situation where you think that they're supposed to be the ones for you and you're being mistreated. Imagine if Harry thought that his aunt and his uncle really cared about him but treated him the way that they did. Versus that he already knew instinctually they didn't care because he knew he had a mother and father. And keep in mind how they could have broke him. They could have broke him by saying that we took care of you because your mother and father didn't get killed. Didn't get killed, folks. They could have said your mother and father didn't care about you. They left you. We cared about you, so that's why we took care of you. He could have been fucked up. But because the narrative was his parents was killed, that's what kept Harry from not hating his mother and father. If his aunt and uncle fucked his head up early by saying that they left you rather than they were killed, Harry Potter would be different today. And that's the power of indoctrination, folks. Just want to put that out there for you. I need you to just chew on that for a moment. Think of how different the story would have been. He would have been happy living underneath the steps. Think about it. The only premise that saved Harry was not only just receiving the owl, inviting him to Hogwarts, but also him knowing from his aunt that his mother and father were killed, even though he didn't know how. Think about it. But he was been living with them since he was what? A baby. Not a toddler, not a young adult, a baby. His aunt and uncle, even though they hated him out of jealousy, especially the aunt, felt the need to tell him that his parents were killed. They could have lied. They could have said, you are our kid. Spoiler. to indoctrination.
You clearly aren't a Christian then if you're going to lie. I'm just kidding.
Just saying. Think of how crazy that story could have just been not a story at all. If they simply just said, there was no aunt, there was no mother or father. We are your mother and father.
I want to respond to Uncle Fatty if it's okay.
Sure. I know you want to respond to him. Blame God.
Well, it's not God's fault. It's humanity's fault. God gave us free will to choose. So don't blame God. Blame humanity.
Well, I'm gonna back off. I'm gonna be a little bit of a devil's advocate. Not that I believe, I'm gonna be a devil's advocate. If God gave us the position to choose, then we can blame God for giving us the position to choose. At any time,
I know it's
God,
a mindfuck, dude. I go through the same
at
shit.
any time, God can command, but God decided He wants us to choose. God played the game and saying that I don't want to force them. I want them to choose me. I want them to choose to love me.
But allowing us to choose is love.
Listen. I'm not for nothing, James. I know a lot of parents. You know what parents don't normally hold up as an option?
Choose me.
To love.
Oh, to love.
To love. I don't know many parents that say I want my kids to choose to love me. I don't know many parents that do that. Most parents use it as a requirement. You need to love me. I carried you. I wiped your ass. I fed you via bottle or via tits. I fucking fed you. How dare you? God doesn't require that from you, though. But even most parents will tell you that, how dare you treat me like this?
Yeah, but human beings, you can't
Huh?
compare to God.
Wait.
Compare God to human beings.
Wait. Well, whose fault is that? Is that human beings or God's? God gave them the choice.
Human beings, because they have the choice.
No,
Simply because they have the choice.
Who gave them a choice?
You can't blame God, no.
Who gave them a choice, sir? They ate the apple.
Just because God gave them a choice,
who gave them a choice,
it doesn't mean
sir?
God
They
told
ate
them
the
to choose
apple.
that.
We're
God
descendants
God
of the
begs them
apple.
to choose
Who gave them a
right.
choice, sir?
Yeah, but God begs them to choose right, though.
No, God begs
yes,
no
he
one.
does.
God does not beg.
He asks
God does not
humanity.
beg. God commands. God does not
beg's
beg.
a little strong. Okay,
God does
beg's a
not
little
beg.
strong of a word.
God does not beg. Show
But
me where
he
God begs.
asks.
He asked.
He strongly asks.
No. He asked. No, he doesn't ask. No, he doesn't ask. He gives you the choice. He doesn't ask. He would prefer it.
Actually, there's a principle where God
prefers. He does not ask. He does not demand that people. He prefers that you choose him. He does not demand that you choose him, because if he demanded, he would not give you a choice.
Yeah, I've never said that he demanded.
No. So he prefers that you choose that you choose him of your own volition. So technically, if boomers are pawns, and Uncle Fatty says blame God, he's not entirely wrong.
That's wrong, because how can it be pawns? Pawns would insinuate someone has control of them.
Wait.
Be a pawn.
If they choose to bankrupt the current the future generations, if they choose to quote, I mentioned Warren Buffett, who's a boomer, who is a boomer, by the way. If they choose to take up the stock market to rake up as much housing,
and they're not a pawn because
I see it more like
a pawn means you have to have someone has control of them, though. That insinuates control.
Are you telling me that if your financial advisor says that if you don't do this, you're about to lose a
They
shit
still had
ton
a
of money?
choice.
No, no, no,
They
no.
still had
If you're
yes, they
no, no,
did
no.
because they could have chose to go against their financial advisor.
Jake,
Yeah,
I'm
like
gonna
you have the choice
wait, no,
to
wait,
be
wait, wait.
homeless.
I got
Like,
to see. I got to see Jake.
If their financial advisor
No, no, no. I
controls,
got this. No, no, I got this, CJ. I got. I know where you're going. I got this, CJ. Jake. I know you like to be very moralistic, but if the consequences came up to you or abject poverty, are you telling me that you're choosing poverty for not just you but also your family?
huh?
Are you choosing poverty for yourself and your family?
You talking to me or Jake?
You, sir. No, you heard me.
Oh,
Say, I said Jake. I said James. I said James. Dude,
no, you said Jake.
James, are you choosing ever poverty for you and your family of your own volition or God?
Wait a minute. So am I choosing poverty or God?
Sir, I can't. Well, I feel like I'm having a conversation with Casper right now. I can't make it any clearer. Are you choosing poverty for not just yourself, but also your future family? Or
Of course
God?
not, but I still have a choice
No,
though. I still have a
you said,
choice
of
though.
course
I
not. You said, of
chose
course
though
not.
of my
So
free
you just made the
militia
decision
though.
that they made as
I
well.
chose.
Oh,
I
first,
chose of
wait,
my free militia
crazy mama,
though.
clip that.
I
That's a
still
checkmate. That's
chose.
a
It's still
checkmate.
a choice. No, it's
That's a
still a
crazy mama.
choice.
That's a checkmate. That's a
That's
checkmate.
not checkmate. You didn't checkmate anything. Because
That's a
I still have
checkmate.
choice. I still have a
That's a checkmate.
choice.
That's a
So
checkmate.
just because I choose something doesn't mean that I still don't have free
Of
choice
your
though.
own volition, sir. Of
Yeah,
your
but
own
I
volition.
chose out of free
Which
choice
means that
though.
you, which
I
means
wasn't a
you,
pawn,
which
sir.
means
I
you just
wasn't a pawn.
you literally
Sir, I
chose your
wasn't a
family
pawn.
over. You literally chose your family over God, sir. That's the
But I
checkmate.
wasn't a
And
pawn though, sir.
crazy
Because the
mama.
idea of
That's
a
a checkmate.
pawn
That is
is that
that
someone
is
else
the
has
first
control
checkmate for
over me. That's not a
January
checkmate. That's
13th,
not a checkmate.
Monday,
He's wrong. That's not a
2025.
checkmate.
Mama,
But
crazy mama, clip that.
that's not a
Clip that.
checkmate.
I'm not doing it.
He's
Crazy
wrong.
mama, I need you to clip that. I need you to go down in the chat. You see the clip button? I need you to clip that because that's a checkmate. That's a check. That's the
That's
first
not a
one.
checkmate. That is not no checkmate. Because I still had the free choice though. You forgot about the part
You
about the
chose your
pawn.
family.
You're
You chose your
trying to
family
throw the
over
pawn part
God.
out though. The argument was about the pawn, not
You chose your family over
the free
God,
choice.
sir.
Hello, Mr. Enigmatic.
You chose
But
your family, sir,
the point
over
was the
God.
pawn part, not the
A
the part we
pawn.
was arguing was about the pawn.
Which means that you would choose.
But I wasn't controlled by nobody though. I chose.
Yeah, you were controlled by
No,
being.
I was not.
Yes, sir.
I
You were
could have
controlled by
chose the other
stability
one.
of your
I
family.
could have chose the other one.
You're controlled by the stability of
I just
upholding your
chose not
family
to choose
over
the other one.
God. That is a checkmate.
No,
Yes.
because I could have chose property. It may
did
not have been the best outcome,
you
but I
chose
still could have chose it. I still had a choice.
of your own volition. You chose properly. I'm not knocking you for choosing it. You chose properly. You wanted the
But I still could have chose
benefits
property
of
though.
your
If I
family.
wanted to.
I'm not
Out
knocking
of
you
free
for it, but that
choice.
is a checkmate.
No. No, because that's not the point. That was the
It is
point.
the
That
point.
was no.
It is.
No.
It is the point.
No,
People,
because I wasn't controlled by somebody. I chose.
you were. You were. You were
No.
controlled. Let me tell you why you were controlled. You were controlled by the outcomes, the destiny of your family.
But I still could have chose because I still had a free choice though.
No, sir. No. You
Yeah.
were. You were. You didn't know what the outcomes of your family could be like, so you chose the benefit of them. Absolutely.
Because
Like, I mean, that
poverty.
goes back to what, like, we're operating on the best information we have at the time,
That's
like
the
all of us,
information
right?
we have.
Still a choice, sir. I mean.
You chose them. You chose them. I get it. It's a shitty situation. I get it. I'm not knocking you for it. I get it. Why you made this? I would have made the same choice. I'm not even gonna knock you. I'm not gonna knock you. I would have made the same choice.
I would have done it. I'm not knocking you for it. But it just so happens that this is a choice that I think a lot of people will turn to. A lot of people are not going to condemn not just their family, but their future progeny as well. I get it. I'm not knocking you because when you have to weigh things, some things seem a little bit more heavier than others. You at the end of the day, human beings are selfish because they want to see their future offsprings be in the future. That's why I'm not knocking you for it. I get it. I don't have any kids myself. But if my kids have me here, I would give up everything. I give up everything. I'd be homeless if they were living in a high rise. I give it up. I mean, probably not a high rise, but I give it up.
No, the point is, you do anything for your kids.
At the end of the
Yeah.
day, from ourselves,
That's part of your soul, I hope.
At the end of the day, from ourselves to the cells in our body, even the cells in our body do the best as they can to replicate.
And I was just gonna say, like, for somebody like me, this is not my mid 30s now. You know, I started listening to all these Christian podcasters when I was like early 30s. It's just like I have to go against that just to get anywhere. And preaching that shit is like, I don't know. It just didn't seem to help me in the way I was told it was gonna help me. It just looked like it was a gatekeeping thing that I have to be around your little group in order to get anywhere or whatever. I don't know. You get demonized for not. It's just a whole.
Okay. Apparently, we need to do something because apparently this is Casper. Do you want to come up? Apparently, I have to invite.
Yeah, I don't have much to add here.
No. It's not you. It's not a you thing. Casper, do you want to come up? I have to invite you up. Apparently, I've been invited up on platforms, but apparently, I need to invite you up. Doesn't stop you from being in the chat, but do you want to come up, Casper? I formally invite you up. Here is the link, especially for you, Casper. This is this link. No. This link is especially. I don't want no one else to click on the link. I need Angry Casper to click on the link. This link is for you. I don't want to hear no sir, just saying. This link is for you. I don't want to feel like you have been targeted, you have been singled out, and you have not been able to expound on any points that you have. This is your chance to clarify the room from the conversation that we've been having earlier. It's not. I because this is gonna be the documentation that I am giving you a platform to be able to expound upon what you need to say in case there has been any form of injustice brought towards you. So I just need to know that you said no, it's a good show. It's too heavy. I don't think it's too heavy because we're talking about roughly what we've been talking about boomers and how we're gonna move into the future. And we've even got a Zier. We got roughly a Zier. We got millennials. We got millennials. You're a millennial. We're born the same year, by the way, Casper. I think that we can have this conversation. So that link is just for you. Just for you. And I think that if you want to bring up this conversation, cool. But I don't want you to turn around and say that I did not bring forth an open platform to say that you and I and the rest of us cannot have a conversation. And if you just want a conversation between you and I, just let me know. Let me know you and I can have a private conversation because, quite frankly, I do private conversations as well. You said documentation, as in this stream. This stream is online. I say, listen, and for those you don't know, I gotta repeat this. Especially I do open panels. I really gotta do a trailer. First rule is that be careful about what you do on the internet and what you say on the internet, because when you do that,
You tell the world who you are. Second rule is that you can do 3 things within the second rule. You can apologize because sometimes we say things that get on people's nerves or whatever case may be, and we can take it the wrong way. So that means you can either apologize, you can clarify your point, or you can double down and stand your ground. And the third rule, these are just core rules for the channel, which means here on the panel or even in the chat, core rules. Third rule is that anytime no one's holding you hostage, you can actually be able to leave the channel anytime you like. Door's still open, by the way, but anytime you feel free to want to leave the channel, you can absolutely do so. So I don't want you to believe that we cannot have a particular conversation here on this stream. Angry Casper, I like you. I like you. It's not too heavy of a conversation because you and I have already started the basis of the conversation, which is why I laid it out. I laid the groundwork up for a lot of people, and we can have that particular conversation. If you want to continue that conversation, because I know we had a little bit of talk even after the show about it, that's not a problem. Yeah, I agree, dude. We spoke. I agree. I agree. I just want to make sure that, I don't want you to feel like I'm doing anything or I'm manipulating anything or I'm cheating on you. And it's not that at all. It just so happens that this was a conversation that got brought up in December, by the way, from Mama and even Mayo about me having an show like this. And it just so happens I'm doing the show, but prior to the show already being scheduled, you and I already had a conversation that I thought was a couple of days ago, but apparently it turned out to be yesterday. Let you know how good I am when it comes to time. And we rock it out from there. And by the way, welcome into the chat, Caucasian Sasquatch. What's going on, my guy? Thank you for showing up. Thank you for showing up. He said he can't even talk right now. I lost my voice yesterday. Oh, shit. Damn. Gotta stop that karaoke. You gotta stop that karaoke.
Oh, it could be whatever's going around.
Could be. Could be.
Something going around.
He's probably singing his voice, singing his ass off, and that's why he got that Probably went to the freaking bin, sung his ass off, and he lost his voice. Not all of us is made for that. I'm just saying. He said the Uber flu.
Uber. Oh, Uber.
I'm just saying. So yeah, I'm not I'm not knocking you, Jake. For James. Oh, I think you Jinx. Jake. You know what? Because there was somebody in the email I kept looking at, so I keep thinking Jake. I'm not knocking you. I'm not there's somebody literally in the email
I was wondering why Jake.
No, it's a work thing. Someone I know, Jake, keeps emailing me. That's why I'm getting stuck on Jake. So James, I'm not knocking you for choosing family whatever first, because typically we choose offspring first. I'm not knocking you at all. So it is what it is. I don't blame you. I probably would do it myself, to be honest with you. Not all of us is as moral as we claim to be. Because quite frankly, we do want to make sure that some part of us survive. Even if it's not us, which is weird, but some parts of us survive. So I'm not knocking you for that. I get it.
Ain't that in a way still moral though? Because you're supposed to pass on your seed and stuff. And
we are.
You're called to do that by God.
We are, but at the same time, we are. But let's be honest. At the same time, no one has ever passed up their seed, and when they die, they've been able to regain their consciousness in their seed.
Yeah, one of the narratives I hear repeated a lot is not everyone gets to procreate. They're just talking about all that.
Wait.
What kind of hope?
That's evolution.
Wait. That's not a narrative. That is
not. I'm aware it's facts. I'm not going to accept it, but I'm aware it's facts.
Wait. That's not a narrative. That is truth.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm aware it's facts, but I'm still not going to accept it. I mean,
throughout history, I know they're like
I'm not accepting it for me. I mean,
No, I get that. But throughout history, they like to play the numbers lower. But literally about only 40% of men who are born, even if a mother has multiple men, only the number is about 40%. I know that, like to say the 20%
I'm
of the men,
39% world just don't know it yet.
20% of the men are knocking up half the population, whatever. But 40% of men in total are really the ones who are about really procreating, whether it's raising kids that are not not their own or whatever. I'm just talking about in general. But I'm not even talking about the raising process, but about 40% of men are really the ones who really have kids either through marriage or through baby mama situation. I would say for the baby mama situation, about the 20. Any other 20 really just happens in hinge of being marriage. Even multiple marriages. People just like to try to hold this to the 20. I think it's more than that. Now, unfortunately, I will also say this. There are a lot of men, I don't even know where the fuck this came from, or if it's a DNA thing, maybe it's a contraception thing that happened over time. But a lot of men are not having other men. A lot of men are having women. There are men who are knocking that woman's box out and only having nothing but girls. I don't understand when a guy could turn around and say that it's 50-50 for having a boy or a girl, and I've been knocking this bitch's box out, and I got 6 girls. Nigga, 6 girls? 6 girls. Do you understand? I would never want you to roll the dice for me at on the fucking table at a fucking casino. I would never want you to roll the dice. I would never want you to play blackjack. I wouldn't even want you to play pity pat. Nigga, your luck is terrible. You've been knocking the box out that shit, and you got 6 girls? 6 girls? Including the wife? 7 women in the house? Nigga, you bad luck. God hates you. Yo, damn. Yo, CJ beat me to it. Yo, he beat me to it. God hates you. You did something. You did something. Not for nothing, I would rather be able to fuck as much as I want and not have kids and turn around and wind up and say I have 7 women in a household. Every woman I have is one woman that has to submit to another man. And I don't have a problem with submission, but just keep in mind, you're putting forth children that will be able to benefit someone else's lineage, not your own. You have no boys. No boys. None. 0. Zilch. Zippity doodah. I'm not talking about a kid that was born. I'm not talking about a kid that was born and passed. It happens. It sucks. But when a guy says, I have all my kids, and all my kids is healthy, and they're all female, and I've had 6 kids, including my wife, and there's 7 women in the household, all estrogen. I'm just sitting there like, what did you do?
Dude,
What you do? Because obviously you didn't adopt your way into that situation. What did you do? You must have pissed somebody off. You must have killed a rabbi or something. What did you do? What you do? You must have slaughtered a village. What did you do? What you do? Did you click the button to an IED somewhere? And you ruin like 6 families in the fucking building? Did you jihad somebody's shit? Like, what you do? What you do? That is some monumental karma. That is some how do you roll the dice?
genetic thing.
How do you roll the dice 6 times as snake eyes every single time?
How? I would. I'm about to go to Vegas. I never want you. I don't want you nowhere near myself. I don't even want you in the casino. That motherfucker needs to not be in the casino. I don't even
That just be a,
gamble. I don't even gamble. I don't want you even in the casino. I don't want you there. I don't even gamble, folks. I'm not gonna put up a single dime towards a table, but I don't even want you there because I just think by you being standing next to me, I'm gonna be affected. I might catch a seizure next to you if you telling me that you have your wife and then you have 7 girls. Nigga, you can't say I rolled the dice 50-50 and I got 7 girls. I got 6 girls 6 times in a row. Something's up.
bad genetics, I guess. We're getting
Bad?
all girls.
Sir, it's supposed to be 50-50.
Well, it's supposed to be doesn't always
I'm sorry.
necessarily work out
Wait,
depending on
James.
genetics.
I'm sorry. We did not do enough. We don't know have enough in sperm to say that which ones is because if we knew which ones were guaranteed to be male and what sperm was guaranteed to be male, what sperm was guaranteed to be female, we would do that. But we don't because there's a big definition between sperm cells and the egg itself, which works with each other to become a female or a male. You talk about this motherfucker had a wife, maybe not a wife. I don't know why he has 6 on the one woman, but not a wife, whatever. But then turn out with 6 kids. That means 7 women in total under. Nigga, you just got the worst luck possible. I don't know one guy who sits there and just I just want nothing but girls. Even when I hear a man says I want a harem, he doesn't mean his own.
But I'm just saying it could be genetics.
I'm gonna say this again. What statistic do you have genetically that says that a man is only pumping out females?
Well, I don't have a statistic, but I'm just saying it could be. I never said it was.
Which is why I said, you know, that motherfucker got the worst luck possible.
I mean, because you can't possibly know exactly for sure if it's genetics, probably or not, unless you do the actual genetical test on the dude.
Miss Raven says maybe he was a major player back in the day and was karma back payback. But 7 7 7 7 7 7 cuatro 7 Nietzsche 7 7. That means he has to worry about 7 players knocking down everyone. Not only has to worry about seven people knocking down his daughters, he got to worry about seven potential orgies. 7. Even if half a football team, he got to worry from the rooter to the tutor that every one of them don't wind up in the same orgy. All getting pounded out by a guy named Gucci Third Leg. Gucci Third Leg.
Well, guys, all I gotta say.
Who want to you guys who are fathers out there, right? To you guys who are fathers out there, do you want to know that your daughters, plural, they're all sharing this, and they're all munching lip after lip on someone's shit.
I got the feeling I need to go, sir, not third leg.
Shit like this. Shit like this. Daughter
I
after
don't think
daughter.
there's any that
Is
big. Is it?
lips. From oldest to youngest. And then the youngest is there at the tip. Do you want to know? Do you want to know what father
I'm not even a
he
father,
said
and I would
he
want to
said
know
that's
that.
He said that's religious.
I would not want to know that.
That
Like,
one goes deep. The guy is called Gucci Third Leg.
well, whoever that guy is, he wouldn't even be nowhere near my daughter. If I had a daughter.
Yo, that's a fact. Rainbow lipstick shaft. Yo, Big said himself. Stop telling your girl to switch to stop chick. He said, tell your girl to start switching up her lipstick. My dick started to look like a rainbow. Something like that. Big said it himself. Who wants to know that his 7 half a football team daughters is there?
You mean 6?
No, there's 11.
Yep, but you said that a dude has 6 daughters,
I suck at math.
and then a wife be 7.
I get it. You're good at math, and I'm not. All right, I get it. Where I suck at math. I'm almost through my second 6-pack. Stop.
Well, I'm just starting, so
Did you not say I just picked up a whole pint after finishing a whole 6?
just having my first Heinekens.
You're good. You're good. This is what I do. This is what I do online. This is what I do. So the idea that someone will be going through that. You got a daughter on each side of the shaft. Shaft! Because Isaac Hayes when you need him. Shaft! And you think that's what you want for your future? God forbid if it's the mother that's leading them. There goes your 7. She really hates the father. Shaft! On a Gucci third leg. I hate the fact that his name is Gucci Third Leg, by the way. He better be getting money off of calling himself Gucci. He better be getting money. If it's just a saying, I'm mad at him. He better be getting fucking money from somebody, from Ralph Lauren or a Gucci, whatever. He better be fucking getting money for calling himself that. Calling yourself that is just not enough. You better be getting fucking money for calling yourself that. Imagine this, ladies. Imagine this. I call myself Tom Ford Cock. How the fuck is that a thing? First of all, Tom Ford is gay. So imagine if I said Tom Ford Cock. Can't call yourself Calvin Klein. So why would you call yourself Gucci? It just doesn't make sense. The dollars don't make sense.
How is it supposed to be rich, bro? Why don't you get about that?
But the guy claims to have over 2,000 bodies. He's the worst assassin in history. He has over 2,000 bodies. Can you imagine 2,000 bodies? As a guy, not as a woman, as a guy. 2,000 bodies. Instead of painkillers, he took Viagra. Two 2,000 bodies. And I'm being generous when I say 2,000. He literally said over 2,000. He literally said over 2,000. He literally said a whole 1,000 more, if I'm being honest with you. He said the woman that he'd be willing to choose is a woman that had 2,000. He actually said he had 1,000 more. He had 3,000 bodies. But he said he don't give a fuck about body counts. He'd be willing to have a girl who had 2,000 bodies. That's why I'm being very generous. I don't believe Wilt Chamberlain. Not 2,000. Not 2K. I get that he might be an all-star pick in like NBA 2K, but that doesn't mean he had 2K bodies. I don't believe Wilt Chamberlain. I don't. I know the motherfucker is tall, but that doesn't mean the motherfucker was stacked. I don't believe it. I see interviews of the motherfucker. Lies, slander, the fam. I don't believe it. In fact, I believe groupies are mainly the same bitches. So there's no way he can have 20 fucking bodies. There's no way he can have 2,000. No way he can have 20,000 bodies. I believe that groupies are the same bitch that keep traveling from fucking state to state. There's no way I believe that he has 20K. 20K? If he has 20K bodies, where's his kids? Because there's nobody gonna be able to tell me that he has 20K bodies. He only has like 3 kids. You know what? I'll do the math right now. No, fuck that. No, we gonna do this right now. What's good, Panelverse? Wilt. No, we gonna do this right now. Real time. Wilt. We're not gonna say what was Wilt. Wilt Chamberlain. This bullshit.
Doing this real time, folks.
Oh, in real time. Wilt Chamberlain body count. Wilt Chamberlain looking dusty as fuck. Get the fuck out of here. Okay. All right.
So what's the verdict?
Hold up. I may have to eat this one. Hold up. Look what that say. What that say? Wilt Chamberlain claims to have slept with 20,000 women in his life. He wrote a book called Larger Than Life. Fuck him. He claims that he slept with 20,000. Oh wait, we got a video. You know what? I'm gonna get as much information as possible.
Well, we got to talk about this. You made a statement, and this statement's going to follow you around for a while. That you slept with 20,000 women. You made that statement. Now, and I got to say that's the kind of thing that you say, and then people bring it up later on. 20,000 women,
people like you, right?
Exactly.
Right,
well,
right.
It's not just me. Have you seen? There's a clock in Times Square. Take a look at this thing.
Let me
it's
see
pretty incredible.
Yeah,
I didn't think that.
Right. But the idea was to say that and that think that having 1,000.
No, that's a huge deal.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna still call cap. It's possible. No, probable. It's probable, and the reason why I'm gonna say it's probable is because wait, first of all, let's just do this. First of all, what's Wilt Chamberlain's height? Fuck me.
So what's the verdict?
That motherfucker is 7'1". That's why he had pussy.
No wonder.
Fuck me. He was 7'1". Get the fuck out of here. All right. I don't know what
he got plenty.
Listen, you know what, Miss Raven, you may have, you know what, one of the few times you actually caught Resla off his game.
You may get a me scroll back up. Marcus says booby boos, boobies, bodies, 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 bodies.
He didn't even need game. He just needed what he already was born
You
with.
may have me under 20K. Motherfucker was 7'1". He may actually have, I don't know about 20K, but he definitely had a lot of bodies because women love a tall guy. Look at this
Yeah.
motherfucker. Look at this motherfucker. He's pissing.
That's my biggest problem. I'm too
He's
short.
pissing me off in his old Harlem Globetrotter fucking shorts and shit. Oh, he's pissing me off. Hold on. Look at it. Look at this bullshit. Look at this bull fucking shit. Look at this. Look at that bullshit.
Oh, that's why it sucks to be short. Cause I'm short.
How short are you?
5'4".
Oh yeah, you short, nigga.
I'm short. I'm lost. I'm lost to the shortness.
No, you short. You short, my guy. That means you need some money behind you.
Yeah.
You need some money. You need to have enough money to slap a bitch in the face when she talks shit. You know a duffel bag to throw at her chest when she talks shit. You need some money, dude. You gotta be like, I'm not gonna lie. If she talks shit, if she listen, James, she talks shit, you gotta be like, you gotta
Oh my goodness.
you gotta hit in the face with that cash. Like not enough 5'4". You gotta really get hit in the face. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm 5'11". You 5'4". Yeah, she gonna be talking shit. My chick is at 5'4". Yeah. Nah.
Coming for a rough ride.
You're in for a rough ride. I ain't gonna lie. You better
What I
some
thought. That's what I figured.
Yeah, you
Based
gotta
on
have
my
some money.
experience already. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I figured.
I'm not gonna lie. You're gonna have to need a little bit of money. A little bit of money.
A lot of money.
Yeah. Not a lot. Just enough. Just enough for her to believe that you have more than what you say you do.
Mm.
And then you hitting it from behind, and when you have to reach back really far to grab her hair, you pull it back. I don't know if she has short hair or not. You gotta pull it back. And when she act up and she start talking shit, you pull out all the singles and you slap her in the face, and she just get correct. So you got just how the 20s or 100s, you just pull the hair back. That's all, and then she gets some act right. That's the only way. That's the way. I'm not telling you from experience, but I'm just telling you that it works. It works. It puts them in perspective. As a 5'11", not 6 foot ladies, I am proud of my 5'11". It works. It works. I'm not saying from perspective, no, from experience, but if you pull the hair back and they give you that side, they look back, just the moment they look back and you don't like to look in their face, just you hit them in the face with the 20s and 100s, and it works. 10th man, what's going on?
Did you just say you're only 5'11"?
What do you mean only? I don't like your language. I don't like the tone of your language.
Attracted to you
I
anymore
don't
now.
like the tone. I don't like the tone of your language. Only?
Now we can be friends.
No. What do you mean only? I don't like the tone of your voice. What do you mean? What do you mean only? I am taller than average, sir.
I don't like short black dudes.
Did you call me short?
Well,
How
Yeah,
you doing tonight, bro?
Who is the addition here?
I am taller than most black guys I run across. You call me short?
How dare you?
The fuck? Blasphemous.
I'm sorry that
I mean, if
my,
5'11" can't be tall, what can
fetishes
be
don't
tall, really?
align with your status.
The fuck is going on here?
I'm just kidding.
That's a fancy shirt you got on there, bro. Is that what you wore to work today?
No, this is not what I wore to work today at all.
Okay.
Actually, I took it off.
What's up
There's
tonight?
no-
What are you guys on about?
We're having a conversation about should people hate boomers?
For
People use it for different metrics, but I guess in reference to how people are living life today, should we be blaming on the boomers, especially because they are making their dramatic exit?
Yeah.
Out.
I do spend an awful lot of my time, like way more than probably is healthy, thinking about how all anybody who's under the age of 50 has every right to be furious. I've advocated many times for cutting off.
By the way, this is what I want to work.
Cool. But I've advocated many times for, as of today, or 5-6 years ago at least, cutting off all social assistance programs completely. And my whole idea for this is, I'm sorry that you set up a social security or whatever type of retirement system through the government that failed, and you failed to hold your government accountable and all this stuff for 50, 60 or more years, to the point where, as I tried to fight the government, I had to listen to these same people badmouth me. I got banned from every news organization's websites on a regular basis. Couldn't keep an account anywhere because of me calling people out while they're arresting people that they're taking part of their property to expand a road and stuff like that. And my whole point is you don't deserve anything. You don't deserve, from me or anybody my age or younger, to pay for the rest of our lives so you can grow old. That's not my problem. You didn't do it right, so you get nothing.
Well, okay. Whoa. Okay. Well, first of all, you said didn't do it right. First of all, I will be the first one in saying that the majority of boomers are not doing well. It's only very few boomers that are actually in charge of a lot of shit. So that's
their fault too.
Well, no. I've run into a lot of boomers who are not only middle class, but I've also run into a lot of boomers who are homeless. Even when you look at the popularity when it comes to boomers, most boomers are sitting near poverty, if not homeless altogether. So that means that a lot of things that we look at in terms of the market, in terms of real estate, because those are the areas that apparently boomers have taken a big interest in. Those are the areas for the very few that was there. But then I also say from the Generation Z, looking at millennials and even Xers, they blame us for the shit, quite frankly, that boomers are responsible for. Xers are pretty much sitting at the pale of things the same way as millennials are. So we're kind of, we as millennials and Xers are fighting for the same scraps, because we understand that when boomers go, we don't know who they're leaving their shit to if they don't have grandchildren, which will be millennials.
The government.
So we don't know. So we don't know if they plan on leaving it to their favorite dog food kennel. We don't know if like I'll be honest with you, not most, but some of the millennials and even Xers that I know have been plotting out strategies to try to finesse boomers out of their fucking finances so that they don't leave it to like a fucking charity agency or something.
Really?
Right.
Because there are a lot of boomers who won't even leave it to their kids. I've literally run across boomers who turn around and say, if I had my last quarter, I'd swallow it before I give it to my kids.
I don't know how you end up like that. I really don't. I mean,
yeah, how do you end up so cruel?
People. Just because you have children doesn't mean that they're the best for society.
Well, it's like a false faith in the system also, right? Like
no,
you think everyone has that same opportunity you had in the whenever they grew up.
I don't think it's a system thing. I think it's a coming to humanity thing. Just because you raise your children to be away, you don't know what their experiences are going to be like outside of you. You can only raise them to the best. See, here's the problem when it comes to parents, especially to the helicopter parents that turn around and try to live vicariously through their children. They're not living vicariously through you. They are their own person, and you are yours. You missed your opportunity. They have theirs. I want you to live the life that I missed out on. You just fucking terrorize them. They're not living their dreams. They're living yours. And you will never know. And you will never know what that feels like because it's their accomplishment. It's not yours. And they will hate you for it, by the way. But there are plenty of people that understand that when they come up in the world, that their children, you know what, CJ? I had you as a son. You never measures up to my
You're
expectations.
never as good as Jack.
You're never been as good as James. I'm gonna leave everything to James. There are plenty of parents that do that.
Yes.
Seriously, though, yeah, they are.
So there are plenty of boomers who are going to leave their. You know who I care most about? It wasn't James. It wasn't 10th man. It wasn't even CJ. It was little Spooky over here that's sitting and shitting and licking his own balls on the couch. So I'm gonna make sure that I give as much money to the Kennel Foundation to make sure there's other little spookies in the fucking future.
Yeah, because their pets are their children, right?
That's correct.
Well, trying to impress Daddy. I mean,
when people say that, it infuriates me.
It does. It does get on my nerve.
These are my cat children, or even my husband says it, and I'm just like, oh.
These are my children. I'm like, no, you didn't have children because you're a failure.
I know that this may sound crazy, but the number one reason that I never had children that I know about is because the government and other people can use them to try to control and manipulate you. And I would just I made that choice when I was very young.
You can say that, 10th man,
No,
but let's be honest.
And I'm aware that that's a
but you and your if I was listen, CJ, you're a single man, right?
Yeah, I can't give in to that.
Yeah,
and I don't mean nothing about
if CJ was even a wealthy man, let's just say he is the Bruce Wayne of this shit.
Yep.
You and your husband will be able to get a fucking kid of adoption before CJ will. Even as a fucking Bruce Wayne billionaire. Because why?
Possibly.
No, not possibly. You're a couple. You're seen as safe. CJ's by himself with no woman and no man next to him, so he's seen as predatory. You know the feminists are gonna jump up in that. Come on.
When I was about maybe 15, and a friend of the family on a live to himself because his wife was leaving him and wanting sole custody of the children. And that was when I was like, never gonna happen.
I have a better chance with my girl of someone randomly knocking on the door and saying, "Hey, Resla, is this Resla?" I'm like, "Yeah," and hoping that they don't fucking pull the gun. "Yeah, motherfucker. Yeah, you my daddy. You my daddy, nigga. You my daddy." I got a better chance of that happening than me going down to the fucking adoption agency and me being able to pick up a kid.
Because you're not married?
No, because I know I slung a lot of dick out there. I got a better chance of that shit happening. Some little bastard knocking at my door than me being able to get a kid.
Videos or it didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen, as far as I know of.
No, I mean, have you slinging the dick videos or it didn't happen?
Oh no, they're definitely slinging the dick videos of me out there.
Me too.
They out there.
You just gotta dig for it a little bit.
There's probably somebody put me one time on revenge porn for all I know. Like there's probably.
I can't wait until my junk pics get out there. People are gonna be like, nice.
You know what? Let me say this officially. Sorry, mama. Didn't mean to hurt you.
My.
Didn't mean to make you cry, but my dick. It's slinging out.
Well, yeah, but that's the result of doing that, though. Is the crying. So
I couldn't even finish it. There's probably somebody out there. Probably. I got a better.
But this is my point: is if these old people, right, had to just invest. My grandfather retired with a fairly good pension. He lived a pretty good life, and he didn't have a great job. He was a janitor at a paper plant. So so when he went for his pension, because his work pension was like, $1,400 or $1,500 a month, all his government pensions got reduced to less than like $300. So he's living off less than $2,000 a month, right up until the early 2000s. He survived. Right. So I don't want to hear these old people going, oh, my fixed income. Ever since Harold passed back in '06, I've been on a single pension and I'm on a fixed income.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not going to listen to it. I'm so sick of it. You did nothing to plan for you. No one's going to give a frack about me that I have no retirement plan. So why do I care about these people?
I mean, that's a great point, but they expect you to care, though.
I want to care, but did they care about us?
Yeah, I mean, it's like that with my dad. Like, I'm gonna do my best, even though I have no means to do this or say this, but I don't want him to die in a retirement home. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna pray for the best that I can pull that off. I have no means to think that'll happen, but I don't want it to happen.
I got a question. Either he died in a retirement home, or he died under a bridge.
Yep.
Which one? Retirement home or a bridge? At least in retirement home, they fucking.
I mean, it's not the worst way to go. I'm not saying that.
No. At least in a retirement home, they fucking and still getting STDs under a bridge. I don't know.
Yeah, my grandpa was getting in fights in his retirement home and just telling stories about the band he used to be in for, like, you know what I'm saying, from 30, 40 years ago.
All I say is this:
listen. Let me just say, if I had parents in a retirement home, I'm gonna be pissed. Like, I'm hoping I do well that I don't have to worry about that. But if I have parents in a retirement home and say they call, hi, is this Mr. Resla? I'm like, yeah, what's going on? Let me put you on speaker. Yeah, what's going on? Like, so your parents are like, they're fucking all over the place, and they're there's a little, someone broke their hip again. I'm like,
your mother has herpes.
Like, the 70s are over.
I don't want to hear none of this shit. I got bills to pay. I don't want to hear none of this shit.
70s are over, you say?
Mr. Resla, I don't know if we got disconnected.
We got disconnected. Long gone, allegedly.
I don't want to hear none of this shit.
Because the boomers still are living in the 70s.
Yeah, the boomer that stole the 70s.
And if I did well enough, let's just be honest, for those who are up here, if I did well enough where I'm like, you don't need to go to a retirement home, you get to live with me, how well you think this is going to turn out? Come on, be honest.
If you're anything like me, I'm going to end up in jail. Because I'll only deal with like 2 of those old person moments where they get handsy because they're old. And they get spooked like a fawn in the woods. I watched my great grandmother die of dementia and lung cancer, and she ended up in the hospital. I watched her pass away. Like, I watched her stop breathing when I was like 10. And but she got handsy with my grandmother a couple times, and I would only tolerate that a couple times.
Do you want to wait? Let me just be honest.
I'll say allegedly, I believe that a large majority of the elderly people that quote unquote wander off don't quote unquote wander off.
So check this out. Here's some shit. Here's some shit that was actually pretty funny, and I said, do not even think about it. My girl once said that if we are old enough and we get things together, and so say my mom is old and say your mom is old, and we didn't want them being in a home, right? I'm like, here we go.
Allegedly, this is all a
Here,
story
here,
that in a book you
here
wrote for fun. Yeah, go ahead.
this is allegedly, yeah. I'm like, okay, cool. Let's see where this shit is going. She says, would you be okay if, because her mind, she believes that if we get
This
our
was
shit,
like 3 or 4 girlfriends ago. Yeah, no, I get you. Go ahead.
yeah, you'll believe that. Oh, if shit goes down, her mom will be staying with me. I'm like, the fuck? Well, maybe your mom too.
Do
Oh,
what?
wait, so you think two old women are gonna be up in my house?
Two mamas, one house.
Possibly
That's a
keep
TV show.
two mamas and
That's frightening.
two mamas,
Right.
one house, and
Oh.
kids as well. You think that shit's gonna work out? I said, first of all, do you think that my mama and your mama is gonna be is it gonna be the best of roommates?
No.
I just
And
say
that's
that'd be that best episode of Love and Hip Hop Atlanta I ever saw.
That sounds like a lot of work, Paul.
listen. This is what I said to her. Is she got quiet? I said allegedly. We don't know how many girls. I said this. My mama's gonna kill your mama.
For sure.
My mama beat
Not gonna make it. Not gonna make it.
Do you guys see that story about the 117-year-old lady? She wasn't that old, but she might as well have been, with the walker that had the knife, and then the cops did away with her because they were scared of the old lady with the walker and the knife.
The old lady?
You know, when they have few estates.
You know what? That reminds me of the Men in Black episode. Will Smith, when he turned around, he's looking at all the monsters. He's like, why'd you shoot little Susie? He's like, well, this guy up here like he doing push-ups. This guy over here, look, he's snarling and shit, but he got tissue in his hand. He's not snarling, he's sneezing. And look at little Susie over here. This is a dark alley, and she got quantum physics books. She look like she 8 years old. There's no way that 8-year-old little girl should be carrying them quantum physics books. She look like she's too old. She's too young for them fucking books. That's why she looked like she had a place. That's why little Susie had to die. Now I'm like, makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Not gonna lie.
If you put cameras up and that situation was going on, I think you'd make good money. For sure. Now you're probably going to end up in jail like all those crazy show people usually do, but
I mean, that is true.
how
Like,
many
you can just
people-
rent a house, like load it with cameras, and just rent it to two moms?
I think that the old people homes should, in order to you go there for free, and then it's a reality TV show.
In fact, hold on. I got it right now for you.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I didn't want to shoot the 8-year-old white girl.
Just saying. She's out of pocket. She don't belong. She don't belong. Bunch of aliens there, but she don't belong. Just saying.
Why is she smiling with the aliens?
Why is she smiling with the quantum physics books? Nah, not at all. It makes sense. Thank you, Pataverse. It makes sense. Just saying.
I never smiled over a quantum physics book in my life. I never had.
At nighttime? Nah, not happening. Not happening. So I get it. So that's a fact. That is a fact. One of these things that's not like the other. That's a fact. So when I think of people being out here and they start looking at all these boomers, this is the whole conversation I had earlier that you missed out on. And I guess Angry Casper was like clarifying his point. We had a whole videos up that I didn't even know it was yesterday. It feels like it's days ago. Jesus, this is what happens when you drink so much. You drink so much and you sleep so much.
I feel you.
I didn't even know what happened yesterday. Literally, I looked at the date. It says 13th, and it's just the 12th. I said, wait, that was yesterday. I felt like it was like 2 days ago. But apparently, like even to the point I was saying is like, when do we get to a point where we stop blaming boomers? Where we need to start taking advantage of the fact that we are the ones here, Xers, millennials, because quite frankly, Gen Z, possibly even millennials coming up, they're not looking to listen to us. We've been terrible examples, and we sitting here blaming Gen boomers when they're going off the cliff. Man, fuck them. Let them go off the cliff. How do we plan on capitalizing off of them? That's my thoughts.
I just told you, make all the old age. If you want to go to a well-funded old age home, you have to be on a reality TV show, and your children can sign you up for it. Just like you did to us. Just like you did to us for the first few years of our lives, for the first 2 decades. Well, we had to go on a reality TV show and get touched by our teachers.
Yeah. I mean, I really have always looked down on like doing that to the older generation, but at some point it does start to make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you say that's what they signed us up for. Okay, you guys all go to kid jail and get touched by your teachers, and we're gonna go sit at the bar and do and work as like a.
We'll pick you up on the golf cart.
Just saying.
Damn, you made it seem like you really touched out the boomers and talk about that Temptation Island. That is crazy.
I'm just saying, I think about this stuff a lot, right? And it just, people are like, oh, you have to have sympathy. I didn't hear anybody have any sympathy for me any time in my entire life. The only thing anybody respects is power. And you took us when we were barely even able to talk and threw us.
I had sympathy one time in my life. And then I popped her in the face.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't now. No,
I'm saying the one time I had sympathy in my life, I popped her in the face.
You probably deserved it.
She did. She did. She called me a nigga.
With an A?
No, with a hard R.
Oh. Damn, hard R, Jeff.
She called me. I was in the bar. She called me a nigga.
Before or after you fucked?
No, I didn't fuck her. I didn't fuck her. She called me. She called me a nigga with a hard R. Her husband came to her and said, "Hey, what the hell?" Because his daughter was there. Because I was talking to her daughter. She called me a nigga. He came up and said, "Yo, what the hell?" Because his daughter was, I guess daddy's little girl. So he was like, "Yo, like, what the hell?" Like, not because he had a problem with the hard R, but be like, "Yo, what the hell?" Like, she's interested in him.
And how old was the daughter?
Oh, she was 17.
How old were you?
I was 22.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You predator.
You're a monster.
Wait. First of all, she gave me the chicken sandwich. Let's just hold up for a moment there.
Was it legal in the state that you lived in at the time?
Yes, it was.
Well, then there you go. I've had that conversation with many people, and they don't realize that right up until like 2009 or something like that, 14 was legal in Canada, right? Just like it is in France. And people are like, oh, we talk about that stuff on my show sometimes when I used to do the news. And I'm like, I could have done that all I wanted up until 2009, and I never did. So why would I do it now? It doesn't make any sense. I don't even understand any of that stuff. But so anyway, I'm just saying, if it's legal, go fuck yourself.
Which for sure. Well, first of all, was legal, still didn't smash at the time, and someone needed to get popped because, quite frankly, they were treating me like a criminal, and I didn't have a record, and I didn't appreciate it.
What is this Kendrick lyric shit going on in the chat room? 69 alert.
I don't watch the chat.
See, but the fact that you knew it was a Kendrick
lyric, of course I do. I like rap. I'm basically a rapper.
All right then. Just saying. $69 God. The 69 God.
So let's do a poll.
Run for your life.
1 in the chat if you agree with 10th Man. 2 if you don't. That The old people whose house burned down in California deserved it.
The old people?
Nobody else, just
I
people
wouldn't
over
say
50.
deserved it.
I don't know about
wouldn't say
deserve. I don't know about deserve. Maybe earned, but I don't know about deserve. Let's be honest. Most wildfires are started by fucking idiots, not natural.
No, bro, this is a direct attack. Dude, they're using tactics from Genghis Khan right against people, and people are just like, oh, I don't know why all of Maui burned down.
You
and
know what I'm gonna
also
say, right?
California. Oops.
You know what I'm gonna say,
oops.
right? You know what I'm gonna say, right? Fuck that guy.
Dude, they caught a guy with a torch lighting stuff on fire.
Fuck that guy, Genghis Khan. This is why when I run across Asians, I demolish them and I make them feel bad.
Stop it. Stop it.
Just because I can't tell.
I think it's 70% of people of Asian descent have
Not of
his
Africa.
DNA.
Which is why when I get with the
No,
Asians,
Asian.
which is why when I get with the Asians, I give them no quarter, no mercy.
Okay, Xerxes.
Pull them by their hair and say, fight back, fight back.
Stop it. Don't be racist.
Not racist.
That's
just
my
prejudice.
job.
But first of all, not racist. Just teaching them a little bit of history.
Every nationality of human beings throughout history are guilty of great atrocities.
Just you gotta get deep enough to hit that back wall, and you hear that you just hear that back, you hear that backness, you're like they're not ready, they're just not ready, and they start backing up. You hear that gasp.
What are you
Get
doing?
that good gas.
Push-ups?
Yeah, you just like what you doing? What you doing? I thought your ancestors were strong, huh? Yeah, don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. I thought you was all warriors. And that's all.
Warriors.
But do you think that I'm right and that America's actually under attack and they're just not recognizing it? And why are the
Dude,
drones?
it's definitely under attack, like narratively or whatever you say.
America, America never knows when it's under attack until it happens.
What are the drones for?
They never know they're under attack until it happens.
The drones are there for your safety. That's why they have them, to keep you safe.
Safety. Give you rights and everything.
I was watching one of the people that I don't remember who it is. I watch so much stuff, but one of the guys that people thinks is smart, which a lot of these guys aren't as smart as what people think they're. He's like, we're right on the precipice of having Terminators. Like, we're maybe 2 years from having Terminators. Seriously. Did you see the dogs that robot dogs that were getting sent out?
I'm not super impressed by the robot anything, to be honest with you.
Have you seen the newest robots?
We should be farther along than that.
Have you seen the newest Elon Musk robots and the robot dogs? We're
I
2
gave
years
up on
from
it.
having Terminators. 2 years.
I don't care. What's it gonna do? Kill me?
That's I was thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Has any of you watched Terminator 2 recently? It's one of my favorite movies. Yeah. We're on the precipice, boys and girls. I hope you're ready. Hope you're ready.
I came to play.
Everybody makes fun of me, and they're like, "Where are the trains, 10th? You said there were going to be trains at the beginning of the pandemic," and I'm like,
"No, right? My grandpa's still waiting on his flying car. He dead."
No, the trains, from my avatar there of Auschwitz, is And I'm like, ask the people in Palestine where the trains are.
You say Avatar?
Palestine of all places by trains?
Yes. No, it's not.
Did you say
it's not
Avatar?
What? Yes.
Avatar what?
The avatar on my picture on the show.
Oh, that Avatar. Okay.
Yes.
Because I didn't know which Avatar. It was like
I was sitting there thinking like, damn, Palestine Palestine even have trains?
Avatar. Because
It's
whenever
not the
I think of
point of-
Avatar, I either think of like the blue Avatar, or I think about like the.
Yes.
Because I didn't know you thought the actual Avatar is in the picture.
I don't appreciate that CJ's got his picture. He's out there giving people the cock gun.
I think about like you, the blue Avatar. I think about the Avatar Last Airbender.
I didn't say cock.
I mean, we need more cock in our lives, isn't that right, lady?
I get a fair amount.
No, we don't.
I said he out there giving people the cock gun.
I don't roll that way.
He making sure he filling them cracks. That's all. I know what it mean. I know what it mean to give them the urine a mean.
It's very rude that during your show you checked your texts for hookups. That's when you shut your show down, isn't it?
Wait,
everyone's like, yeah, you're swiping left, aren't
how
you?
do you know? How do you know I'm checking my text for hookups? I have a whole woman at home. How do you know she's not texting?
Oh yeah, I
me?
forgot you're married or whatever.
No. I didn't say I'm married. Don't jump the gun. Don't jump the gun.
Same thing.
No, same thing.
No.
People don't want to. People don't believe shit they hear on here anymore.
Before I was married, I was dating 7 dudes.
Jesus,
that's you.
That was you.
First of all,
yeah.
that's way too much of a number. All right, I had a problem just trying to take care of 3. You said 7. The fuck?
You had a problem with 3 dudes?
You were an overachiever.
I'm just kidding. I'm just being funny.
No, he didn't mean dudes. He meant women. Resla don't roll that way.
Yeah.
Resla what?
Resla don't roll that way.
Roll what way?
I'm the only dude in this.
Dudes.
Oh no, I don't roll that way.
He didn't say dudes. He just said the number of human beings
that
being
wasn't
involved with.
Yeah, but I was responding to what's his name down at the bottom side under me.
I call him Rando Calrivian.
Well, I was responding to the guy under me, so.
To my CJ?
CJ, yeah.
About him giving cock?
I'm sorry, bro. I had walked away. You're gonna have to repeat that for me.
About him saying something about you taking it.
Oh, yeah, gay shit?
Mm.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Oh my goodness.
What was there a question?
So did nobody wants to talk about the apocalypse?
Was there
what?
That was a statement, not a
apocalypse is there to say about? The apocalypse is so vague because the apocalypse has been put forward in like 100 different ways.
I know it's like this age.
No, but how much of America is in complete like anarchy right now?
I don't even think you're gay. I think you are.
Yeah, I'm just
running a narrative is what I think.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I don't even think you're gay.
Oh man,
that's a first.
You're the first person to figure it out in 6 years.
Oh man, I don't even think you're gay. I mean, it's just that part of anarchy.
Nope, I just suck penises for the clout.
I don't know what it's for. I ain't figured it out. Don't pretend.
Oh my god, I have never heard that. I've never heard that in my life. Oh my gosh, that's good. That's world breaking right now. Oh my gosh,
you're welcome.
I've never. Oh my gosh, that is crazy. I've gotta keep that in my Rolodex to fucking put on somebody. Oh my gosh.
The world did I get started?
Oh, dude, I saw a video earlier.
Wait, dude. No, keep going on defending how gay you are. That would be hilarious.
We'll get back to that. I saw a dude.
I can't.
Oh, I've sucked so many dicks, bro.
I have sucked a lot of penises.
Oh, okay.
Oh
So,
my God! Now for the
there was
cloud.
this dude that got rolled into court in a wheelchair. All right. And this looked like it was a real case. And he's sitting there, and his charges were that he like ran someone, jumped out of his car during a road rage incident, and then stabbed somebody. And he came into court and goes, since I am being ostracized for defending myself, I guess I'm being treated like a black man, so I came as a black man. And he had,
yo, I can't. This motherfucker
Yep.
here.
Bro,
and
the
he had
gays are the
his face all
scariest ones.
blacked out in
The
black.
gays are
Out
the
of
scariest
line.
ones.
Swear to God. And he was in full blackface in court. I think it's on my
That's
community
fucked up.
page.
I listen. I was part of the jury. I would have asked. I would have asked if hanging him was on the table.
That's
I
very
ain't gonna lie.
racist.
Hey, if he gonna be blackface, I would have asked if hanging him was on the table.
Oh, it's got to be on the table, right?
There
I
is
mean,
at least
it don't
one
just
state. I
end.
think
You
it's
get fucked.
Kentucky.
It's a
Isn't
whole
it
different
Kentucky
thing.
that you get to choose in Kentucky how you get put to death?
I wouldn't have given him an option. I would have
Can't
literally
say-
asked. I would have literally asked for it to be on the table that he get hung.
I kind of got to agree with you because he did unalive somebody, I think.
I mean, it was bad taste doing that. So
I think it's funny.
I would have been like, it's bad taste that he did what he did, so therefore the
oh, that's what I was
penalty,
talking about.
the
Yeah.
penalty should be is that he gets hung.
Yeah, that was bad taste. Going
And I'll be nasty about it too. He get hung just before sunrise, so just when he think he's about to see the fucking sun peek over the mountain, he gets hung. He never gets to see it.
Imagine that. You give a whole new meaning to hung like a black guy.
Yep. And he's hung in blackface.
I was talking about penises.
Oh, that could work too.
Penises. Oh, well, now I feel weird.
Now you feel gay.
I'll be right
back. Oh, goodness.
All right. Somebody's got to be on camera here. Fuck.
What's up, bro? You look a little bit like the Unabomber.
He's a hero of mine. Actually.
Yeah, well, notice all the stuff that he predicted came true.
I mean, I don't think that he did any of that, but wait, are we talking about? Hold on, I had a debate with someone.
Kaczynski.
Is it McVeigh? Which one is? I don't even 100% know
Kaczynski.
which one the Unabomber is.
Kaczynski.
Okay, McVeigh is the one I thought was framed.
Yep.
So.
And yeah, no, that may very well be true. I don't know that much about McVeigh.
Okay.
But Kaczynski, he was part of MK Ultra. Like that's a documented fact.
Yeah.
And my husband and I watched a documentary about him last year, and we watched it, and I was sitting there correcting it the whole time because I've seen the documents. Like, you know, Jimmy Dore and all these other alternative platforms show the stuff that normal news platforms won't show. Dude, there's been a couple new CIA guys that have released interviews on these random podcasts, you know, the guys in the suits, whatever, different podcasts there are, that have been coming out saying, like, straight up, this is the truth of what has actually happened. And it's multiple factions across different segments of society that are all battling it out for control because they lost control. And I believe it. I think that the pandemic was a social disorder and it made people wake up.
Dude,
maybe by God, who knows?
Yeah, I just know I was riding around with a bunch of conservatives, calling myself a conservative at the time, and to see them all shut their businesses down, I was trying to tell these guys, like, don't do that. Like, just don't. But I have to because this, because that, because this. No, you don't do that. Like, I didn't have a business. I didn't have a leg to stand on to argue with them. You know what I mean?
What's good, Josh?
None much. I had to spend most of the morning at the bank. Apologize for being late. I'm always late. So what?
Must be nice to be rich at the bank counting your money.
What's the problem with blaming boomers?
I see no problem with it at all.
Just seems kind of odd. We are in the situation we are in because of a generation before us, good or bad.
Sure, but it doesn't change. It doesn't take us out the situation at all, so it doesn't matter.
No, because 30 years ago, whatever actions they committed to are kind of what set in stone is the position that we're in.
I agree, but can we go back 30 years to change it?
No.
So we have to worry about what we have to do it now instead of just turning around and just start blaming shit, right?
The only thing it seems to me we can do is whatever we can do in our own lives to better ourselves, and only we know that as people. Nobody else can tell you that.
Well,
we got to do what we can do.
Well, now there's a problem here. Forgetting history tends to come with some ugly problems. There's a reason why you should look back to previous generations and learn what they did and hopefully try to figure out why. At least for no other reason other than if they made mistakes to not be able to repeat them.
Well, the conversation not about if they made mistakes or repeating history. It's about people who are millennials, let's just say in their 40s now, still blaming people who are lemmings over the cliff already, pretty much going over the cliff, and still saying, I'm not where I need to be because of them. Well, look at the generations coming after you. They're looking at you to be the example for something that could be better. And not only millennials, but Xers have still been fucking it up.
That's what bothers me is the Xers.
Wait. And if boomers are dying, right? How are millennials and Xers going to capitalize? Because they still haven't shown any efforts to be able to do that. If boomers, the end all be all is the fucking ones that ruin everything, right? Isn't it just as much that we ruin it if we don't have any plans to take over what the fuck they're leaving behind?
Yeah, but they all took out reverse mortgages and now BlackRock owns all the property.
Which means that everything that's already been said prior to from Alpha and Z is right about us. Because we don't even have a fucking game plan to what we're gonna do once those motherfuckers leave. I asked this question to the chat. You weren't here for this, Josh. But I said, I'm probably not even you, Tim, man. But I said, let's just say Warren Buffett is about to die. Who gets his stash? And most motherfuckers do not have a fucking answer to that.
His spouse? I think he's married, isn't he?
That bitch is a fucking dinosaur as well.
Dude, I guess
Probably
the
the
answer is ain't
Vatican,
nobody
where
worth
he's
it.
been. Probably the Vatican, where he started out from. Probably.
He can't take that with him. Who gets his shit?
Yeah, I mean that might make sense for him, but that don't make sense for every boomer to not leave their kids nothing.
No, he's got three children. Right. And now there's also a problem.
And that's if his children actually gets it. It might not even go to his children because a lot of boomers that I speak to don't give shit to their children. You know what they do?
Well, now,
they give it to their grandchildren.
Well, now, yeah, that becomes a problem too. If your children are not responsible with basically the family business, the last thing you want to do is dump a whole bunch of money on an irresponsible person.
Exactly what I said.
So it is the case that your children have to do something to prove their worthiness of an inheritance. Otherwise, they're going to run your name into the mud.
Yep.
Yeah, but if you didn't instill that in them, where were they going to get that from?
No, they don't do it because they tend to resent their parents, which is why I say a lot of boomers that I run into, me personally run into, don't give shit to their children.
I mean, you started from day one telling them you got to work for this shit.
They're hoping that the grandchildren will be better than them, than their parent, than their actual children that they fostered.
Well,
right, because they have weird ideas. I would rather give $500 billion to Tyrone Jenkins from Chappelle Show than Ukraine.
you generally wouldn't want to just randomly donate it to some Tom, Dick, and Harry that that's a bad idea as well. Because now all you're doing is, instead of your children who are irresponsible, you're donating it to some, or you're gifting it off to some other random irresponsible person. It would be a better case to generally tie it up in a trust, do something long term.
There's no way.
Your idiot children might actually.
You're gonna be sitting there in a fucking will meeting. You passed away. Your kids are sitting there, and then the lawyer's sitting there like, well, you know, in terms of what was written in the will for 10th man, here is the yacht that goes to young Bethany. Here is his favorite sword collection that goes to young Tyler, and then for the wealth that goes for the actual person. Oh, fucking bitch is gonna do this. It goes to Leroy Jenkins.
Yeah, where's my sword collection at?
My name's Trump. I just bought this baby straight cash.
That is not the way that's gonna turn out.
Yeah, that's some movie shit right there. Usually,
I'm just saying, I'd rather give all the money. I'd rather give $500 billion to a crackhead in Seoul Central than Ukraine.
Oh, so
I like where you're going with this. Go on.
It'd be better for the country.
Wait, how do you? Now I got to ask this question. How do you know what's best for a country?
Because keeping the resources. Because keeping the resources of a country inside the country is better than giving it to another country to buy bombs with.
There's what are you talking about? Buying bombs. If you're buying bombs, generally speaking, you're buying from an American corporation. Be no different than you buying a TV. Well, I take that
right.
back.
So is it better to give that money to Raytheon or Tyrone Jenkins?
It'd be better if you're going to have to spend money. It's better to spend money inside of your own country and with American companies.
Right, but
did you see how Tyrone ran in there? He didn't have no fear, dude. No fear.
He would fix the world.
Yeah, y'all are talking like there's going to be one person or a small handful of people that are going to fix the world in your best interest. Things don't usually work that way.
I can fix the world.
Yeah, here's the question.
Doubt it.
Why is it that a person
make it a better place for you and for me?
You have to ask this question to yourself.
Human race.
Do you believe that you've operated in your life to be a success? And then you have to ask yourself that same. If your answer is no, then the question is why the hell do you think you know what's best for the United States or the globe? That kind of concept. If the answer is yes, the question then becomes, why do you focus on that? Because it usually doesn't work that way.
Because I care about all human beings equally and don't pick favorites.
You don't pick favorites?
No.
So if somebody goes to attack your family, right? Like the other person that's attacking your family has just Jesus Christ. It speaks volumes against survivalism if you can't have favorites.
Well, listen, I'm from Canada, right? And my prime minister wore blackface more often than he remembered.
Do you know how many dicks this guy's got?
Just had to resign.
No, not had to. He resigned.
He had to.
He not had to. He could have rolled that shit to the fucking wheels came off. He resigned.
He hasn't actually resigned. He said, I have the intention to resign. He's still the leader right now. He just shut down Parliament for 3 months till they choose a new leader, allegedly, while all of California's on fire.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I don't pay attention to any of that shit. Like, not like I'm going to change it by paying attention to it.
Do you know how I feel? I feel like the guy when Woody Harrelson was at the end of Deep Impact, or no, 2012, and Yellowstone blew up, and Buddy's driving in the RV, and Woody Harrelson just stands there while it hits and then gets wiped out. That's how I feel like him. I feel like him.
Well, it's like a bunch of us are like prepared to go down with the ship if that happens, but it might not even happen. Right? Allegedly. In Minecraft.
It's Red Dawn.
I don't know. Maybe there's a way they figured out where it won't happen, you know?
Sure.
Biden's
got
it.
Yeah, in a mysterious world.
I'm not the good with the answers. I'm hoping somebody is.
Biden's got it under control. Don't worry.
It's highly unlikely they're going to figure out the whole California thing. I think it's just going to want it burning. Because their policies led to it. I'm just
basically,
saying.
Even in politics, it's the same concept as blaming the boomers. We're just going to blame some random group of people in a government. We'll blame them too.
Do you guys hear Tim Dillon's house burned
Sure,
down
why
with his
not?
family?
Jesus, it's across the board here. It seems like
that comedian.
Seems like it.
I just blame the government, random people in the government for California's bad policies.
I love how in today's day and age, suddenly everything in terms of the government and how people are being mistreated hinges on California. And when my premise for the beginning, even till now, it's still been the same as someone who's an East Coaster. Fuck California.
Man, bro, they keep bringing their bullshit here. Why is it burning such a bad thing? I don't quite get it, but whatever.
I love how everybody, hi government, California, fuck California.
So if I'm comparing my state to California, I'm going to obviously say fuck California. But the reality is California's GDP is pretty much almost as big as Europe. So one fucking state generates enough fucking revenue for the country than the vast majority of Europe. Go fucking figure. So I only say fuck California in the idea of competition between one state and another. But when it comes to competition globally, I will fucking sick Californians on any other part of the world.
Nobody cared about Hawaii. Nobody cared about Palestine, Ohio. So fuck California.
We care about Hawaii until we start talking military. For some odd reason, there's a really good benefit of having a big fucking naval fleet out there in the middle of the Pacific like that.
And I've heard all kinds of weird shit about this shit that happened in North Carolina. I really don't even want to speak on it because I don't have like actionable, defendable information.
Josh, until you've had Samoan ass, you just don't know.
I don't give a damn what the locals in the state fucking think or care. I just don't typically care. Be the same concept as me. I don't really care what the Californian residents think one way or the other.
Like far as the North Carolina thing, you're talking about far as the hurricane.
You can only say that because you haven't had that Waikiki.
Yeah, I was talking about the hurricane thing. We get it, Josh. You're God. We get it.
No,
it's not about God. It's just the idea.
He can only.
The idea is the focus. Like
no,
that's
he can only say that because he had to have that Waikiki pussy.
I've actually never been to. I've never been to Hawaii. I've never been there.
Exactly my point. You haven't had it.
Why would you?
Mahalo.
Why would you want it? See, Island Pacificers, there's a shitload of other islands with a lot better women.
If you go to Hawaii, make sure you have a blue car.
If you go to Hawaii, make sure you have a lot of fucking.
We never heard of Hawaii having lady boys.
Hawaii.
Would you care for some photos?
Show me the photos.
Well, wait a minute.
No, thanks.
Strangely enough, Hawaii is a weird tourist destination. I don't know why. It's expensive as shit, but that's a thing.
The last time Resla saw a photo up here, he almost passed out. No thanks.
Resla, he secretly likes looking. I just across the board.
Not at the picture he looked at last time.
it seems odd to me because this is like the same concept as looking at life as like a game, a competition, right? You'd spend the first couple of years trying to learn the rules as best as you could. Keep in mind they're kind of dynamic; they change very often, and then just play the game the best you can. It seems like the people that don't play so well are the ones that are the loudest and complain about it.
It could also
like
be
making
that the
fun
ones
of
that
it.
don't play well find the way that people are playing immoral and only wait until their last moment before they do such things.
That's kind of subjective, though. Like, so one
Well,
man's
it is
moral.
subjective, I'm saying it could be.
Well, I mean, it could be, but it's subjective, right? Like what one person defines as right and think about you basing your life off of two people that have differences between right and wrong. And you're measuring the difference between the two, and you're going to base your life off of those two people?
When you have one segment of society, which is the plebes, all of us, that we have to follow the law. If we don't update our registration on our car, then we get thrown in jail.
I just know, had I known what I know now, things would have been done differently. Is all I'm saying.
And then you got the government people that are allowed to break every law, and they're never held responsible.
You government people.
If you want to not register a vehicle, just go buy a horse. Those don't have to be registered.
Somebody should have told me to get a horse at like 5. I could have been Amish. That's my calling.
No, the Amish have to register their wagons.
Oh, that's bullshit. That is
Depending
bullshit.
on which state. I think PA you have to.
No, that's un-American.
Yes, in PA you have to.
So you can have the horse, just not the cart. The cart you're gonna have to register.
It's the cart that has to be registered.
What is that? What is that?
Which I thought was bullshit.
What is that? Fall in the trailer classification or something? I gotta look those up.
Something along the lines. Yeah.
Yeah, big trailers. Yeah.
So, but hey, you don't
have to rickshaws.
Look, I just had a customer. She bought a washing machine a year ago. It went out. They're not going to replace it. You know what the problem was? The motherboard. Paul, I'm done. I'm mic drop.
But think about the complaints though. Like I don't. It's un-American. Think about. I don't know how to explain this one. Think about the idea of what's being said. It's un-American to register your vehicle. Yet everybody in all 50 fucking states has to do it. Oh, and now we got trailers now.
Transport. I have to be able to move myself around in order to work. And you guys want me to ride a scooter.
Right. And everybody else, there's fucking more cars in the U.S. than there are fucking people. Somebody's registering these damn cars.
I know you guys are trying to set up a system, but you can't put a ladder on a scooter. All right, I'm muting myself.
You want to make a bet. I've got currently in Vietnam, I've seen people put a fucking refrigerator on the back end of a moped. I shit you not, I will post photos if you'd like. I cannot figure out how they balance the fucking shit, but this idea that things cannot be done is complete bullshit.
Well, they can. It just is shitty.
They can.
It's unsafe. I'll give you that one.
Unsafe,
right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day,
I'm not
how
gonna lie,
bad
Josh.
do you want that goddamn refrigerator?
I'm not gonna lie, Josh. That motherfucker needs to go to MIT.
Hey, get up a decent speed. I don't know. I've never driven a motorbike. I'm not really allowed to drive here, technically speaking. But the point is like every time we turn around and we look at something we dislike, there's usually a reason for it. But we're going to complain about it because this rule because I don't get something free. I have to register something. I have to pay to do this. I have to pay to do that. It's always been that way. You will either pay or you'll fucking die in a ditch.
Dying in a ditch is not the worst thing I've ever heard of.
Well, then, do you want to live?
He's not lying. He's not lying.
Maybe.
Then, at some point, you're gonna have to learn how to play the damn game.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie.
Sucks. You need new rules.
I rather die in a ditch than die to cannibals.
Don't they kill you and drain your blood before they cook you and eat you?
No, they eat you while you're still alive.
Yeah.
They cut your body off and they keep the rest of you still preserved. They'll literally amputate you piece by piece.
There's something to be said about.
Moment you start killing, moment you kill something, it starts decomposing. So that means you have to keep it alive to preserve it.
Or freeze it. Or
now I'm a
cool it.
fucking communist. I know.
I love communism. I love it. We need a couple more communist countries.
Un-American of you. We need to pull you out of Vietnam ASAP.
Oh no. See, what you guys don't understand is communism is a really good source of very cheap. It's a very good source of cheap labor. While y'all fuckers are sitting here crying about, oh, we got to have $25 an hour. They're over there fucking working for like goddamn bowl of rice.
Yeah, we need the extra. You need to extract him quickly.
You need to extradite you out of Vietnam.
Bro, 25 ain't shit. I don't know why he said 25. That's insane.
I don't know what's New York
for nothing. We are way past the point of exfiltration.
I know, right?
We probably just need to just handle him and just put him in a hole.
Yeah, he's someone, please.
God, I said want to be handled. I dare somebody. I would enjoy it.
Vietnam has messed you up.
It's not.
Yeah, it has.
I literally have had the same. This mentality has existed for at least a decade, and I've only been here 6-7 years.
Well, look, if you guys hire me, I'll show for you too. Pay me, I'll make the tacos. I'll make the tacos in the Pentagon.
Nah, he said no. He's there mixing up shit. He's saying "Viva la Vietnam."
Yeah, you guys are like complaining about communism, except for the vast majority of our manufacturing goes through communist countries because they're cheaper labor. To be fair, probably, the tiny screws and the tiny hands, that might be a reason too.
Our fault. It would be cheaper if the company stayed here.
What are you talking about? Their headquarters are like, well, okay, so technically they're usually
exactly. You know what the fuck I meant. Don't try that.
The manufacturing is what moved. The headquarters.
No, but the manufacturing is what
if the manufacturing had stayed here, it would be cheaper for us.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
No, you guys wanted consumerism.
In the long run, 1 second. Just put it this way. Look up how much the very first cell phone cost. And look at how much it costs now.
It is bullshit that I sit here and have to pay $1,000 for a phone that I know a heifer in fucking China or Korea is paying less than half of what I paid for her to put that shit together. I am not happy with
America.
I am not happy with it at all.
I just got an Android. I guess whatever the newest Android for like $70-$80.
Yeah, but that will cost me 20. What's that? 200,000.
You guys are free to fucking I don't know, shop somewhere else and have it shipped in.
I can't have it from Temu. They don't sell that.
Oh, you guys can get online and actually order Alibaba. I don't know about the delivery system.
Alibaba's costly.
Just let China run everything.
Well, why not? That's gonna be your next bet if you keep bitching about everything. Oh, they're cheaper. Okay, buy the Chinese product. I'm actually almost sure that my Android is more Chinese.
If I want a brand new phone, I gotta spend almost $500 to fly to Vietnam so I can fuck Wei Chen just so I can get my fucking phone and then fly back.
You don't think mail service operates?
No, I don't think it's that. No, I think if it has to go custom, it's to go through customs and go stolen. I don't trust TSA.
Jesus Christ. So okay, there you go. You're back to the. I don't trust the people's hands that have to touch it. So if I can't walk into a fucking store, so then pay $1,000.
Sir, I live in New York City, which means that the majority of TSA are hood rats.
Well,
prove me wrong.
I don't know much about New York City.
I've
I've heard there's
definitely
some
seen
nasty
some
places.
PSA that don't
You're a
look like they
liar.
would pass
You're
security.
a liar. You're a liar, Josh. You
No,
know exactly
I
about
heard
New
there's
York.
some
You're a
nasty
liar.
places like
You're a
Brooks.
liar. You know exactly about New York. You're a liar.
Well, upstate New York, New York City. I've actually the only time I go into New York City is usually like if I have to
So you're
hit up an
saying
airport.
outside of New York City, I have to drive my ass up all the way to White Plains to a fucking airstrip?
No, I mean that's the only time I go into New York City is through that one airport. And now we're switching that. We're actually starting to land
But we
in.
only have two in the
Must be
city.
nice to have a Wii. Where's my Wii at?
We only have two in
Where's
the
my
city,
Wii?
Josh. We have to go upstate for anything else.
Well, like Scranton, I would prefer to
I'm
land
not
there.
going no fucking Scranton. What the fuck?
Well, I am. Fuck you. Who gives a shit, you city
That's
boys?
fucking far.
That's your problem, right? You wanted to live in the fucking city. Hold up. You wanted to live in the city, so now you got city
I didn't want to.
problems.
I was born here.
Well, that's your problem. You could have moved.
I'm not trying to go to fucking cattle country.
See, you want to live in the city, so now suffer the city.
First of all, you think it's gonna be cheeky for me to be standing there? I'm saying, looking for my fucking poster, standing there at the fucking airport and looking at everybody else, and I got to sit there and give them the head.
I want you to go upstate.
I got to give them the head nod. Hey, what's going on? First time, isn't it? First time what? First time seeing a nigga.
I want you to go upstate and hold an axe. That's what I want you to do. Try and cut
They
some
will
plywood.
not have me at the airport holding a fucking axe. You and I both know this.
That is a terrible opener.
No, it's not a terrible.
No, axes are very good openers. They can open doors, garage doors,
it's not a terrible
windows.
No, it's not a terrible opener because that same opener had me safe in fucking it had me safe in New Jersey at a biker bar.
Got it. To be fair, I'd have to ask, what the fuck were you doing in New Jersey?
Bro, you went to a biker bar? I walked around the Atlanta bus stop in the middle of the night.
Wait, now, biker bars are generally safe.
Yeah.
First of all, I was extremely
I'm
tired.
more safe than what I did, but whatever.
I was extremely tired. It was my first time driving back up from Florida. After I drove down, I was extremely tired, and I just wanted to relax, and I got off. And as I was walking by, I just said, "Oh, there's a shit ton of bikes here." Did I register how tired I was? Went in, just wanted to drink before I can pass the fuck out, and looked around, saw a whole bunch of bikers or whatever, and I said, "Oh, okay, cool. They all got leather jacket." I said, "Oh, what's with the leather jacket?" He's like, "Okay, cool. What's going on?" Sat down at the bar. Bartender looked at me like, look around you, and I'm like, "What?" Some person looked at me, sat right next to me, said, "You good?" And I said, "First time here?" He said, "What? No, I'm not me. You first time you here?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "First time, isn't it?" He said, "What?" I said, "Seen a nigga?" And he laughed. And we were good. Everybody was good with me ever since then.
Yeah, biker bar. Let's see here.
Bikers are, at least on the East Coast, bikers are better than what people think.
I'm going to use that one. See,
at least on the East Coast, bikers are better than what most people think they are.
I think people in general,
because I know bikers in my own town are a lot better than what you think.
Yeah, according to crime rates, generally speaking, and so this includes also on the west side or west coast too, right? The bikers and truckers tend to be, wherever they congregate, tend to be less problematic crime wise. They just don't put up with the bullshit.
But not only were they good with me, but they showed me where I need to get off of my where they need to get on my intersection and where to ride to get back.
Dude, that's what I'm about to say about the Atlanta bus stop thing. Is I befriended a couple black guys down there, and they knew that they basically had to take care of me, or I was going to get fucked up. So it was like, it was just all.
They were good with me. Look, not for nothing. I was at that bar. I left that bar maybe 4 drinks in. I got in my car. When I got in my car, I slept in my car. When I woke up, motherfuckers were still around me like, "Hey, we just want to make sure you was good." I was like, "Oh shit, that's what's up." Look, said, "You got a map?" I said, "Yeah." What? And I pulled out my fucking GPS right off my fucking dashboard. They said, "You want to go here? You want to go here?" And they rode with me halfway to my fucking intersection. They were cool. They were cool with me. I'm talking about it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. They were cool with me. Now, I wouldn't say I'd do that shit again, but they were cool with me.
So where are we on the topic? We're all we still stuck on blaming everybody else but ourselves?
No, the Rothschilds, they're just
I mean,
regular
we can
people.
always blame the feds, right?
I say
Rothschilds are just...
if you want something better
Yeah, we
from
could
the
blame the
future,
Fed.
if you want something better from the future, you can start looking at yourself and your generation
Yeah.
and stop looking at boomers who are dying every day. If you want to take over the future and you want something better for the other future, for the future to be looking at you, and because quite frankly, you know what's happening with the birth rates? You know what's so bad about fucking people not getting married? You want to know what's so bad about the fucking mistrust from fucking Zoomers and fucking Alpha? It's us.
Pretty much.
Not really that bad.
They look at us and they say, you guys fucked up relationships, you guys fucked up marriage, you guys fucked up parenting. Why would I look your way? Which is why we are at a point right now, especially here in the US, where we have more people who are old than people who are being born. Look at the map. It's there.
We got that fixed too. We can import foreigners. So that's not a problem either.
That's not fixed, that's replacement. Wait,
That's
what's wrong with replacement?
That's really not gonna fix it in the long run.
Wait. As the bulk of majority of people that are here, white people, you really want that replacement shit? Y'all was sitting there talking about the fucking replacement theory, how y'all getting whitewashed, and now y'all sitting there bringing them. First of all, to the point where earlier today, Elon Musk, I just had to hear that shit, flew all the way to fucking Europe, chastising and fucking belittling fucking Europeans to turn around and say what? That the fucking Indians, not feather, Indians were part of fucking what? Rape of young women. But these are the kind of people that they want on fucking H-1 visas because they're gonna be the innovators for fucking the America. You want rapists to be your innovators for the future because it makes us look good in the stock market, but not necessarily as American. Is that what you're advocating?
Have you seen
Joshua? Is that what you're advocating for, Joshua?
Actually,
of young women. Is that what
I'm proud of my dad on that one.
Absolutely, and here's why. Have you not seen
absolutely, folks? You heard it. Absolutely,
bro. He did hit you with the absolutely. I heard that.
You heard it, folks. He said absolutely.
Do you know how much one H1
$2.23 up today? Let's go.
Do you have any idea how much money comes in from one H1 visa?
Do you know how hard it is to get with an Asian, with a freaking Indian woman, an authentic Indian woman?
They only love you half the time, man.
They are that loyal, and they're over there in Europe taking them out early in their teens, early teens. Talk about pair bonding and trust gone. And I'm a sucker for a beautiful Indian woman with a British accent, and they over there in Europe fucking the game up for anyone.
Yeah, I don't think you.
Yeah, Elon Musk, and I'm gonna say this jokingly, our African American goes over there and it says how much they need those immigrants to come here. And you're advocating for that?
Yes.
Elon Musk is the second African American president.
So here's
no, he can't be president.
The minimum number of an investment requirement, meaning how much money they have to invest, the smallest amount is $800,000. So if you think they're just walking in the door, no, they're not poor people walking in the door.
They're not poor people. They're just rich people.
Josh, what? Let me ask you a serious question. What good is an associate's degree today?
On U.S. soil, for the vast majority of degrees are just bullshit.
That's not what I asked you. I love the fact. What good is an associate's degree
We would rather import our
I don't think
help.
it's good for anything.
Pay for it here, so we import it.
CJ, hold on. I'm asking Josh. See, you should know.
So, like,
What
an associate's degree might
what
get
good
you
is
like
an associate's degree today? We're here in 2025. What good is that?
usually a requirement for like law enforcement jobs, like say city or county. They usually require an associate's degree. Outside of that, I
No,
can't
they
think
don't.
much.
They don't. They don't even require an associate's degree. They require a 4-year degree now. They want criminal justice.
Oh, they bumped it up.
Yes, they bumped it up. So what good is an associate's degree today?
Then nothing.
So, but no, apparently it is worth something because according to on the record, on camera, President Trump says that if you're here for 2 years and you're in college, you should be able to immediately get qualified for citizenship.
Yeah, if you were paying $800,000, if you were
record, you cannot owe that much money in a 2-year degree.
I don't know.
Never.
Them working-class white people should have been pissed about
Never. You can never owe that much. I don't give a fuck if you went to MIT in 2 years. You can't. First of all, MIT don't even offer you a 2-year degree, by the way. But there's no way, even if you were in MIT, could you rack up that kind of charge?
Let me see here. Let me just look up this.
Go ahead. While I'm at it, while you're at it,
No. I'm just looking up.
I'm gonna scratch my nuts because I know you're full of shit. What you're about to say?
No, I'm looking up how many H-1 visas were. So there were 758,000. Let's just say 759,000.
Not 7, folks. 700.
H1
visas. 700.
Yeah. Okay. However you want to say it. So there were. Let's see here. Roughly about 800,000, give or take, H1 visas processed in 2024. And the minimum investment required for it is 800,000. That's the smallest amount. The largest amount I've ever seen was 2.5 million.
So are we to believe that with the help of Elon Musk, I'm not worried too much about, even though he is a great part of it, but Vivek Ramaswamy, who happens to be American, by the way, who is pushing for the shit crazy.
Kinda.
No,
yeah, I have no problem.
No. He's American.
Don't know what he's done.
No. I'm not gonna do that. Stop. I'm not gonna do that. He is American. His parents
and
were
Elon
not
Musk
born.
is African American. We know.
No, he was not. No, his parents were not born American. Vivek Ramaswamy is actually American. We're not gonna do that. Now, Elon Musk is not born American. There's a difference.
Correct.
But the one who is born American has wholeheartedly pushed for people who are not American, and the quote non-American is sitting around doing what? Going to different countries, trying to get. And apparently, of all the countries he goes to Europe, where there's a big scandal going across, primarily of what? Indian people there who are doing some of the most egregious things during a time where we start talking about we want H-1 visa, Indians specifically. So that means you want the grapists to come here. And let's stop there, because we know that the majority of H1s, we're not talking about H2s, H1s who come here do not amount to be shit. It is very rare that we get H1s who come here and actually become the brightest of people who come here.
See, here's the difference, right?
Come on,
so
lay it on me.
Wait, right? So you're putting it in, whereas they're both going to buy their way in, right? At a minimum of $800,000, a minimum investment fee, meaning they have to buy a house, they have to do something.
Through smuggle, whatever.
I could say an opportunity normal Americans aren't given.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Because it has always been easier to get your ass over here from Europe than anywhere else. We saw what the Haitians did, and they went through turmoil. Because before the recent crisis that came through from the southern border, the most obvious way, even for people in Haiti or in the Pacific areas, the Pacific Islands, were always to go to fucking Europe first and then come here.
Well, they need somebody with that "I'm not going to get deported today" motivation. You know what I mean? if you were born here, you don't have that kind of motivation.
Come on, Josh. Hit me with it. Let
up?
me hear this.
Well, I tried to say it. You're going to keep interrupting. So I mean, I don't know what
One second. They're called.
Your idea is you want them to pay $800,000 to come in, right?
No,
and
I
then
don't
you also want them to, I don't know, create long-term generational wealth when that's not what the H1 is intended for.
No, you're wrong. Here's what you're wrong. Number one, I don't intend to pay for shit. I don't want them to come here. That's number one.
Yeah, but that's what the H1 is for. It requires an investment.
Number two is exactly what I expect that will happen once they are here. Is the same thing that happened when Elon took over Twitter and turned it into X. When you're here on an H1 visa and you're here in a company, right? If you get fired from a company, working conditions, how long do you have before you get deported? Before you can find a new job?
One second. They're called
specific.
Hold on.
It's 2 months. It's 2 months.
1 second.
Which means that the majority of people, even there at fucking Twitter, would not quit their job, not due to the policies, but due to the fact that they would not want to give up their fucking H1 visa status.
Right, and I think that goes to what I was saying is like you would rather have these people that have these rules set on them than an American that doesn't have that type of motivation. But I'm out of my depth. I'm going to get off of the panel, so I appreciate you guys.
You're going to ruin my joke. They're called specific islands, Resla. They're called specific islands.
Well, like I said, if you don't want that investment, then pay higher property taxes. Like money's going to come in from somewhere. You want to pay for it? Go for it.
No, take it from the government's retirement funds.
That money goes to the government. Well, okay, no, I'm sorry. Roughly about $1,200 goes to the government. The rest of it goes into the economy. Their investment requirements are like buy a house, right? It's just got to total up to about $800,000. Buy a business, right? That's what they're doing, whereas our own citizens are not. And you're bitching about it like, oh, they're bad people. They're doing what you guys won't do. The vast majority of you won't do.
True.
Now, the only difference is, and I'll agree with you, it's most likely that asshole's not coming in with his money, right? It's usually his parents' money. So Resla was right, roughly about 70. Yeah. Resla was right, roughly about 73%, at least in 2022. We even got the national breakdown on 2023 yet, but roughly about 73% were Indians.
Let's go.
So we're slowly draining the Indian economy because their money is coming into the U.S. So let's say 800,000 H1 visas. Roughly about 73% of those were Indians. All of that money that they walked in the door with came from India.
Josh, how many of them you think became innovators and architects and fucking engineers?
Less than 1%. Less than 1%.
Which means that the majority of them went to what? Hotels.
No, less than 1% become inventors, innovators of any type.
Which means that the majority of them went to hotels and fucking your local Dunkin' Donuts.
The problem with that claim is that's the same number and percentage-wise that applies to U.S. citizens. The only difference within this argument is one is saying I hold a passport, the other one is saying I don't. And they're claiming who's better.
Wait. First of all, I almost said something nasty. I'm not gonna say that. I need a new example. Hold up. I don't recall how many people that work at freaking Dunkin' Donuts, at least here in New York City, that are not Indian.
Oh, there's a shit ton of Indians here. There's a shit ton of Indians in any country I've ever been to. They're like everywhere.
They literally have a monopoly.
Yeah, I mean they're pretty much across the globe. I mean there might be a few places they don't really exist, but they're everywhere.
Here's the funny part about it. And this is the thing that irks me the most, or at least here in the US, right? This is the thing that irks me the most. What is the percentage of Caucasian Americans here in the US? Caucasian Americans in
Roughly
general.
about 64%, give or take.
No. 64%. Happy that you said that. Now, what about Caucasian Americans excluding the Asian half of them? It's 62%.
Yeah, you usually get the mixed blood. Like
Cool. Now, what about Indians? Dot, not feather. Here,
I think the last, and this is old data, roughly about 5 years. I think it was like 11% or 12%, something like that.
Bullshit. It's way higher. Way higher. It's higher than black folks. Way higher.
Wait. Were you talking about citizens?
No, here in the U.S., citizen or not.
Oh, I don't know the total. Like, no,
it is high.
ICE doesn't disclose that information, not publicly.
It is super it is so high. It is right next to the white people. They are
okay.
hidden.
It's 64% and 64%, or let's just say 60%, right? If it is the case at 60% and 60%, that's going to be 120%.
It is nasty how many Indian people not feather are hidden in this country who choose not to here's the thing that we all don't realize. When it comes, we look at Asian people because they're the lowest, but they do well. White people are just all over the place. Black people tend to be very loud, but they hang in coastal areas. Native Americans, we know they're disenfranchised because they're stuck to reservations. Hispanic people are all over the place because, quite frankly, they got to sneak their way into the border. Indian people come in, make businesses, and don't cause trouble. That's why they stay low key. But they're so fucking big in numbers. And all you got to do is go to the CDC to check that out.
Yeah.
Because
I don't understand. I don't understand.
We got Indians where I live at that don't.
The complaint is that there are already so many Indians, and the complaint is that there's so many Indians here that most people don't even recognize. Like, this is the problem that I have with so many ethnicities that complain, because the Asians are not complaining about the white people who are not allowing them to have an opportunity, because the white people have not complained that they can't get into colleges because of affirmative action, and Black people have been complaining about affirmative action when it comes to the white people. I love how the spiral happens.
Well, it's a weird argument anyways. If you're talking about
Asians looking down at white people who've been looking at black people who've been looking at white people who have been looking at Asian people, Hispanics who have been looking at black people, slipping into their neighborhoods and doing well to be mixed up with the black people. But you know who people who have been paying attention to? Indian people.
Why would I be anti-Indian?
No, it's not about being anti. You don't need to be anti. You don't think about them. And they are so large in numbers and they own so many businesses.
Yeah. So?
Tech. Real estate.
So?
Restaurants.
Yeah, you mean they're doing exactly what Americans are not doing.
I'm not mad at what they do, but the fact of the matter is that somebody Ramaswamy will pretend like there's not enough of them when they are already doing so much in the country.
No, I don't know about enough of them, and I don't keep track of like.
Look at the numbers. I've been doing this for years. Look at the numbers.
The numbers of what?
How many there are, as long as it's getting
the numbers of how many are in and how many actually own businesses.
Oh, that a good majority of them.
And they are
legally. I don't care.
And they are just as good, if not better, than Asians at bringing in family.
Yeah, if they came in under an H1, it's guaranteed that they're going to own a business for at least some period.
Not just H1s, H2s.
Well, now the H2 is going to be a little bit different, right? You're going to have
no. Because the H2s will have you be as what?
Home. What?
The H2s will be as what? Home, restaurants, labor, housekeeping, which they also do as well.
Housekeeping.
Yeah, H2 is going to be your I guess we nickname it the labor visa, right?
Lots of them come in under labor, but wind up being a management leader.
Well, the vast majority of them are usually related in some format or another. They're extended family.
Which is why I don't trust the name Singh and Patel.
Okay.
Because they're the ones that come through with all the bullshit. Are you going to tell me that if the moment I hear Patel, I know you're part of a fucking racket?
Everybody's part of a racket.
The moment you come through with the name Patel, you are part of a racket, because I know that wasn't your original name when you came from fucking wherever you came from. Pakistan, Bangladesh, whatever. Like, I know you're a
Everybody's from
liar.
somewhere, but here.
I know you're a liar.
Yeah, I
all immigrants.
I don't particularly care one way or the other, I guess. I
Well,
don't
that's
see any group as not having their own interest, or at least they're not going to do what they believe is in their best interest.
I was very clear. If a woman runs into me, I will fuck the real name out of you if I have to, because I don't
Damn.
want to hear it. Your name is, hey, what's going on, sweetheart? What's your name? Jamie. And I do a poop pounding. I'm Wee-Chen. Yeah, that's your real name.
Okay.
I don't see a problem. Here's the case, and I don't have a problem with replacement. If you are the low end of a standard, right, you ought to be replaced. If you are not living your life based on competition, you're useless. Generally speaking. I mean, I don't actually agree that a person can be useless. Even the useless poor are good for basically consumerism. But generally speaking, they wouldn't have the best interest of the government, or at least the country and the government's goals. They wouldn't have those interests in there. You guys want to sit around you guys want to sit around and complain about what you don't have and what you have to register, while everybody else that's competing doesn't have that problem. They've got a whole different set of problems to deal with.
Let me understand it. It is okay to have foreigners come in that we invest into, who leave the country, by the way, but it's not okay to invest in the people that were already here, that we already have their
the vast majority of U.S. population is not.
Why? Because quite frankly, we already have nasty education, and the education system has never been invested
the vast majority of population
in other words,
unproductive outside of consumerism.
You cannot invest in the education system and allow a whole plethora.
Yeah, I don't want any more investment into education.
We're already sitting we're almost sitting at over fucking 50, rank 50 in the fucking globe.
Yeah, and still don't care. There's a handful of countries in the world where you don't need a graduate degree of some type to go out and do well.
You would prefer people that cannot benefit their own country, even in engineering. I'm talking about 2025, who still have a problem building septic systems, to come over here and say that they are the, quote, brightest among us.
I don't know about the concept of the brightest, right? That's
no. That's exactly what Elon.
Because that's not how our systems operate, right? The thing that regulates that septic system is build one and see if it fails. Hold up, bullshit. See, here's the problem, right? This is the thing. You go build a fucking septic tank, right? And see if that thing fails. If that thing fails, what is the legal liability? What is the legal liability of a failed septic system? They still have a river
of shit. It is still gaseous. There's a river of shit still in India.
Oh my God, right? See, here's the problem, right? There are regulations on the things that you're bitching about, those products.
But we want them.
They have to come here and meet those requirements.
But that their people are worthy of coming here to make a difference in our country when they leave.
That's if they leave.
No, that's no if. Look at the majority of a foreign fucking.
Yeah, it would be the case. It would be the case that they either bring in spouses or sometimes go back to their countries to pick up additional spouses.
They go back to their countries because why? Family is there.
Right.
And because they got an American, American education, they are paid more.
Yeah, it is the case that it's a little bit difficult to bring your spouse and immediate family over.
Bring their spouse if they can live high on the hog in their own country.
It's not the process of living high off the hog.
I could tell you the mindset of people.
Oh, okay. See, here's the thing, right? There's a lot of judgment based on a system that I guess you guys aren't paying attention to. What do you think the IR visa process? That's usually the IR and the CR visas. How long do you think they take to process?
I don't know. It's not really my concern because
currently between 11 and 58 months. So to bring your mother over, bring your wife over, right?
Literally said this man who is going to be our president, and literally about a week to come, says that if you just do 2 years in school, an associate that we already agreed is amount to basically dog shit, should be enough for you to be a fucking citizen. He didn't say citizen, take the citizenship test, just to be a citizen.
Yeah, I don't know if I oppose it, to be honest with you. Then again, investing 800,000 to me seems like that should get you a green card.
What I just heard was that take a personal loan, you can go to any for-profit company, and that's enough.
Sure.
Any for-profit education, and quite frankly, whether you pass or not, 2 years in, you are a citizen.
Yeah. I mean, that's how our system works anyways. Been that way for well over a decade. I'm guessing.
Wait. I just want to say, folks, this is from your local Fed.
Yeah, and work department or State Department. So those people that are coming in, generally, well, they come through my government. They don't, or my branch of government. They don't come through me specifically.
Folks, I just want to say for everybody listening, I just want to let everybody know when we hear the whole claim, because Josh has been up here vouching for immigrants across the board. So when we say America's an immigrant country, or apparently it's supposed to stay immigrant, it's supposed to be swamped and push out every resident that is born here. That is a natural American citizen in fact, a natural American citizen should just be disenfranchised, because quite frankly, we should only be disposed of, just like livestock. Only be pushing for immigrants only.
Yeah, because see, this is the way it works, Resla. When you work for the government, all you care about is the tax base. And so long as there's more people to pay more taxes, you get your raise every year. And that's the discussion.
Yeah, because generally speaking, if you own a business, right, you both have to pay income tax and corporate tax. Of course, your corporate tax is mostly regulated on your state, right? Whereas the rest of you fucking workers just, I don't know, popping off in Gold Kiss, working in some chicken factory, right? You're carrying the bare minimum.
I don't know what you mean, because quite frankly, I'm not even interested in that shit. I don't spend my money on fucking fried chicken. I don't even like watermelon. I don't drink grape soda. So I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
What are you talking about? You don't go to the grocery store and buy fucking food? What do you think Gold Kiss produces?
I never owned anything Gucci either.
Oh, you don't have to buy Gucci. You do buy clothes, right?
And guess what I do when I buy clothes? I do it with my hard-earned fucking money, and I don't buy popular name brand shit.
Right, because the vast majority of
you're
people...
missing the point. See, I think that guy just said he works for the government. To a government employee, if you don't make a couple $100,000 a year, you're not paying enough in taxes to cover their pension. You don't matter.
But
that's how these people look at you.
He says his pension. And quite frankly, he's over in the fucking.
My pension is jack shit.
When quite frankly, he's living on a rice paddy farm himself.
I'm looking out my window and I wish I saw fucking rice paddies, right? Unfortunately, I see shitty ass tin fucking rooftop kind of bullshit.
Oh shit!
Millions of them. But this is just it. Either carry your weight or get replaced, right? At the end of the day, life is going to be a competition. You either compete or get fucking, I don't know, twisted, pushed to the back of the bus. And one day somebody's going to open the door to the back of the bus and they're going to kick you through.
Right. It's your fault when the AI that they purposely put in place denies your medical benefits. You should have got better medical benefits.
You should. You want better quality? Get better
doesn't
fucking
matter that they cheated. Doesn't matter that they stole.
There we go. Back to the blame game.
That don't matter. You should have known they were going to cheat and opened your own multi-billion-trillion-dollar benefits company 150 years ago. Are you stupid or are you lazy?
Well, mostly Americans are lazy.
Right. You should have gone back in time and taken an almanac and then gotten into a fight in a malt shop.
No, you should be busting your ass to compete.
But
you
what
have
if
to
you don't
compete for
want to
everything
compete? What if you
else.
just
Now
want
you
to
want to
live
say,
your
"Oh
life
no, my passport,
and
my
raise your family
citizenship is sacred too."
in the land of yes, that's right. That is exactly correct. Just like Resla saying, you don't get to come from a land of nightmares, bring your beliefs, not integrate as part of a society that you move to, create your own different society, take over the government,
you
change
guys,
all the rules. Change all the rules to the nightmare place, just like the
you
nightmare
guys,
place that you
guys
left.
aren't maintaining your own standards, right? If you're not breeding, if you're not having families, right? You're not maintaining anything. You're just barely skimming by and fucking dying with your dogs and cats.
Right, because you're not making enough money for the war machine, right? You need to pay those pensions.
I don't know what to tell you other than you should have fucking goddamn started your own business and tried to compete.
Or your government could have not given
or
all
you're
your
just
money
going to
away
get
to other
replaced by
countries.
somebody else that will.
Or your money could not all be stolen and given away to other countries.
There you go. Back to complaining about your tax dollars and where they're spent. You
No,
guys
all the
wanted
money
this
is
shit.
spent.
You guys wanted this shit.
No, the boomers wanted this. That's why they did it.
You guys can stop it.
How? When they wrote the laws.
Fight back.
And put all the judges in place that will never allow you to change anything. With
fight
what?
back.
With
you
words?
Can fight back your insurance companies. You could take into court. You'd still have to make money to fucking take them to civil court.
How
you
much
could
time
do
have you
it,
spent in
but you
court?
don't want to. You want somebody else to do the goddamn work.
How much time?
All
have
you
spent in
guys
court
want to do is sit around and bitch and cry about every little fucking problem. I don't have this because somebody else.
Do you know anything about the auditing community at all?
Oh my God. I have very little respect for auditors.
Right. So you don't, and not so what you're saying is not only do you have to do everything that you think is right, you also
it's not about right or wrong. It's see here, you're adding the moral concept into it, right? I'm not describing what ought be. I'm describing what is.
No. Yes, I understand. Yes.
So then what's the problem, right? Oh, it should be something else? You know who you know what gender spends the vast majority of their time? Here. Resla's gonna hate this shit. I'm sorry, Resla.
If you don't treat your populace fairly, they will just burn it all down.
What is fair?
Burn it all down. They'll
What
just
is
burn it all
fair?
down.
What
They'll
is
just
fair?
burn it all down. See,
What
your
is fair?
qualifications mean nothing, right?
What is
I was trying to
fair?
play with you. I was trying to
Your
play with you and see how far
premise is
you went.
faulty off the start. What is fair?
You're incorrect.
No, you're incorrect. What
When
is
the
fair?
system is
Define
stacked
it.
against you.
What life is stacked against you.
Good, then nothing means anything, and they can just burn it all down, right?
Oh man,
you could go for it. Set it on fire.
Well,
see what happens.
I'm watching it happen right now.
I think what's happening is the people that are actually competing are holding everything up, and the vast majority at the bottom are just bitching about have-nots. It's really the have-nots versus the haves.
I watched a firefighter from California say, people asked, well, you wouldn't be able to carry my husband out of the fire. And the firefighter said, well, if your husband got himself into a place where I have to carry him out of fire, I guess that's his problem. Or, you should have made better decisions or something like that. So
you're back to this concept of fairness, right? But you can't define fair.
No, sir. What it comes down to is when you act like reality's not reality, right? And that you can just talk down to people. That right there is the exact boomer attitude that's got us into this predicament.
So let's start with that. Do you believe that a firefighter is obligated to enter a burning building to save a life?
Yes.
Problem number one.
Oh, wow.
Not.
That's what they were hired for, and if they're not, they shouldn't be there.
They're hired to control burns.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
You're literally saying, here's a paycheck, go die.
Yes.
Yeah, so there you go.
The same as a soldier.
That's your problem. You're back to that point of you work for the government, so you should fucking do what we say. Fuck that shit.
The same as a soldier, the same as a cop.
Soldiers
right?
are only obligated to die because there's some asshole standing behind them with a machine gun saying, if you don't go fight, we'll either put you in Leavenworth or we'll shoot you in the back.
So you're saying that Uvalde, none of those cops did anything
not
wrong?
Cops,
They were
not cops, not
required
first
to go in.
responders, not EMTs, not firemen. None of these are obligated to forfeit their
So it was
life
perfectly
because you want
fine
them to.
for all those children to get on alive, and for 70-something or 400-something cops to stand out there for 70-something minutes. Because, want to put their lives in danger?
Absolutely.
Good. Then we don't need them. That's the whole thing. Then we do
Except
not need them.
for then quit calling them.
No, then we just get rid of them
Oh,
instead
my
of
house
them
is
pulling
on
people.
fire, call
Yes,
the cops.
instead
Oh,
of
somebody's
instead of
attacking me,
pulling
call the
people
cops.
over for
Oh,
an
blah,
expired
blah, blah, blah.
registration,
There's always an excuse to call them.
or for speeding to take their dog to the hospital, right? Stuff like that. Or
Like
to
I
take your
said,
mother to the
stop
hospital
calling
that's
them
having
if
a
you
heart
don't need
attack.
them.
That's right,
Stop
we don't need
calling
them.
them if you don't need them.
Okay, but most of the times people don't call them, they get pulled over for nonsense and then harassed.
Yeah, it's just fucking. It's just selectiveness.
Yes.
I want them for this, but I don't want
So
them
then
for
we
that.
don't, no, we don't need them at all.
Yeah. So stop calling them.
But most people don't call them. I don't call the police,
Most
but I've
people
been
do
harassed
call.
by
Have
them
you
a
ever
lot.
been to a 911 center?
I've
Those
been
fucking
harassed by them a
phones
lot.
ring off the goddamn hook.
So why am I harassed by the police? Yeah, because Burger King didn't give them their hamburger. Yeah, they get called a lot. So we don't need them. We don't need 97%
No.
of the
You're
government. We do not
complaining
need. It is
because
not
somebody
necessary.
else called the cops.
It is all waste of time nonsense that the government does
Here's the
to
thing.
harass
If
people.
you're
That's
in a
what it does.
business and they tell you to leave the property, right?
Yep.
Do you believe you have every right to that property?
Depends on the circumstances.
I mean, you're inside Burger King, right? You're purchasing something. They say, I'm going to give you a refund. Get the fuck off the property.
Yep.
You're going to leave the property?
Depends on the situation. Probably. But
That's
depends on
the situation. That's the situation.
Yep.
Yes, you're going to leave the property?
Let's say I didn't.
Well, then there's nothing. There's no reason. Unless somebody calls the cops, they're usually calling the cops because somebody won't leave.
Okay.
That's it. Simple
So then
trespassing.
they can hire private security with non-lethal means to remove you.
Not needed when you have laws that
No, because no. We don't need them anymore. That's we already passed that, right? Is if they aren't going to run into the burning building,
the rest of us want them.
Sir. The things you're saying are not the way things work. The way things are going to work,
exactly how
then we
it
don't need them.
fucking works. You're describing we don't want them. They ought not exist, right? But the vast majority of population want them.
Only because they're lied to. You go around and tell every person door to door that the cops aren't there to protect you, and if your children are getting all unalived at their school, they're not going to go in and try to help them until they
Cops
think
are
it's
not
safe.
under any legal obligation to protect
they're not
life. They're under a
necessary.
legal obligation to protect property.
Then they're not necessary.
Yeah. Well, that's your problem.
Just telling you.
Yeah, that's just your opinion. The vast majority of the U.S. population wants them.
They'll just burn it all down.
Then go burn your city down. That's your problem.
It won't be just the city.
Highly doubtful that any riot or large group of people are going to burn down an entire state or multiple states.
A good friend of mine named Gary Snowflake that died a few years ago said this after January 6th. If they think this is a big deal, wait till the people start coming to their houses. Right? So just saying,
we've had gun
confiscations.
We've had county gun confiscations where sheriff's deputies have gone to house by house and actually confiscated guns. Yeah, it's happened.
I love your tenacity. I really do. But the problem is that's how everything gets burned down, just like Rome. So go ahead, keep up with your attitude.
Right,
You're
with the
destroying
exception
your own
of
country. Go
in
ahead.
every county that they did gun confiscation, where county officers went to these towns and confiscated these guns, right? They didn't burn the house, or they didn't burn the towns down.
That's right, because you got the gun that you got, and you got the two that you don't got. How you don't know how this game works is adorable. So keep thinking what you want, dude. Just like in Australia, they think they got all the guns there too. Stupid.
Who said that Australia you can buy firearms? You just need a license for it.
Yeah, you'll see. You'll see. See, you don't understand. I've had this conversation with too many pigs, right?
Nah, all you're doing is kind of randomly saying, hey, I want this to be the case, except for you're the minority number.
There's a social contract.
What the fuck does a social contract have anything to do with government regulation?
You'll see.
Oh, okay, right. You want the government, or you want the social contract to be the rule of law, not the rule of law. Got it.
You don't get to change the laws only to benefit you.
The laws can be changed at any given time based on whoever's in seat to actually change them.
It's wonderful.
You don't like it, don't vote for those people.
No, but I'm not the one going to get burned, so I don't care. I'm just some poor Canadian dude.
Yeah, I know. Just sitting around complaining to everybody else.
No, I do a lot more than sit around and complain. Get it? So.
You run around with a camera and take pictures or video, or I don't know, whatever auditors do anymore these days?
I work a full-time job. I do all kinds of stuff.
Right. You in the vast majority of United States run around doing a full-time job.
Yep, I do.
So did you think that was special?
I do lots of stuff.
And on top of that, I guess on your days off, run around, I don't know, video and whatever you can manage to run into?
On occasion.
Okay. Isn't that what auditors do?
Some.
Right. If anything, I would consider that I don't know, I'm a little bit torn on auditors, generally speaking. On one hand, there's always the case that there's a check and balance to anything. If something exists, there's always an opposing side. It's like the old philosophical problem of evil concept. One must exist for the other to be justified in existence. It's just how that operates. So I can't really push back on that concept. But see, my biggest gripe with auditors is actually the money that comes behind it. So when an auditor goes around and takes a civil action against the town, right, they're actually not really doing anything to the system per se. That money is actually taken from that county or that city, just depending on who they're coming from. And then the person that did the violation, whatever officer it was or whoever it was, right, they might lose their job. They may or may not, depending on the database, they may or may not go to another department. Just depends. So really what they're ending up doing is, on top of the concept of taking the money from the people at the end of the day, right, they're also getting on, say, like YouTube and saying, oh, well, we've got this and we've got this, and I've made, a couple $100,000 doing this. And so they promote it. So eventually what happens is the citizens start to glorify the money. It's no difference than saying glorifying like any other industry that's out there, like say Gucci or whatever it is, right? But the problem is they're going to go back down and say, oh, well, we're moral people. No more or less moral than the football star that's banging, plowing through women left and right? Like everybody is just as guilty as the next guy.
Yep.
And then you want us to take the ought claim serious. Why?
Nothing that you said made any sense.
So it's, you're no more or less moral than any other fucking industry.
Except for one's in a position of power and the other isn't.
So what is it? There's always going to be somebody in power. Even in anarchy, there's going to be somebody in power. It'll just be the strongest.
They have to be taught a lesson, right?
Yeah, who's learning the lesson?
The government. Over the past, since the beginning of COVID.
Right. Alone, who's paying for that lesson? Who's paying for that lesson? every time an auditor takes out
Yep.
a civil action against
Yep.
a department, right? Who's
Yep.
paying for that lesson?
The citizens, and that's why a lot of
Bingo!
places have now introduced legislation to abolish qualified immunity. And there's a lot of places now where that's very strictly enforced, and that's the way it should be across the board.
Damn, you're going to hate me. I've got a lot more
I'm
than
just telling you.
qualified immunity.
Because there's numerous cops that agree with that. See, you just don't understand who you're talking to, right? I've been doing this
No,
for a very, very long
I'm
time.
fairly sure I've got a pretty good idea who I'm talking to.
All right.
I've got a lot more than qualified immunity.
Yeah. It won't be long, bruh. Won't be long.
Yeah. How long have doomsdayers been around? Like the world is ending, the
It's nothing to
country's
do with
falling. Like
doomsdayers.
how long has that been a thing?
How much was Alex Jones right about?
With the frogs are gay?
Yep. How much was he right about in total? Percentage wise. In your estimation.
It depends on, are you talking about his let's see here. I don't know how to explain it. Like a lot of his claims were like hyperbolic, right? But there's always truth in a lie. Even in a lie, there's usually like some portion of truth in there.
Right.
Yeah. So what?
He was right about most of what he said. He was just
if you take away the hyperbolic parts, you might be able to make a claim there.
Yeah. You'll see.
Yeah, I remember my grandmother. Like she was born in 1920, something like that. She made the same claims, like the country's gone to shit, right? We're all fallen. The country's going to never last like a couple more, like another 50 years, right? And if you keep going back to say like the 1920s and look up literature from that time period, going backwards, like 50 years before that, people were making the same claims. It's always doomsdayers.
Yep.
I mean, eventually at some point, every empire falls, right? That is definitely the case, right?
Yes.
So you will eventually be right at some point. It might be 700 years away, right? But you'll eventually and then what? You'll be in your grave dancing saying, "Oh, I told you so." Yeah, it means nothing.
No, I said we got about 3 weeks before World War III kicks off. And then October 7th happened.
People have been predicting World War III since about 3 years after fucking World War II ended.
Well, you'll see.
Yeah, I know. I know. You'll see. You'll see.
You'll see within the next 24 months.
No, the highly unlikely that there'll be a World War III in the next 23 or 24 months.
Oh, it's already started.
Yeah, okay. You'll just change the definition of what a world war is.
It's already started.
Yeah. Like I said, we're living in this damn. Women talk like this. What ought be? This is where I'm gonna piss off Resla. As a man, you ought not be spending so much time focusing on this trivial bullshit.
What's that, Resla?
As a man, bullshit. He knew he was gonna fucking trigger me with that bullshit.
Yeah, I have no problems like fucking bitch shaming men. Like I said, you can either sit around and bitch and complain, or you can basically compete. If you want your ideas to win, you at the very least have to have a decent enough, large enough family to actually ingrain that ideology into children, right? And then replicate that for a few generations for those ideas to even basically solidify into anything. But you guys don't want that. You want the easy way. So go after the easy way. Easy is rarely ever effective. Oh, Bryden. Hey, could you highlight Resla? Could you highlight Bryden? I think that's how you pronounce it. So it is the case that there will eventually be a World War III. All a World War is a large number of countries, and I don't know what the line is the amount of countries that do it, but let's just hypothetically say 25. It is guaranteed that there's going to be at least 25 countries that are going to band together to fight each other. That is definitely going to happen. The question is generally when. Could be another year, could be 10 years. Well, it's not likely in the next 5 years, but the question is at what point? It will generally, it's going to happen. It's highly unlikely to be like nuclear warfare. That's not likely to happen. But plenty of countries fight conventionally and have no problems with it. You just can't annihilate another country anymore. Like, that's not a thing. Anyways, so are we still on this concept of blame everybody else? Like is that a thing?
Well, the again, the entire concept is should we blame anybody else? In my mind, because you missed out on the whole thing earlier, where I said like I don't think that we should turn around and start blaming the boomers because, quite frankly, we're the ones in charge. We're the ones that are in charge right now. They're dying. We should be looking to capitalize off of what they got, and then we should be looking to make the most of what we got. Because, quite frankly, it's the future that we're looking at that's fucking up. Keep in mind, boomers have been fucking up for whatever how long, right? Gen X has been here, millennials have been here. We didn't hear about non-fucking and non-marriage and the population decline. That all started with Z. So the decline of society means that they don't have enough role models. And instead of people who are millennials who are looking at boomers, I'm like, why the fuck you looking at them? How about you just do better? How about you do better for the upcoming generations to take a look at you and say, I want to do it the way he did it. I want to do it the way how she did it. Instead of you sitting there looking at the people who are old and decrepit and ready to take their last knee, and you sitting there telling me the reason why I can't get anything. Are you saying the reason why you can't get no pussies because of a boomer? Are you saying the reason why you can't get no families because of a boomer? Is that what we see? Is that what we doing?
So when you say blame, you really mean like just basically obsessed over it. Like where they can't seem to do what?
Well, there are people that turn around and say that they can't get a job, they can't get a house, they can't get a family because of boomers. And I'm like, no, that's on you. There's no way you can blame boomers when there are Pookies and Ray Rays who can sit there and get kids and bust nuts and build families.
So it's the people that use those as excuses to not do a thing.
Correct. And then I just say this, everything's a matter of time, right? So that means if you blame the actual boomers, you know they're dying. Why aren't you doing your best to leverage that position to make sure that you can get what you want as they pass it on? Why aren't you working hard enough to make sure that they pass it on to you?
Generally because most people that have this mindset, they didn't just randomly show up with it on YouTube today, right? That's kind of been there for a long time.
I don't know, because the people I've heard it from, believe it or not, they get most of the talking points from YouTube.
Well, yeah,
it's a lot of finger pointing and not enough accountability as to what they're gonna do about it.
Well, the idea of impulse control with temper tantrums, right? Like that's kind of ingrained there within people, and unfortunately, the idea of like articulating a reason why, right? Like all generally adults tend to do is get away from the temper tantrum, probably because we shame that in society, or at least I hope we still do. Maybe I'm wrong there.
So, Conshonomy says that it's a mixed bag and that they set the table in many ways. They can look, guess what? They can set the table, but there's gonna be a time when they set the table where they're not gonna be able to eat off of it. The food's gonna be there for the taking. Who's gonna take it? How they gonna plan on setting the table after they're gone? Most people are not looking at that. Too many people are still looking at their times being in the scraps below the table and not thinking about what it's like to actually sit at the table. And this goes for both millennials and Xers. You would think that Xers would just be above us, millennials, and just be able to take over shit. But the truth of the matter is that they're just as lost as we are. And the reason why they're just as lost as we are is because they fucked up on raising us. Which is why we're more of an advantage than they are. Because Xers are just as fucked up as we are because they also grew up the same time that we do with the internet. It's not like they had the internet before us or we had the internet after whatever. They came up with the internet at the same time we did.
I'm
We're
slightly
older than us. They're older than us, but literally they came up with the internet at the same time there's nothing that an Xer cannot know in terms of the internet that we don't. An Xer can be on Tinder the same way how I can be on Tinder. The Xer can still be on OnlyFans the same way how I can be on OnlyFans. Literally, within one generational gap, Xers can do exactly the same thing that I do, which also means that Xers and millennials are also fighting for the scraps of what boomers are leaving behind. That means all that money. That means all that property.
Only a slight disagreement here, just a slight one, right? I don't find a problem with the blame game. I find a problem with the blame game if that's going to be the totality of your excuse to not do something, right?
Well, that's the problem that I have. That's exactly the problem that I have, and that was the part of the video that you missed out way earlier. Is that Angry Casper? He and I were born in the same year, but the whole thing was like, the world is so fucked up because of boomers. I'm like, and I'm sitting here at the same age going, I don't go fuck about these boomers. I'm looking to see. I'm trying to pay attention to what they're leaving behind. How I can talk to them to see what they got and why they're not leaving it to their family members, so I can say, how could I sneak up in that will? Listen, I am one of those people who will sneak up in a will. I'm the person that's going to try to do my best to wind up that I'm on someone's insurance for the AARP. I'm trying to make sure I'm trying to sneak on an old bitch's will. I'm trying to get shit because I know there are fucking extras who are older than me that's trying to get it. Why am I not trying to get it? I got the same opportunity as the extras because, quite frankly, we're born technically in the same technical revolution. Why am I not going to take advantage of what the fucking boomers are leaving behind? What am I supposed to leave it to Xers? Do you know how many absentee parents there are as an Xer? So why would I leave it to them to finally think that they can do better? That they're gonna finally leave it behind to the people that they left behind? You know how many absentee parents are about to get shit from their parents, but did not become good parents themselves to their kids who they left in the foster system or who they left to single mothers or single parents? And you want me to believe that they're now, once they inherit shit from their fucking parents, that they're gonna do right by somebody? Oh no. I'm gonna come up ahead of you and I'm gonna scoop that shit from under your fucking fingers before you get the chance to grasp it. Yeah, you get it now. You get it now, right? Yeah, you get it. You get it, Angry Vet. I'm gonna scoop that shit out all from under you.
Strangely enough, that's how a lot of my cousins ended up with, I don't know, weird random houses and places that our family not really.
I never met my true dad. Do you want me to believe that after his dad gives him something, the motherfucker just said, I was never there in your life, Resla, so now that my dad died, he was a boomer, I'm gonna give this to you. No, I'm gonna steal that shit from under you so that by the time your dad dies, I got it. You gonna say, who are you? I don't know. Who are you? Oh, I'm Resla. Resla? Where you come from? And I'm going to point, well, this is where I came from. He's like, why that sound familiar? Why that name sound familiar? Who your mama? And I'm going to say, this is my mama. I know her. I'm like, oh, yeah? I don't know you, nigga. Go to the streets.
We have a lot of we have a lot of houses that are changing ownership based off of, I'm going to call it hospice, right? But it goes before hospice. A lot of houses going through a probate based on this concept, and they're going to caregivers. It's just strange enough that there's a large portion, I want to say a good 0.25%. I don't have exact data on this, but I'm going to estimate it somewhere in there, of houses being passed on to just random caregivers. Just random people that decided, I don't know, show up to grandma's house, every couple of days.
I want to answer because it was part of that as well. We covered a part of that as well, Constantine. I'm going to cover his thing. The conversation was, in fact, the fact that boomers did damage, but they weren't the only ones that did damage. Xers also did damage, and not for nothing, we as millennials also did damage. The problem that I had when I was having the conversation with Casper in the video that we had was the fact that not whether they are still doing damage. That was the disconnect. In my mind, they did damage. What are we going to do as the people who already have time because they're out of time? The people who have time, what are we going to do to make it better? Not people who are sitting here and with time on our hands talking about they should still do right by us. And I say, fuck them. Watch me stampede their asses, because guess what? They're not going to be able to fight me at the end of the day.
So
they're dying.
I'm a little confused on the expectation. Are you saying that there's like a large portion of people that are...
There are people who are our age, who are our age and even older, who are not boomers, who turn around and say, the reason why I'm still not doing well is because of the boomers. And I'm going, you have more years than compared to the boomers. You're just now, what, 50-something? Almost 60? The boomers are sitting in their, what, 80s? You think that you still can't change your life around or do something better for yourself? Are we? And let's go to younger, to the millennials, right? We're in our 40s, maybe a little younger in our late 30s. Are you telling me that you can't change your life around because of not your parents, but your grandparents? Are we doing that? Are you telling me that you're a loser because of boomers? You got the one thing that they had ahead of you that you also have ahead of them is one thing: time. So why aren't you taking advantage of that? Instead of blaming them, ask yourself, what can they do for you? What can they do for you? And if they say the words, what have you done for me lately? Take it from them. They can't fight you. They can't. You know why? They need time, and they ain't got it. They ain't got it. They don't have the hips. They ain't got the jaw strength. They ain't got the strength to wrestle you to the ground. Even if they try to tie you up in finances, they can't last that long. Unless you get mad, unless you get to one of these boomers who can actually live to 100 and something years old, they can't live that long.
Just to be clear, Resla's not talking about like going down to the old folks section or old folks
that's not
home
what I'm
and
saying.
beat the living crap, right?
That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying even to you dirty dick derelicts, who got nothing else to lose, anything like that. Why aren't you going down? Why aren't you
Grandma
going down?
wants dick too. You could be like Pookie and Ray Ray could be running around
dirty
there
dick
too.
derelicts. Why aren't you going down to your local fucking
nursing home? Start banging grandma. She wants dick.
Old folks home. And why aren't you beating that pelvic into submission? Because quite frankly, AARP gives a lot of good benefits. Imagine this. You go down. Imagine you go down and you beat that pelvic into submission, and here you are. You got the will that goes over their fucking children. And here you are. You're getting brought. To Miss Janice. Miss Janice was a great woman, and here we're doing her will and testimony. And here we're to Jacob, her favorite grandson. You get this, and to her daughter Michelle, you get this, and to James, you're not even close to being family. You're not family blood or anything. To James, you get the estate. You get the 250 grand left behind. You are in her will, which means that the additional benefits to what happened in the event of her death also goes to you. You get the car. You get all this different shit because what did you do? You beat that old pelvis into submission. You made her feel young again.
That's
in fact, the old women there was mad at old lady Janice because a young man was as spry as you are was walking out of her old folks' ass home. I'm walking out of her room, pulling up your drawers, and they're like, "How the fuck is Janice getting him?"
To be fair, right? So like
in your 30s, you were sitting here in your 30s. Tell them about
the nursing homes are actually reporting like high volumes of STDs, right? So they're banging something. It might as well be you.
Hey, listen, and keep in mind, hey, you can keep her clean some old other STD dick by getting some young spry dick. You think she's gonna sit there and waste her time with some old STD dick versus some young spry dick?
Yep, that's a good way to get a fucking get your name on a deed. That'll damn sure do it.
Do you know why she's sitting here shaking with the jaw? Do you know why I like when James come over? Huh? He got that dick that's ready for me. He got Michelle. He got that dick that's ready for me. Ready for me.
God, I'm gonna burn in hell from this. Grandma, pull your teeth out. Pull your teeth out, Grandma. I got something for you.
Listen. As some, I can attest to it. That gum game. That gum game. Ooh, ain't nothing like it. Ain't nothing like that gum game.
Well, I personally think it's good advice, but unfortunately, I think it's going to fall on deaf ears, right? The vast majority of people
it'll fall on deaf ears, but it will be spoken loudly by that fucking lawyer when you're in that role.
But the vast majority of the population just wants to sit around and complain. I'm happy for them.
First of all, if women have been doing it for a long time and taking care of these old ass men that die and leave things to the women, why are you taking advantage of that too? Why aren't you hitting your folks home? Why aren't you giving her a hip replacement?
Or at least a reason to have a hip replacement.
Yeah. Why is she going to her doctor talking about, Janice, you're fucking 72. Why is it you need knee replacement? I was sucking dick on the blacktop. Excuse me, Janice? What the fuck? What the fuck? Wait, Janice, what the fuck? I was sucking dick on the blacktop. I didn't know. My knee gave out and I just stayed there and kept getting my jaw rocked. Wait, what? Janice, what the fuck?
Now, I'm a big fan, but unfortunately, I'll say this again, right? The vast majority of Americans don't want to do shit, right? They want to sit in their chair and talk their way into earnings.
That's true. Not enough workers anymore.
Even the concept of workers is like, even working that gum game, right? They're just not going to do it. Like no, they're too lazy even for that.
No, sir. Listen. If she's got the right incentive, she paying me for it, and I'm single, I'm gonna work that jaw. I'm gonna work that jaw loose. I'm gonna work it loose and pop it back into place. Just saying. Just saying.
Just to be fair, Conchonery, everybody complains about the system. That's almost a given. Hell, I complain about the system and I work for it, right? The difference is you just don't focus on it so much. Like if you know how to do something about it, then maybe you'll fight it, right? But if you can't, you fucking find a way around it as best as you can. I still don't understand this concept. I'm of the opinion that life is just pure competition anyways. It never stops until you found yourself a grave. So listen, I don't understand the idea.
Connery, when you hit the old folks home, there's no such thing as stalemating yourself out when you're on the sidelines. No such thing. You already understand your job is to always be on the sideline. You're literally giving community service.
Well, to be fair, yeah. Even if you're like 50, 60 years old, fucking stop by, pick up, or I don't know, cook a couple meals, go up to the nursing home, just pass out some meals. They love fucking attention.
Contract, you know what we call that? Meals on wheels. Meals on wheels.
And they love the attention. Fuck. And Vast majority of them hate their kids, right? Because
you know what, we gotta start the business. Dick Dash.
Dick Dash.
Dick Dash. You gotta start it up.
Wait, isn't that what Tinder is?
No, it's not the same. We need on delivery.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess Tinder.
They got the bang bus and everything. We need Dick Dash.
Bang bus still running?
Probably. Who knows? I think it's like an initiation right these days. It's probably still running.
Might be.
I mean, I have to believe that Bang Bus is still running if casting couches are still up.
I know there's some offshoots of it. There's one here in Vietnam, which is illegal as fuck, right? So what they do is they drive the bus.
Wait, you guys got a buses? I thought it was like all mopeds.
Well, it's basically it's like it's a bus, but it's an old fashioned, like looks like a Russian bus, right? They just gut the thing out. But the problem is recording pornography, at least for the moment, for the purposes of publishing, is highly illegal here. So
I'm surprised. I'm surprised it's so illegal because don't the lady boys like openly say that they're lady boys?
So sex here, prostitution, very common. You can't walk 2 blocks and not find a brothel of some type. They call them massage parlors.
I think they're embarrassed when they're called ladies. Like, oh yeah, you're so beautiful, such a nice woman. They're like, no, a lady boy. Like, wait, what? A lady boy. Like, wait, what? Wait, no, you're a great woman. I'm not a woman. I'm lady boy. Wait, what?
It's half and half. It's like half the population. At least anybody that'll get in front of a camera will say, "Oh, I'm lady boy," right? But now you've got a crazy number of gay population that basically had that trickery mindset in there, like they're trying to like basically trap people. So it's kind of a mix up. I don't know which one's the majority.
They learn from the West.
yeah. Feminism is here. Like even here, feminism is definitely
literally
here,
they over here in the West talking about it doesn't matter if I got HIV. If you wouldn't ask, I ain't telling you. Like, wait, what? If you didn't know I had cock and balls, I'm not telling you. Like, wait, what? If you know I didn't have combined STDs, I had the HIVCL, AIDS, cancer, and leukemia, you didn't know. I'm not going to tell you shit. Like, wait, what? And leukemia? Damn. Not the leukemia, too. People all over the place. I don't think I need to tell you anything. You don't need to tell me anything? No, you the one that didn't ask me shit. Why should I tell you? I'm sitting there like, what the fuck? What kind of mindset is this?
You know, I almost got into pornography here.
I mean,
not participating in it, actually publishing it.
I'm about to say, I'm like, it is Vietnam. I mean,
it's low capital for start off, right? But the problem was actually the publishing part, right? So if you're going to copyright it, now you got problems. So you can't really do it in Vietnam. What you have to do is move the girls to another country. Usually be like Thailand or Cambodia, something like that.
Who knew it happened there? Who knew that it happened there? And Cambodia is too far.
Well, no, Cambodia is not. You know how fucking Vietnam's actually very thin, right?
No, because Vietnam is south and Cambodia is north.
Yeah, but like from Saigon there, riding a bus that only drives like 45 miles an hour only takes 2.5 hours.
He says Saigon skin. Oh shit. That's funny. Getting some Saigon skin. That's funny.
Like if you just want to bang whores, go to Saigon. If you're really looking for a spouse, technically speaking, you're probably better off going to the northern side, Hanoi. I mean, they've got sluts up there too. Don't get me wrong, right? But a majority of them are going to be, or the majority are going to be kind of more traditional girls. Saigon, the majority of them are going to be sluts.
Jesus.
Around here, they'll fuck you for a bowl of rice. Around here,
not the bowl of rice.
Bowl of rice doesn't require much.
Let you know, fella. Don't pick up a girl from Saigon.
my work colleague, he's a black guy, 6'4". Like this dude's built like a fucking brick wall. He's a huge guy. This motherfucker gets attention like left and right. Girls will literally walk right up to him and ask him how big it is. Is it true black boys are bigger? And I hate when they ask him that while I'm standing right next to him, right? Because he always looks at me and smirks. I'm like, I hate you. I want to fucking shoot you right here. Like, God, let me shoot you. Oh, please be a traitor so I can shoot you. Please. It is what it is. Like white, black, they don't give a shit. If you're Western or they believe you're Western, you're fucking shoe in instantly. They're just asking when can they move in. Now that's the trap.
That's the trap. Yeah, there you go. I was thinking, don't do it.
And they do the same shit they did in the West, right? Like they'll move their toothbrush in if they stay the night. There's stuff like weird stuff like that.
That should be waiting at the front of the fucking door.
Mm-hmm.
I don't fuck with none of that shit. You're not getting a drawer. Don't leave your toothbrush. Don't leave your panties. Don't leave anything.
My wife ended up with a really weird house rule because of this. She pretty much women. So like, it's an apartment. Think of like a condominium, right? It's basically like an apartment complex, and normally everybody opens their doors. And the kids come and go, right? Like but before I had a kid, I'd leave the door open, right? I ended up keeping some toys around because I was still trying to decide like what child raising was about. I kind of wanted some experience, right? And all the moms would come over, and eventually my wife had to run them off. She's like, y'all get the fuck out.
Oh, absolutely. They're trying to get some kids too.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They just realized the man's fertile.
Swinger groups are a very common thing here. I was surprised at that one.
Said,
like, very surprised.
Maybe too. Nah, I couldn't be a black man in Vietnam. I know they could be everywhere. I know they'd be running for it.
There's a shitload of black teachers here right now.
That means women are getting dicked down everywhere.
Just had a guy move into my building. I saw the kid first. Saw him in an elevator. When he spoke, his Vietnamese was like really fucking good. I was like, damn.
Yeah, there you go. That means he came over here because he digged down some woman when he was here.
That I don't know. Because the kid, to be honest with you, the kid looks black to me. Like if he's got any Asian in him, it does not look like that way to me.
Just strong genes. That's all it is.
It could be, right? I honestly don't know. But my God,
if he got strong Vietnamese, he dicked that woman down hard.
But I finally ended up running into him. He seems like a pretty good guy. Apparently, he's been here like 5-6 years, fucking teaching English.
Listen, you already said it.
This motherfucker making $45 an hour teaching English. I was like, what the fuck?
Don't shock me.
I was impressed. I was like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck are you doing here? He's like, oh, I like the building. They've got armed security, right? And they've got 2 or 3 parts that are attached to the building kind of thing. I was like, well, I guess that makes sense.
He should have just been honest. I like dicking them girls down.
No, he's married. He's married to one.
You know, he married the one. That doesn't mean he's not dicking them down.
Oh, he might be. I have no clue.
them extra classes. I'm late night. He's still dicking them down.
Well, now that is one thing he's doing. He's looking into he's trying to start his own school. I don't blame him for it.
I bet he is.
I don't blame him for it. Because economically, like, fuck the $25 an hour. You should see what these parents are paying to put their kids in front of a native speaker. They pay shit ton of money. You're talking about.
Listen, I'm here in the U.S. and I've already met mothers willing to fuck to get their kids in a particular school.
Yeah, it's same here. It literally the same thing here. And I actually think they've been doing this for like 100 years, to be honest with you.
Probably.
But the only problem I feel bad for him is if it's not a franchise, right? You can't actually own too much of anything. It opens up risk to his wife, which I warned him. I said, make sure you look into the laws on ownership, right? You're okay if it's a franchise. Like, so if you create, this is why I tell people, if you're going to come to Southeast Asia, get a business license stateside. You don't have to do anything with it. Just hold on to the business license. After 4 to 5 years, right, you can almost go any country, at least within Southeast Asia, and open up a franchise that way. You just have to think of ahead. What's it cost to fucking open up a business? Like, I don't know, like $140, $180 somewhere per state. It's not like the business license doesn't mean much. It's a piece of fucking paper. I guess that's what the difference is, right? Everybody's like, fuck this, right? Don't nickel and dime me. Don't pay these fees for these stupid. No, get on it, sit on it. The whole reason that you would sit on something is that's how stability is created.
Well, I guess that's the question. That's the question though. Seeing this chat over here. I don't know, but for what I heard, I don't know. I haven't really looked into it, but I hear that lady boys look very convincing.
The ones in Thailand do. Vietnamese,
right. I don't know about Vietnam, but I heard the one in Thailand looks so convincing.
Yeah, there's some
not for
pretty good
nothing.
looking
There are Hispanic girls that apparently they are trans and they look super convincing.
Yeah, in Bangkok, that seems to be some really good looking ones. The Vietnamese ones, they're kind of ugly.
You got to be careful, Bangkok at Bangkok.
I don't know. I see a lot of tourists over there. Like Thailand just opened up another visa regime, and they're
Ludacris said himself, a Bangkok in Bangkok.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
See, that's the same thing. But see, Thai women to me are better looking women than Vietnamese women.
That's what I heard. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, the Vietnamese women, they kind of there's a vast majority.
I hear they look really good in Thailand, and I hear they look really good in the Philippines.
Yeah, when they're young. The Philippines, the Philippines, the trap is when they're young. There's something about when they hit 40, right? It's like flipping a switch in the ugly.
That rapid age. Damn.
It's like they're just going along in life and then fucking jump off the top of the ugly tree and get hit with every branch on the way down, right? And it happens so fucking fast.
This is why this is the reason why I just rock with the Japanese. Either you age well or you don't. I've seen some mature looking Japanese women, and they have looked gorgeous.
Yeah, banging, bringing them stateside, no problem. Living in Japan, that's a nightmare in itself.
Well, I think mainly because I just don't like. I can't get accustomed to just that type of food for a long time.
I don't know.
Very good culture. This is a woman like she's like 50 something years old. Oh my gosh, she looks fucking. Oh my goodness, she's gorgeous. But and I mean, she looked better than the fucking daughter. I'm like, fuck me, damn.
Yeah. Usually when they age up, they start to fill out a little bit better.
Oh my goodness, she does not look 50 at all. She's still good in her 30s. Like, oh my goodness, she's fucking gorgeous.
Yeah, that's the weird part to me. I've noticed this. 30 years old, like everybody, most of the Asian women look like they got hit in the chest with a fucking 2x4.
Not that woman. That woman, she is filled out. She got she got weight in the bottom of her pockets, but she don't have a curved pockets, but she still look fucking good. She look really good.
Well, that's what I'm saying. After 30, they start to fill out.
Oh yeah, she filled the fuck out. And like I said, she's in her 50s. And I'm
like, after 30, they start to fill out. Before 30, they tend to look like they got hit in the. We were in Discord. And I was fucking showing off photos like my wife's because she just hit 30, And I'm sitting here, you can't, like, if you go into a store to buy a bra, you can't find a non-padded bra. I don't know where the fuck they're shopping for them.
Non-padded bra.
They're all padded. They've got like these fucking huge pillows in the damn thing. What the fuck? So now I'm kind of curious, like Thailand, Philippines, like is it different over there, kind of thing?
I think it's a matter of what they look like in terms of culture. For what I understand,
I
China
think
is.
it's.
I think China is the main hub that they're around. I think they're more lax.
I think
They're
it's
more lax.
nutrition.
Oh, well, you know what? I didn't even think about that. You might be right. You might be right.
I started noticing a lot of the high schoolers. So I'm like 6'1". It seems like the nutrition value, like the availability of different foods, right? You're not eating rice 3 times a fucking day. But it seems like they're starting to get taller. I don't know why there's just these weird growth spurts. I have started to run into a bunch of, and I've noticed it within like high-rise buildings. Usually that's what they consider to be more expensive, at least here in Saigon. So they're going to live, they have like, they're going to live more of a richer lifestyle. So they'll have a broader, more robust diet. And so they start eating a lot more meat. And it seems like a lot of those guys are turning out like, man, they're hitting like 5'10", 5'11". I started to run into a couple hit 6'1", 6'2", 6'3". I was like, shit. I thought you fuckers were supposed to be short. What the hell's happening here?
Catch it up.
I'm low key wanting to blame it on dietary. So I'm starting to think the same thing with the girls.
Interesting enough. How old do I think Joshua? Yeah, Josh is actually younger than I am by a year. Oh yeah, you just put it in the chat. 41. Yeah, I'm 42. I'm about to be 43 in a couple of months.
You old fucking bastard.
Fuck you.
Hey,
I tried to go over there and get in word-wise over there at Raging Tomatoes after that debate that Chris had with Furby.
Shit.
Couldn't get no word in though.
You said the Furby?
The Furby, goes by male. It's a person's a trans.
I'm sorry. I know you talking about Melanie.
Melanie, yeah.
Yeah, good luck to you. Same old shit. I watched Melanie for a little bit. Same old shit. Ain't
Another
nothing
day.
changed. Nothing changed. Say that's a person stuck on a narrative and talking points. Stuck deep in everything will relate back to the same shit.
Yeah.
No problem if you want to talk about that kind of stuff as well. But it seems like every issue relates back to that. And I'm like, no, the world does not relate. The whole world does not revolve
around you.
Was not revolving around trans people. Like, trust me, I would live my whole life. If y'all disappear tomorrow, nothing would change for me. Not one single thing. I guarantee you that nothing would change. Now that might piss off some people. Just not me. I sleep like a baby.
I just don't care.
I just don't fucking care.
You just don't care.
Just don't care. There's nothing. And then keep in mind, I've been in a position where I've hired trans people and everything, but what they do is, it just doesn't bother me because it's not a part of my life. I just don't care.
Oh, I won't do it.
Well, again, in the industry I've been in, it's not about what your life is. It's about what your qualifications are and if you're the right person for the job. That's all.
For me it is. So I
don't need you to fire a gun. I don't need you to tackle anyone. It's about how smart you are.
Oh no, I don't care how smart you are. There's a few lines.
Once you're in the job, that's got nothing to do with me. What shitstorm you cause up got nothing to do with me. You're not a part of my team.
Oh no, I will terminate people just if I find out they're gay.
Oh well, no,
really?
No,
I don't fire them and write down the reason it's because they're gay, but I will find reasons.
Yeah, I can't even say anything that I don't have anyone in my team that's gay, but I have two people in the company that there are, and I get along with people just fine. I mean, not for nothing. There are at least two gay guys who I know, like, they compliment me and everything, and I don't pay attention to them. I just don't care. I don't care. Oh my god, like that's a really nice. Like I like the way that fits you. And I'm just like, okay, cool. Yeah, I spent this. Oh my god, you smell. I had one person that you smell fucking divine. What are you wearing? And I'm like, oh, this is what
Oh,
I'm wearing.
yay.
Yeah, this is what I'm wearing. Oh my god, it smells so good. Thank you. I'm hoping people really like it because I bought it for a reason. I hopefully it wouldn't smell bad, and I just keep it pushing. That's it. Why do I care?
I'm young for sure.
Well, sure,
Rocco,
but
tell me.
but again, I don't think I've heard anything offensive, so I'm gone. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Hey, James, how old are you?
27.
There you go. There's somebody in their 20s.
I like I said, I don't think it's an offense that even if a guy tells you that you smell or look good, whatever. I've been used to it for a while. Actually, James, I've been used to it younger than you are. I've had men try to hit on me for a long time.
I just feel it just would be awkward for me though. 'Cause I just
Sir,
don't roll like that.
I am a black guy in New York. There are gay people around. There are straight people around. There are the down low people around. I have had I've had men of different types that try to proposition offer me and even pay for me. I just never really fell through. It's just not what I'm into. Now, there are probably guys who probably even fell into that, to be honest with you. But I don't get offended by women who hit on me, and I don't get offended by men who hit on me. I Especially because when it comes to women in the job, or I guess you could even say men, but when it comes to I don't pay attention to men, but even when women hit on me in the job, I don't get I don't fall for flattery. I get nervous, especially hate to say it, ladies, but when I'm on the job, I especially get nervous when white women are hitting on me because every time I always end up in some problem that could cost me my job, it's always due to white women. I don't know if that's a thing, if that's a hint, but every time it's been something that's really been serious, nothing that I really are actually done, it's always because of white women. That's it. And not that I have a problem with white women. I've dated white women and everything. But like, oh my God, they smell so good. Oh my God, you look so good. Hey, can I talk to you? Arms touching me, walking, whatever. I'm just looking at them like, could you not do that? Because I don't want people to get the wrong impression. Okay, no disrespect, but could you not do that? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. It's not that I'm uncomfortable. It's just that it sends the wrong message. Could you not do that, please? I have to do that.
Nah.
Spanish girls don't give me that problem. Black girls don't give me that problem. I'm thinking about it real quick. There was just one woman in HR, but outside of that, it's mainly white women. It's white women in sales teams, white women in HR, white women in communications. They are the ones that give me problems.
Well, that's fucking HR, isn't it? Almost everybody in HR a problem?
Well, believe it or not, the places that I work, there have been more Spanish and black women in HR than there have been white women. The one white woman that was in HR and she was a bitch to everybody except me. My entire team said, "Could you just take one for the team and fuck her?" And I just like, no.
One for the team.
Even though, don't get me wrong, I mean, she was cute enough to fuck, but no, I wasn't gonna take one for the team and cost my job.
Yes, you just put a lot on the line there.
When I
Yeah.
say everybody said they had a problem with her, and I was the only person that didn't, She would literally show up to my office and be like, "Oh my God, thank you that you're here. Could you help me with this? Can you help me with that?" She would call my phone, blow my phone
She
up. I'm like,
wanted
"Oh,
you.
yeah." But people are just like, "Yo, I can't stand her. She's
But
only a bitch until you're here. Can you just take one for the team?" And I was just like, I can't do that for you.
yeah, cause you don't fuck where you work.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Well, not every guy can get away with it.
Oh, I'm happy that you said that.
Cause I couldn't get away with trying to
Normally,
hit on a woman at work.
normally I don't. Normally, I would not fuck where I work. Normally, I fuck after you've been fired from where I worked. There's a difference.
Cause I've tried to get with I've tried to
No, I normally
definitely
do
tried
not.
to date women at work.
No, I
You know,
normally would not screw somebody who's employed. I would screw somebody after
I
they're
I
no longer
I
employed.
don't do the, that business anyways till marriage. I say that business for marriage.
Well, Rockefeller, can you do me a favor? Can you explain to me what do you mean by American immigration episode? Well, what exactly in particular you're looking for? What do you mean by American immigration? I mean, like I've done immigration. I've done immigrant episodes before. I've done Hispanic immigrants. I've done Haitian immigrants. What do you mean exactly by American immigrant? Do you mean like descendants of immigrants? Like what exactly do you mean?
Well, I'm a
But
descendant. Here I
but
am.
I've done several pieces on immigrants before in the past.
Need to know anything? I'm a descendant.
Well, I'm not. I'm American.
But technically, I'm not first generation. But I'm technically, if you go back far enough, I'm a descendant of an immigrant.
I hate to tell you this, but if you're American, then they were all descendants of immigrants because none of us originated here.
Well, that's the point. That was my point.
Yeah, but as far as I'm born here, that's enough for me. I'm not a descendant of anywhere else. If I can't trace it, then it doesn't matter.
Well, I could probably trace it if I put enough
Yeah,
effort into it.
I cannot, and I don't care to, which is why I'm
Enough work
American.
into it.
People, oh, African American. I'm not African. Never been to Africa. Can't trace my roots to Africa, so therefore I'm American. Plain and simple.
Well, if you did enough work into it, you could.
No, why would I? Am I supposed to go there? Am I supposed to find family that would never know that I existed or even care? Why
Yeah, they
would I?
probably don't care. You got a good point. They probably don't care.
Am I supposed to say when I'm there? What's supposed to do? Feel honored, get in touch with my roots, scream Wakanda forever. What am I supposed to do?
Well, you know, a lot of people are getting into that nowadays.
No. You mean a lot of idiots are getting into that? They're stupid. Now I'll say it again. They are stupid. Capital S.
God, vast
Wow.
Vast
you
majority.
No sympathy for them people.
No, I don't have sympathy. I don't. These are people who are not proud to be Americans where they're born, and they rather try to hang on the fact that they can be more than what they actually are by pretending that they can be something they're actually not. You think because I find out that what my family, where they came from, that are no longer there, I'm gonna throw on a fucking daishiki and throw on Black Power and sing and watch Roots every fucking year and what the fuck, and put on Egyptian musk and what the fuck?
We got the same shit in the fucking white community too.
The
Like the
fuck?
Irish, the Italians, the
What does that
Germans.
matter? What does that matter?
Well, I kind of want to go back home and see where I come from.
Good, go.
But I gotta know where I gotta come from first.
What's next? Am I supposed to wear
I
musk
ain't gonna live there.
and
Don't get me
wash with
wrong.
black soap
Wait a
and
minute, I
everything?
ain't
Like,
gonna live there. I'm just gonna
fuck?
go there and see it, and then come back to the United States.
I can do that without having to look for any family whatsoever. But you know what's the last place I want to go to? Africa. That's the last place I want to visit.
Well, no offense, but Africa ain't got nothing going on.
Last place I want to visit is Africa.
There's at least something going on in Europe.
I don't want to see the Serengeti. I don't want to be in Ohio. I complain about the summers here. You think I want to be in Africa?
How come about the winters
I
here?
got
I'm
a
sure the
problem. I
winters
got a
in Europe are
problem with.
way worse.
I have a problem with mosquitoes and flies here. You think I want to be in Africa? What the fuck?
I was posted in
wanna be in
South Africa for a little while.
I don't
Yeah.
want to be in Australia. And the only way you could really get me to Australia is if there was a really good business opportunity or there was some fine ass piece of poon that I was gonna slide through and hit.
Oh, wow.
And she had to be worth it for the flight.
Ooh,
I'd
business.
have to
Business
know that when
or a
I have
woman is the only
I'd
way I
have to
go
know
to
that when I
Australia.
slide into Sydney,
Forget
I'm
about
sliding into
Australia.
no, sir. I'd have to know that
But
when I
Australia
slide into
sucks.
Sydney, I'm sliding into a chick named Sydney, and then I'm fucking leaving. I have no
Australia
plans to stay
sucks.
there.
Who wants to stay in Australia? Because they got everything kills
So
you over there.
2 reasons I would slide into Australia, folks. To slide into Sydney, to take down a girl named Sydney, and to try kangaroo meat. Outside of that, I have no reason to be
Kangaroo
there.
meat. I don't think they eat that over there.
Oh, I heard
think
there's
it's
room meat
illegal.
over there. I
I
heard there's
think the only people that can eat kangaroo meat is indigenous people.
listen, I heard there's some places you can get some roux meat. I would try some roux meat and I'll be out.
I think only if you're indigenous. I don't think you can try it if you're not indigenous.
So you say, but guess what? Guess what? Y'all haven't seen what I'm like down under. That's all I want to say. That's all I want to say.
Blanche, are you Australian?
Apparently.
Australian.
Because we left a lot of Americans there during World War II. Apparently,
you know what? Guess what? You say you don't want me there, but I guess what? You haven't seen a lot of me down under, and on top of that, I don't want to stay there to people that lost their war to birds.
Not enough emu war.
To birds.
They didn't lose war to birds.
Y'all lost to birds. Y'all lost
Did they
to
really?
birds.
To birds?
Low key,
encouraging strength. You lost to birds.
Well, they lost because they ran out of bullets.
Well, hey, they had an excuse. It's a valid excuse.
Couldn't take down birds.
Well, that's a valid excuse. They didn't have bullets.
Huh?
That is a long flight. That is a long ass flight. I'm not even gonna lie. You're absolutely right, Con. Emus can run fast. You're absolutely right. I'm not gonna doubt that.
Well, that their running speed is the reason why they selected machine guns to kill them off. I guess apparently,
if I slide up into Sydney, it's to me to get some poon, to try some illegal meat, and I'm gone. There's no other reason for me to be there. None.
Well, I don't know if the trying the kangaroos even a legitimate reason to be there. That sounds nasty.
Sir, you know what's also illegal, but you shouldn't be trying it. But I would try.
Well, I wouldn't try
lion meat is considered toxin. I would try lion meat.
I wouldn't try kangaroo meat because it sounds nasty. Nor would I try lion.
You think lion meat sounds better?
No, I said no. I would not try lion meat.
I would try lion meat.
That sounds nasty too.
I would try kangaroo meat. You know what's also illegal to eat? I would try dolphin.
That sounds nasty.
Wait. Which dolphin? Because there's two. There's one that's the porpoise, like Flipper, and then there's the one that's kind of an ugly fish.
I want Flipper.
That sounds
faster than lightning.
Wait, who told you that's illegal?
You can't hunt. You can't hunt dolphins. It's illegal.
You absolutely can if you go 14 miles out.
14 miles out. You hear that? It's illegal, sir.
Just 14 miles out now.
Almost everything is legal 14 miles out. Almost everything.
Because of where it's international waters.
Well, no. There is the economical zone, but the regulations don't really apply. Something would have to be federally regulated.
And you know what would make it better? You know what really enticed me more for me to go down to Australia? Is if the only way for me to get down there to really surf her for two is if I knew that the chick I was going down to the slide into could actually have some kangaroo meat waiting for me, and she can cook.
You can get kangaroo.
If she can cook up a delicacy, and she can hit me with that Australian
Haktua, yeah, I'm good.
You can get kangaroo meat in the United States.
But I'm not gonna lie, I be gone in less than a week.
It's not common, but you can get
You
it.
slide in, slide out, huh, Resla?
Absolutely. I be like a jizz ninja.
That's wrong. That's dirty.
Like
So-
a jizz ninja. Leave it all over the apartment and just go.
So on the topic, have we people still want to like basically wallow in the blame game? Is that where society's going to remain?
Nah, society's not going to remain though. I think we're getting out of that now.
I don't know. I
What I've
wish
heard.
I'd like to actually run into a couple Gen Zers. I'm very curious.
I'm right here.
You're a Gen Zer?
Yeah, in the very beginning. I'm right here.
Do you care about previous generations?
Like, how do you entail care?
I don't know. I'm leaving it vague so you can describe if you do care. Like, what do you care about? What you don't care about?
That doesn't give me a lot to work with though.
Well, I don't know.
There's a lot to think about on that. That's way too vague.
Yeah. What's your thoughts on previous generations?
Very low key, by the way. Very low key.
Like what? Like
Would
on
be
what
loud.
about previous generations? It's still vague.
What's your thoughts about previous generations? Of course, it's vague.
Like
There's
the
several different
boomers, the millennials.
Everything that we talked about in reference to boomers.
Well, okay, the boomers made some bad policy decisions, but now we're gonna have to fix it. The younger people. So-
anything specific?
What do you mean, like how far specific?
Give me an example of a bad policy that you disagree with from.
Well, feminism was one thing that I think I was bad. That they started to take over stuff.
Feminism. Feminism was more the silent generation.
Yep.
So
before was I thought the boomers had part.
No, that's silent.
Oh.
So that would be like if grandpa was, if what you consider grandpa to be a boomer, right? It would be great grandpa then.
Yep.
Hmm.
The great grandmothers were the one responsible for that.
Yeah, I don't think my great grandmother particularly was, but
So
most weren't.
That's your Rosie the Riveters.
Yeah. To be fair, most weren't, right? Like it wasn't
wasn't with a majority. It was a small minority that pushed that through.
Yeah, it was.
That's true.
It was definitely mainstream, right? Like it was a political talking point, the same way you'd run into a political talking point here, in current day, right? But definitely not majority of population. Majority of population don't really like change usually.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they did make bad economical decisions, the boomers, because they gave way too much.
Sure, but name me a time in politics where there was no bad economical decisions.
Never.
Well, let's see.
Come on.
There's definitely probably some times if I think about it.
Tell me when. Tell me when. Come on. It's
Well,
always
shoot, didn't we have great economical policies back in the 20s?
Yes, there's always been.
Oh, the Roaring 20s.
You think the Roaring 20s had great? Wait, did you not hear the liquor being banned? That was a great policy.
Well, that was a wrong policy, but guess what?
Wait, but was that a great
When
policy?
they started making their own liquor,
Wait, sir,
and it made the economy shoot.
It literally led to speakeasies and people being arrested, and the whole idea. Come on now, that was not a great policy.
But
it literally led to gangsters being in control of areas.
But other economical areas were great though in the 20s. I ain't particularly talking about just every policy, but generally though the policy was economically
What? Like
Pretty
what?
sound.
Outside of liquor, what else? Literally, the roaring 20s means that they were also going through what? Poverty. There was a
Yeah.
reason why we called
No,
the
no,
roaring
poverty
20s.
didn't start till the 30s.
Well,
No, sir.
look at the Great Depression. Just
The
look
Great
that up
Depression
and see what
happened in the
years it
20s.
started.
I thought the Great Depression was like in the 30s. I thought that the whole point of calling the Roaring
No,
Twenties
sir.
No.
No, not at all.
It's going through a
Some
boom.
might even argue that the 1918 is kind of like the
catalyst.
Oh.
I mean, but that was like
the 20s were a bad time for America, which is why they needed their booze.
That they were effectively denied from.
They say shit is really bad. I just need to get drunk to get through, and the government said nope. So
I'm
yeah,
sure
the
through
20s
history
was
there was
not
some
good.
point when there was a great economical time.
No,
Yeah,
sir,
The
immediately.
50s. How about the 50s?
If the world went into nuclear fallout and it was a desolate wasteland, and the only thing that was left for me was Coke, and whatever remaining government said, nope, Resla, you can't have Coke, so you can go through your delusions. You think I'm not gonna be pissed?
Well, how about the 50s though? Wasn't the 50s pretty sweet economically?
Sweet?
Yes.
In what? Wait. Sweet for who, sir?
Well, I know it wasn't for
Latinos and the blacks.
I know it wasn't for y'all, but
Sweet for who, sir? Sweet for who?
Well, hold up. You're trapping him here because I tend to agree that that's why they were called boomers, because there was an economical boom and they were just.
Thank you.
yeah, that's why they're called boomers. It was an economical
boom
boom.
for the white guys that are up here. Like, what are we doing?
Well, I'm just saying economically.
Right, because it was so great.
Y'all
It was
didn't.
so great for the crosses burning the lawn and our firebombing of the. Yeah, we just need some extra heat in our churches. That's what it was, right? Yeah, good, great times.
Well,
great
I'm
times.
sorry. I'm sorry for what my ancestors did to your people.
Great times back. You know what? Sweet policies.
Wait,
Sweet.
hold up. Hold up. We're not allowed to burn crosses in yards? People allowed to hang up fucking lighting trees up and shit in their front
What
yard.
about
Why can't we burn crosses?
expression? Is what he's arguing.
Sure. But you know what else?
Expression?
But guess what? I wouldn't have had to hide in my house while you did it when I said get off my lawn.
Wait a minute. Did you? Because I didn't know you was growing up around then.
Oh no, I absolutely wasn't. But turn around and say, well, wasn't there some sweet times? Sweet for who? Or do you think that? Do you think in this further day now that we can still be okay with bombing or with burning churches down?
Well, that's not even economical. That's called social problems. Not even economical. We were talking about economical, not social.
James, in the 50s, was it economical then? Was it economical to burn down churches?
Technically, yes.
You're a liar.
That was social things.
It was never economical to burn down churches.
Well, technically, that was social things that caused it to happen, and no, it's not economical. But
our economy is heavily geared toward destruction, meaning that we benefit from destruction.
I don't know how we benefit from destruction, but okay.
I can give you examples and how we geared that way, if that's what you're asking.
The Fed would say that.
Okay, so here's an example. So when you talk about the boomer generation, right? Most people think, okay, we came out of World War II and there was just this economical boom, right? Everybody was buying shit. Technically not
the
true.
fast food showing up.
The vast majority of planet Earth was bombed out. Most manufacturing was destroyed, except for ours. So we started mass producing. We went from a war machine and our manufacturing converted over to basically a construction machine.
Half of this comment is right. So to be president, you have to be of a certain age. But half of this you got right, as in there's no way in hell that we're going to allow someone who is not born here to be president.
Yeah, you have to be.
But you got to be born here to be president.
But you do have to be a certain age to qualify for president.
Yeah, 35.
Is it 35 or 45? I forgot.
35.
It's 35.
35.
It's
I
35.
qualify
But,
in
but the
like what is
unwritten
it?
rule that's also written in there is having the family.
8
That's
years. I
bullshit.
qualify in 8 years.
We should not have to. We should not have required our family. It's not a requirement, but yet somehow they keep holding people to it.
I could run for president in 8 years. You think I'd make a great president?
Fuck no.
Well, didn't even give me a reason why.
Well, generally, I've got the same metric across the board. Generally, in your personal life, if you don't deem yourself a success, I don't understand why that person would have any claims to an opinion of a success or a failure in some
So
other
are you
aspect.
telling me? So if you telling me I rack up 20,000 bodies like Will Chamberlain,
I would
I can't run for president. I can't run for
Yeah,
president.
no. If you racked up 20 or 30,000 bodies, I would claim that, or I would believe that you would believe that would be a success. And then,
That
yes.
is a success, sir. That is a success.
Yeah,
There's
because
not-
success
there is
is.
not many. There are not many men in this world that can claim that they've wrecked that many bodies.
Well, see, and I'm not pushing back on that, right? Like,
no, you can't.
I would question. I would question your.
I push back on them.
Yeah, I would more like
standard of success. What is the standard?
Yeah, it's so the idea that success is any one thing is technically is just complete bullshit, right? There's
really
yes, a
so
billion.
I'm successful because I believe I'm successful.
No, you'd have to actually articulate what that thing is. So in Resla's example, banging that many girls, do you know what you would have to do to convince that many women to jump on your dick, right? Like that requires a specific set of skill set to deal with, right?
No, just document it. Just document it. And in this day and age, all it takes is mental fortitude. It takes an OF account. It takes Viagra, and it takes a doctor on standby with a defib.
Yeah, strong back, damn good bones, right? Because I don't understand how you're walking after arthritis kicks in.
And I guarantee you, if you give me 4 years, I can go through 20,000 bodies. 4 years. Like, hey, in that 4 years would be a guaranteed running for 4 years of presidency.
Let me articulate what I would measure.
And all I need is 4 years to bang out 20,000 hoes, and then literally, I can campaign on that last year while banging out hoes, and all the major chant for me being elected would be 4 more years. 4 more years.
Well, let me articulate what I would consider success. Then let's say hypothetically I had 10,000 followers.
Not hypothetically. What do you do? What do you do that you consider to be successful?
Well, I ain't got there yet.
Oh, okay, right. So now you'll understand the concept of why.
Well, that's why I have to do a hypothetical until I get there within hopefully the 3 years or whatever amount of years it takes me to get there.
Doesn't matter if they're satisfied. The fact of the matter is that I did my job. You know what? Satisfied. You better hope that I don't beat you first in the country.
And Resla hasn't did 20,000 women, and somehow that slipped.
If he would have done 500 women, if he would just claim 500, I would still consider the same skill.
Well, okay, fine. Then I'll claim that I have 10,000 followers on all 3 platforms that I stream on. So therefore, I'm successful.
I would give you more credence if you had 10,000 followers kiss the tip of your dick. But since that doesn't matter, it does neither the following, because you know why? You can get bot account. You can get a bot account.
So your idea of success is somebody else to do something. In this case, click a button on your
technically, to get success in general, you have to have someone do something.
No. The example I gave, 20,000 bodies, means that I had to enter 20,000 different women.
Yeah, but they had to also reciprocate that. To allow you to enter those 20,000. So therefore, it was a two-way street.
No, James. How do you know they just
two-way street?
You know they just didn't lay there like the Charles Jr. Star?
Well, that would be considered illegal, sir.
How you know
can't do that? That's called grape, sir, and you can't do that.
How you know
my wife's Wait, what are you talking? Wait. My wife will come home fucking tired from work and she'll starfish. What are you talking the fuck about? Like, I'm not raping her. She just
No,
not
whoa,
gonna really
you can't say that word. You gotta say grape.
grape. I am saying it in a negative context, right? Right. She's starfishing probably because she worked like 12 hours, and I just so happened to be in the mood.
Yeah, but you don't have 20,000 wives though.
Who said wives?
Who said wives kind of concept?
Well, concubines, whatever you want to call them.
You're what we're doing is we're
20,000
questioning
women.
the method of what they did, right? But we don't care in the concept of what they did. We're talking about
But
the person
again,
that
y'all have 20,000 women, concubines, wives, whatever you want to call them.
Here, I'll explain.
Sir, did I not tell you that literally within a span of a year or two, there's a man called Gucci Third Leg who have over 3,000 bodies, and I mean from ages early as 18, probably younger, to older in their 50s.
Well, I have to ask, what does Gucci legs look like?
Oh God, here we go.
You might want to more like ask what the difference is in the action base, right? The difference is who commits to the action. In this case, you have to ask yourself, what does Resla have to do? His part. What are his actions? What's required from him to get into that many women? Right? It's the same concept of or the opposite position of what do you have to do to convince 10,000 people to click a button on your profile. It's based on the action, not the other people. It's not based on everybody else. It's what do you do?
Yeah, what video content I make and stuff. And
Could be the case, right? Same concept with the Resla having to go through that many women. I would find it impressive if he hit 500, right? Like I would vote for him based on that, but it would be based on the concept of what he managed to do to convince 500 people to let him raw dog.
So
or whatever he fucking does.
So would you vote for me if I got 500 people to follow?
No, I would fucking not.
I'm gonna solve it right now.
Be like, oh, your body counts too much because her
This
body
is
counts
Gucci
like
Third
2,000.
Leg.
My body
1,000 people.
Damn, like I ain't feel too bad about it, honestly.
It says you're positive.
Yes.
That whenever I was 19 years old, Gucci Third Leg, and he told me that he was going to send me his
I
sex
remember
results,
this Gucci
and he
Third
never
Leg
did.
now.
This information about him giving girls something they cannot get rid of has been information in the community.
I remember
for
this
years.
now.
And it saddens me to hear that he's done this to so many girls.
That was crazy.
She's blaming you while the whole time she gave it to you. If you have it, not saying you do.
And tested positive after they collabed with him, all of which are on the fence about pressing charges.
This scandal could affect some of the biggest stars in music, YouTube, and live streaming. With so many connections and potential link-ups between these two people, the butterfly effect of who is affected runs deep. It's no surprise that catching something like this could have lasting consequences. Once you've got it, it doesn't go away. It becomes a permanent part of your life. This could damage any future relationships with potential significant others, and for those in the industry, even derail their entire careers.
Just because he did try to just say, oh yeah, she probably gave it to me. So I'm going to go on my quest diagnostic. I'm going to log in because this man didn't want to show himself logging in.
And there's girls with so many
because you got so many women.
and they're so young as well.
Oh, no, I
He's
know
preying
that's
on the
clap.
young, he's preying on the new. And I'm so sorry for not saying
A lot
this
of
7
clapping.
months ago. I was scared.
3-1.
We see it.
24.
Yep. She showed negative test results on March 1st. Later, however, after an encounter with Third Leg, she showed it did tested positive. She claims to have only been with one other person from the creator space, but it's yet to be determined if he was the source of her condition. What's interesting is that Gucci's Third Leg opted for third-party testing instead of the industry standard,
Third
talent
Leg
testing, which raised speculation among viewers. Some suggested that false results could be a possibility due to not using.
Anyway, this man
But
has been
yeah, I
with
remember that
over 3K.
long way guy. Yeah, I remember that guy now.
And got that clap and possibly have been
Yeah, he clapped a
this
lot of
girl,
women.
This girl was 19 when she got it. I'm just saying.
He
Yo,
was clapping.
shout out
He was
either man
really
was
clapping.
up in here. I'm just saying. So if I said 4 more years, you don't think it could be done?
Yeah.
You don't think that's an accomplishment, huh, James?
Well, no. Yeah, it's definitely. Well, it's an accomplishment at 500. Well, hell, it'd be like accomplishment at 200.
I mean, think about it. Think about the numbers.
Even at
Yeah,
200,
but
it's
it's
an
still crazy to
accomplishment.
be going 3,000. Who wants to record a 3,000 body count?
Wait. Do you know how many bodies you can possibly take down in a day?
I don't want to think about that number because it just don't seem like something I would be
Yeah,
want to
so
deal with.
sorry, my sides, my hamstring. I'm pulling muscles before I get to 3 in a day. So I'm too old.
Well, that's assuming you always plan on being on top.
I'm not. No, I can't.
You don't have to be on
I don't
top.
like that. I can't be the one at the bottom laying down. I can't do that. I have
You
problems.
don't have to be.
He
I
don't
have.
like that.
They
He
can be
likes
bent.
dominating.
They can be bent over.
I'm
you may get the rug burns or whatever.
I'm a Fed. I can't be on the bottom, right?
Lower
He
I
can't-
like
he-
control
it
way
would
too
be-
much.
it'd be like being a big fat pussy for him.
But
being on the bottom.
But the point generally stands, right? So, like in the case of that guy right there, he had to do something to be famous. Some kind of action is required. There's a reason why we, unfortunately, right? Like morally, we hate the idea of Pookies and Ray Rays. But at the end of the day, right, they have to do something to be appealing to that many people.
Yeah, or just have something.
Have what? He had something.
You can have money. You can have good talk game. Some people just call that
Tom
charisma.
Hanks,
I never heard
that
he
dude
had
was
money.
probably tall. I can't
never
remember how
heard he had
tall the
money.
dude is.
I never heard he had money. Just what we call clout.
Yeah,
he may have yeah, but how did he gain that clout though? He had to have something to gain that clout.
Wait. What do you mean? All he had to do was get his notoriety, his name was enough.
Yeah, but he had to have something to get that name.
Yeah, his
though.
name.
You know what he had to get that name? Exactly why he was called that name. That's how he had to get it.
Yeah, but the point is though, he had to have something to get started, like height or money or something.
No, you know what it was called? That third leg.
Damn.
Well, okay,
That's what it was
then
called, the third leg.
he's wrong. Like,
These heifers was out there giving
He had
it up because
something.
literally he had a circle of people that was around him because he was known for giving out the sweet tea.
Yeah, which means he had something. That
Yeah.
makes my point. He had something to get started with.
Well, I mean, not for nothing. I'm not called Gucci third leg, but I believe I got some sweet tea.
Hey, that's not for me to determine. That's for the ladies to determine.
I was
don't
wondering if you was
determine
gonna
that.
bat that would.
James, don't take that shit from him, right? Like, don't let him punch. Don't let him punch down like that. You fight back.
You fight back. I didn't shit on them. I'm just saying you gotta be comfortable.
My
with what you
thing
got.
is, I don't have nothing for the ladies to see in order to get me a lady. I'm short and everything.
And I mean, he went through it. I heard he got like sexy red. I heard he had a few people.
So would it be the case that men are socially measured by the amount of women they get?
In a way, yeah.
So is that
If you're depending on what kind of a men group you hang out with, certain men group do.
Is that cloud? Is that a metric of success? How does that work?
Well, in the certain men's groups that would do that, yeah, that'd be like clout and success.
What certain men's groups, like life coaches or what they call pickup?
I don't know if it's
women?
life coaches. I would say I'd just say there's certain groups of men that do that. I don't know. I think they're more like men that would hang out at clubs and stuff.
Seems like that would be a good business opportunity if you had a reputation for being with like 3,000 women, right? You could open up a website, charge courses to listen to your bullshit, and then suck money off of, well, pretty much a bunch of can't get no pussy virgins.
Well, virgin is only for women technically, not for men.
Men can't be virgins?
Well, technically no,
Technically, no.
because
The hell?
the word virgin was always referred to a woman
That's
in the
bullshit.
older
That's bullshit. That's absolutely a lie.
English.
No. Chastity. Chastity may be referred to as a woman, but virginity is not. Virginity is not held to a man. Chastity is not held to a man, but chastity and virginity is both held to women. Virginity is also held to a man. So yes, absolutely. There are definitely male virgins out there. Chastity is not held to a man, but chastity is held to a woman.
Now I can think of a couple time periods in history where men were punished.
Right. But then you know what this thing was called? A chastity belt? Was that put on men or women?
Women.
There you go.
Well, there was a torture device, but that wasn't implied for any type of punishment. Well, I mean, they wouldn't to stop something. It was there to torture the guy. But the chastity belt was quite literally to protect the chastity, to force chaste, like to enforce it. So I guess the term then.
So yeah, virginity was absolutely a thing for men, but chastity was always held in standards for women.
Yeah.
Just like chivalry is always held for men.
I claim it's exclusively held for men and fuck women.
Yeah, women don't have to do chivalry.
Right. But women do but women were expected to do chastity.
This is now, we are actually held to a specific standard on a lot of chivalry. There are still a lot of chivalrous things that are held today.
Yeah, not to me.
That have nothing to do with
chivalry
women.
dead.
Not to me. I will snatch a heifer by the back of her fucking hoodie if she tries to walk past the door that I got open.
If Resla, here, I'll give an example. If Resla had a sister and I came along and slapped her on the ass, would Resla react violently? If he did,
No.
that would be chivalrous.
Nope, I wouldn't. I would expect her to fight you back.
Damn. Oh, you want her to fight? Oh shit. Okay.
If she knows me as a brother, I
Yeah.
expect her to fight her back.
Equality.
I don't believe in equality.
I don't either, but
So then why make the claim to it?
well, that's the claim I'm thinking Resla would go with. Equality.
Resla doesn't believe in equality.
I do not believe in equality.
So why would you expect your sister to fight back then?
I would think. Well, I say that
that would be considered equality.
I say the same thing with my girl. I say don't put me in a situation I don't need to be in.
But then you believe in equality, then? That sounds like you
No,
believe
I
in
don't. No, I do not. I don't believe in so I don't believe in equality because I also tell women not to fight me. My friends, even my girl would say, do not do anything to fight him. Do not think that he won't hit you back. It's not equality. It's not equality if it's unfair. It is unfair for a woman to fight me. It's not equality. It's not even competition.
To be fair, James, we mostly don't believe that any two people are equal.
It's not even fair if she tries to fight me.
So if a dude did something, you'd be okay with fighting them? Like far as did something to your girl, you'd be okay with fighting them?
If I am willing to fight a guy 2 times my size, do you think I'm worried about some big hefty woman?
No.
I was a bouncer.
Well, I'm saying if a dude did something to your girl, though, you would be willing to fight them.
Now,
But
you didn't
now
say my girl. You said my sister, and my girl would not be putting me.
Oh, cause so you're wait a minute.
You
Okay,
said,
then your sister. Then let's go back to the.
I expect my sister to also help, because my thing is this: if I wasn't there, I'm expecting my sister to fight him.
But let's say you was there, would you expect your sister to
I
fight him?
think you're forgetting something, James. You think that I'm there to fight for women. I'm not gonna fight for something a woman put herself in a situation for.
To be fair, his hypothetical it's kind of a little. He didn't say it, but there's an extra expectation about raising within family. So he would have believed that within his family, functionality or however you want to describe it within the unit.
Do you know for that to be happening, she must have been dressing a particular type of way?
She would have been taught to either avoid the position or at least be able to fight if she's going to put herself into that position.
Well,
that's the part
well,
that
I'm assuming the sister never put herself in the position, though.
Yeah, I wasn't specific enough. That was the reason why it went down that direction. It's just the idea. So here's the problem. The idea is we sit around and we hear like talking points to people, and we don't actually ask questions to understand like how they got to that position. To take like the concept of why we don't believe in equality. It's because we would have come to this conclusion because all our entire lives, we've never seen two people that were ever equal to each other, ever, regardless of race, gender, whatever. It's just different strokes, different folks. And so the turnout by the time they turn, say, 18, right, they're going to be completely different people. They're going to have different capabilities. There's no way to put two people side by side and claim that they have equal outcomes. Like they can't do the same thing. I can't do Resla's job. I don't know if he can do my job. He probably could. Like a monkey could do my job. But I'm absolutely sure I could not do his job.
I could do your job.
I highly doubt that. Resla probably.
Wait, what? You said a monkey could do your job.
Yeah, see, you have to have a level of manipulation within yourself. Resla, on the other hand, I happen to know he has some of these skills.
You're very moral, sir.
Oh, hey, my bad.
You're very moral.
I didn't realize you had to manipulate. I didn't see that.
Sir.
I didn't think all government jobs require manipulation.
I don't know of many government jobs that doesn't require manipulation.
So does the postman have to manipulate?
Absolutely.
What the hell?
Yes, even the postman.
What do they have to manipulate about? They just deliver mail.
Oh, you don't think they have to consider whose mailbox they have to walk up to and who's not they have to walk up to when they open the door, who they have to consider going up to, or rather, who has the dog and who doesn't? You don't think they have to manipulate the situation? Which ones do they actually walk up to the door to and which one they actually just throw the box on? Or just throw it in the mail? You don't think they manipulate that situation?
They also enforce
which neighbor can they actually piss in their bathroom on, or which one of the wives they can actually take the little stroll down to actually bang her out while the husband is at work? You don't think there's manipulation in that?
Wait a minute. Why would they be doing all that? They're the mailman. They're not
the mailman. Oh, wait, you never heard of the mailman and the milkman? The only difference is that the milkman no longer has a job. The mailman still does.
God, he took that somewhere else.
Yeah.
To be fair, right? A mailman also enforces regulations on the mailbox itself. Believe it or not,
really?
Right? Yes,
mailman?
you can't just willy-nilly put a fucking mailbox anywhere you fucking want, right? Like there's.
Well, yeah, because you gotta put it like what, 2 feet from.
Well, it depends, right? But
I can't remember. It's been a while since I put up a mailbox.
There's a lot of shit there, right? There's a lot of shit with mailman you really don't want to fuck with. Don't park in front of these people. Don't fucking talk to them. Just let them be. Mailman's. I've seen people go to prison for fucking doing.
Well, I don't know what kind of mailman y'all got.
Listen,
but the mailmen around here, they'll talk to you.
There's a rule that we say. There's a rule that we say.
I don't know where y'all are at.
If you manage to be able to speak to a mailwoman and if you're able to finesse her and get her to stop delivering her route just to spend time with you, you better take time to fuck her.
Just to be fair.
Well, the ones around here are not young. They're old.
It doesn't even matter. A person with those privileges come with a lot of perks.
Just to be fair, right? If she's supposed to be running her route and you take
the
her
only
off the
ones
street,
that are young,
exactly, Josh. You're exactly it. If she's supposed to be running her route, but she's spending extra time for you, you better make it worth a while.
Yeah, because you're committing a federal crime instantly.
Yep.
Really?
Yes, you cannot.
What
You
if the
legally.
person just stopped to talk because they wanted to talk?
Nope, she's not supposed to. He is
Oh.
not supposed to.
Gotcha.
To be technically saying hi, being polite, hold them up. Just hold them up.
You're
and see what
literally detaining them.
you can't.
Yes, sir. You're literally detaining them. You're detaining them from doing their job.
Postman really is a federal employee. You can't fuck with them. I also consider them snitches too, but that's because
They
like
are.
rural America, they're usually the ones that code enforcement goes to find out like who's building the house, who's building the porch kind of thing. Then the code enforcement officer comes in behind them. Fucking assholes. I don't like postmen. I would shoot them on sight if I could.
Oh shit! He said he shoot them on sight. Jesus Christ!
Yeah, I have a natural hatred toward postmen.
Oh
this,
shit!
It's been going on for decades.
That's crazy. I've never heard that.
Well,
snitches.
First time for everything, Resla.
Oh shit!
First time for everything.
That's crazy.
It sounds fucked up, right? But you don't catch the code officer driving. Well, I mean, sometimes they drive around town, but usually they just sit around somewhere, right? They sit down and have lunch with the postman. Postman fucking says, "Oh, you remember so and so on what's his name road? He's building a house or he's building a porch, kind of thing." Next thing you know, that motherfucking code enforcement shows up, right? Did you got a building permit? There's your fine. This is how the world works.
That's interesting.
Yes, this is why I fucking hate postal workers. The biggest snitches. Or at least in rural America. They probably don't do that in the big cities. But
No, there's not many postal workers. Well, I guess depending on what the package is, many of them don't even have trucks. They do walking.
Yeah,
They do talk a lot here in rural America.
No, they really don't. Not here in New York.
Oh, I'm saying like they tell a lot of stuff. Like what he's talking about, far as snitching.
Yeah, it's probably different from post people who have like delivery trucks, but for people who are walking, they really don't spend time talking to people. They really don't.
Yeah, they've got to basically, well, if they don't finish it within a certain amount of time, right? Like it's on them.
Yeah. Usually those who have like scheduled deliveries get trucks.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Which is why I say if you stop a post person, you better make it worth your time.
So to get to the point, right? The whole idea of having like an opinion or a view on something is to spend as much time as you can to comprehend how a thing functions first. Then go down your pros and cons, right? Now, the pros and cons, what makes it to one side or another, that might be a little bit more moral stances that you might individually have, right? But it does require you to have some type of comprehension of how a system works. This is why questions you should ask, like, what is this thing? That's why when you ask, like, or when I ask, what's wrong with burning crosses in fucking people's yards? What's the fucking problem here, right?
Fuck that.
It's the whole point is to generally understand or comprehend what a thing is, why it exists, and how it functions. Then decide whether you pro or con it. Some cases, there must be a lot of pros and a lot of cons, and then you have to measure out a long list. It's not threatening to burn. Well, it's technically you can't.
Wait, what?
You can't start
boy.
fires in people's yards, but
better watch how you phrase that.
But if let's say I have a black neighbor, right? And then I take out a big, like, I'm talking about like a big, huge cross, like big wooden cross, dunked it in gas, right? Set it on fire, right? How am I threatening anybody? I haven't said anything.
Watch
as
how
long as
you
it's on
say
your
this
lawn.
stuff.
Yeah, that's why I said I had to change the condition. It can't be on your lawn, right? You can't really start fires on somebody else's property. That's a big no-no. So now you're destroying their stuff, even if it's just to dig a hole to, park it in their yard. That's still destruction.
Okay. All right. Well, I think I'm gonna just end it right here. Any closing thoughts?
Yeah, you lazy fuckers. That's the reason why you're blaming everybody for everything, because you're fucking lazy.
Oh,
That's my closing thought.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Yep.
Would have never guessed that. But my closing thought is, yeah, let's just move on and let's try to solve our problems. And hopefully the next generation, Gen X, will step up and deal with these problems and help out us younger generations like me, Gen Z, and everything. But I doubt it. I'm going to have to solve my own problems.
I don't want to help the younger generations.
Do you? Do you really?
Do you really?
No, I said don't. I don't want to.
I know he doesn't want to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
fuck
thought you
them
said you
kids.
did. So you don't care about me? Okay. I'll see how it is.
No, he doesn't. No, he really doesn't.
I'll see how it is, Josh. You don't care about
Yeah,
me.
I'll stand on it. I don't really give a shit about too many people.
I'll give you a big bird then.
Okay.
A big bird. Is that what it is? Or,
I'm not Australian. I can kill birds, no problem.
What? Ooh, damn, that's crazy. All right, let me
Not that bird.
Let me give a little bit of a talk to what's going on here, and then I'll get you guys in a moment. Dude. All right, gang. All right. So this came up to a whole big discussion. We were talking about boomers, right? And basically, should we hate them? For the most part, yeah, y'all did. Yeah, listen, y'all never gonna let that down. Y'all lost some motherfucking birds for sure. I do think when it comes to boomers and the things that we start blaming them for, I know where I talked a bit about the economic part of it, but I also wanted to talk about a bit about who's to really blame when it comes to things like environmental. And I think the industrial revolution kicked off a lot of stuff. As we were talking about different things popped in my head. The industrial revolution pretty much kicked off long before boomers were even born. If you want to go into like that whole silent thing, but they didn't really help the problem, to be honest with you. I think younger generations aren't guilt free, to be honest with you. When it comes to like e-waste, I think when it comes to like fashion, things like that also help hurt the industries. And I think when it comes to resilience, when it comes to the convenience of products, those things aren't necessarily helping. The mass manufacturing of plastics. I guess the part of the question I have to really ask when I start looking at things is, do you think that Gen Z and millennials, I'm going to put us in there, millennials are better off or are better stewards in the planet than those who are boomers? And I guess I'll ask that to you guys. Why or why not? You know, we've heard it. I try to put forth a lot of different areas, but if we are to take over, right, where we have shown that we're better than the actual boomers? And then I guess I have to ask this question as well. Based on how we've already been conditioned from X to Z to millennials now, how are we going to be making sure that we don't doomed to repeat the same shit? I know here in New York, I see people from X to millennials to Z behave the same way, trashing the place, not behaving in particular nasty ways, not cleaning up after themselves, instead of focusing on basically what boomers have gotten wrong. I think the difference of the difference question that we should be asking is, what are we willing to do in the next generation? Because we got Alpha coming up to say what's right. And then most of all, when we're looking at Alpha, who's going to be coming up, what bad things they're going to say about us. not just the X, not just millennials, but also you guys who happen to be Gen Z. Well, how are they going to talk about you in coming times and the generation that comes after them? How are they going to come and say things about you? Because quite frankly, you are also not in the better light of anything else. I think of this circle of blame, right? Back in high school, I used to think that my parents really didn't get it. They didn't get it. They talk about how they had to work hard, how they didn't have smartphones or streaming devices. Again, I grew up the same way that they did. For some reason, my parents didn't quite get it. And how we have it easy. And I go, that sounds kind of familiar. You did the same thing that I did. I know you guys helped in shaping and building those things up, but we grew up with it and we also helped and shape those things as well. Fast forwarding to today, I'm looking at kids that are basically glued to their iPads, kids who are ordering Uber Eats on their parents' credit cards, which I think is absolutely crazy. I catch myself thinking about the same thing, which is they have no idea how good they got it. I could have never done. I could never order pizza on my parents' credit card. I just couldn't. I'm sure, pretty sure there's some communities where they were able to do that. And for my parents, wasn't a thing. You know, and I think about the cycle. There's a cycle that every generation blames the one that was before it. And there's always one after the other. So are we doomed to basically repeat ourselves when it comes to this blame game? I guess the question I'll ask you that for this is have have you ever caught yourself criticizing younger people the same way how boomers pretty much criticize us? Boomers pretty much said that we don't have an idea what's going on and things were better in their time and that we got it all fucked up. But don't we as millennials and Gen X do the same thing when we look at boomers that they have no idea what life is like? I think this is a chance where we should pretty much jump into the conversation and have a really good concept of what's been going on in the future and how exactly we should be changing things. Not looking at the ones that came before us, boomers, but rather how we're going to change things for the ones that come after us. And that means you too also in Gen Z. Are boomers really to blame for everything? If they are, what should they do to make amends? Because quite frankly, they're almost off the cliff. How can the younger generations, avoid pretty much becoming the next boomers, us and actual X? How do we stop that so that we don't become just as bad as they are? And I guess wrapping it up real quick, should you hate the boomers was pretty much the topic of what's going on. And here's the deal. Hate might feel good in the moment, but it doesn't fix a damn thing. The problem that we're dealing with today, I would say, is whether it's the economy, whether it's the environment, whether it is social issues, it didn't happen overnight. And there won't be an easy way to solve it overnight as well. Well, I think the thing that really matters is that we do what we can now with what we learn to try to correct the mistakes that already happened in the past. And just to point out the things that really do need to get changed instead of just pointing fingers. Because quite frankly, as the people who are X and millennials, it's our choice. It is our choice. And I would guess the last question I'll ask you guys before we start closing out is, what's one thing that your generation, whether you're X or whether you're a millennial or whether you're actually boomer, what is one thing that your generation can do to leave the world in a better place before we leave it in the hands of other people and hope that they don't fuck it up for the rest of the human race? With that being said, that's going to be in today's marathon that we kind of ran on. I know I said a whole lot today on today's episode with yours truly on Opinionated. This is a big one, and I know a lot of people who are sitting as boomers might feel a way about it if they're watching the platform. But I hope it got you thinking as a boomer. If you like this video, you like this discussion, do me a favor, guys. Hit the like button. If you did not, do me a favor, guys. Hit that thumbs down as well. It's okay. It's all engagement. Make sure that you like. If it was a thing for you, subscribe. And of course, if you're catching us in the back end, leave a comment below. And I want you guys to remember to stay opinionated, but also keep it a buck, keep it honest with the people that you actually know for yourself. And until then, I'll see you next time. Keep it real. Oh, I am going to actually have you redirected. And what we're going to do is we're going to go over to Sarah, a Raging Tomato, who's got a good topic going on with a bunch of people on panel. See you in the next one.